Hey y'all, it's Fabricator General. Just wanted to give y'all a quick rundown of how the tournament's going to work for this year. Let's start with the group draft. Prior to the first round of competition, an offline group draft will be held, and on Saturday, July 9th, those groups will be revealed. 8 groups will randomly select one player from each of the 5 draft pools, which contains players of similar SRC ranking or personal best time. Pictured here is what one round of that draft might look like, with players from one draft pool being distributed amongst the 8 groups. Some accommodations have been made for players with availability limitations. Like last year, the first round of competition will be a group race format. Each of the 8 groups will conduct 3 races that will include all 5 racers. Points will be awarded based on individual finishes, with 4 points for first, 3 points for second, and so on. The top 2 highest scores from each group will advance to the next round. Any tiebreakers will use average race time. Players are then reseeded for round 2 based on their round 1 finish. Round 2 will be a continuation of the group race format. The 16 qualifiers from round 1 will create 4 new groups with 4 players in each group. Players will be seeded based on their scores from round 1. Once again, each group will conduct 3 races, and points will be awarded in those races using the same point scheme from round 1. This time, however, only the group winners will advance to the next round. The final day of competition will see 4 remaining players compete in head-to-head bracket-style racing. Runners will be seeded into matches based on their finishing scores from round 2. Both the semifinals and finals matches will be a best of 3, while the third place match will be a sudden death match or best of 1. Unlike the group rounds, which have a 15-minute time limit, runners in the final rounds will compete until the game is beaten. The winner of the finals match will be crowned the 2022 NRL champion.
Welcome everyone to day 2 of the NRL 2022. Here on Sunday, the second half of round 1 of the group stages. I'm Retrophile TV, joined in the booth by the one, the only. Welcome back, Perfect Finn. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, Retrophile. Thanks so much, man. Very excited to be here. Unfortunately, yesterday I was a little under the weather, so I did miss out on commentary, but I followed along from my couch, and it was very fun to watch. A couple of really surprising upsets, so it was really entertaining.
Well, glad to have you back. Definitely missed you, buddy, but shout outs to Pensive Moose and Fabricator General for doing fantastic work in your stead yesterday, but glad to have you here. Hey, speaking of yesterday there, Finn, since you were following along, what did you think about the festivities we saw?
Yeah, it was very fun to watch. It was really exciting. Like I said, a couple of really surprising performances from Dakota and Pistachio Daddy. I think, I don't think people expected them to go as far as they did. We've talked about ranking the runners by tiers, some really impressive performances, but, that's Ninja Gaiden. We've discussed that a lot. Anything can happen. Game can be very cruel. But I'm excited to see what happens today. We've got a lot of talented runners, and be interesting to see how things pan out.
Well, anything can and will happen with Ninja Gaiden, and expect the unexpected, and sometimes you can't even expect what's going to happen. Look at what the results we have up top here, folks. If you missed out on yesterday, oh boy, I would highly recommend going back and looking at the VOD, even if you know the results here, because the stories of how we got here are unbelievable. But looking back, there were upsets, there were deaths, there were mistakes, there were just craziness across the board, just bloodbaths in some of the rounds in general. But we have 8 of the top 16 selected from yesterday. And again, folks, since you saw in the video there, we're gonna have 3 races per round, per group, and basically the top 2 who qualify based on the points that they receive, they'll be moving on or going home, depending on how things turn out here for the top 16. We got 8 of the slots filled. We're going to fill the other 8 today, and we've got some pretty big names on the board here. But first and foremost, coming up here is the Bloody Moth group that we have, and we can see that we have a few folks there. Finn, why don't you walk us through the group real fast, and we'll get the race started here soon.
Yeah, absolutely. So this group, we have Black Squall. Black Squall, one of the best Ninja Gaiden players in the world right now, actually. Current PB is 6. 6th. It's an 11:44. Super talented runner. Reminds me a lot of Knucklebuster in both his playstyle and performance. I believe him and KB started running around the same time, kind of at the beginning of the pandemic, and it's been really interesting and entertaining to watch their progress because neither of them have really put the game down. You know, they're both race experts. They're both they've dabbled in low percent other categories. So Black Skull very talented. Fabricator General, one of NRL's own, also very talented runner. Current PB is, I believe, a 12:02, which was about 10 months ago. I know that Fab has been struggling with an RSI. He has some thumb issues. So he's playing on a really unique control style, kind of like a hitbox derivative that has allowed him to, continue playing the game. It'll be interested to see if, that gives him any kind of advantage going in. Dusty also participated in the NRL last year, came in 19th. PB's a 12:12. That was about 2 months ago, so it seems like Dusty has been playing recently. And then we round out the group with both Axel Foley and Classy Thulu. I believe this is their first time participating in the NRL. Axel has a PB of 12:45 3 months ago, and Classy Thulu has a PB of 12:44 5 days ago. Things like that really stand out to me. That means, Classy's been playing recently, and should be very de-rusted, very ready to perform here, PBing just 5 days ago.
Yeah, glad to hear that. So just as for those that were following along last year, maybe for the NRL here, so Dusty is an NRL veteran, was here previously, but under the name of Blind Dusty last year, or Blind Dusty, however you want to pronounce that, from last year, but has since changed just Dusty at this point. But having that race experience, I think, will greatly help out. Also, Fabricator General, again, that unique control scheme. It's a thing of beauty, actually. And shout outs to Pumpkin Pirate for putting that one together and helping out. For those that don't know, Fab has some problems with his thumbs. I believe some things relating to RSI, basically repetitive stress injuries and some other issues with it. But able to come back to the game with a unique controller. And for those that maybe worry a little bit about it, like, oh, wait, what about left and right inputs? The PCB actually limits that from happening. That's in the box itself. So no unfair advantage here across the board. We obviously had Mr. Avis yesterday, the keyboard master himself, show what he can do with that. So alternate control schemes might be king. But we got a lot of talent in this group and a great one to open up Sunday with, Finn.
Yeah, absolutely. It should be very, very entertaining. Like I said, I think that racers like Black Squall and Fabricator General are probably going to have somewhat of an advantage going into this, just because if you check the race time GG leaderboards, Black Squall and Fab are some of the most well-versed racers. Black Squall has logged 179 races, and Fabricator General's logged 126. So they have a wealth of experience.
126 races, wow.
Yeah. So Black Squall, I think, actually is third all time in the race time GG leaderboard with a race PB of 11:50. Fabricator 13th with a race PB of 12:16.
Pretty fantastic. I mean, having that race experience, even just outside the NRL in general, like that can definitely carry over. But I mean, the nerves, you can't understate them on actual race day here for it, where it's not just casual races with friends. You're actually out here in front of a bunch of people. They count, and you only have 3 of them, and this could be your final 3, or you can move on to next weekend when we do the top 16 and we reseed those groups.
Yeah, absolutely. We've talked about this in the past, but especially the first race, there's a lot of stress, a lot of nerves going into an event like this. Like you said, you're not just doing a casual race with your buddies on Friday evening. You're, competing against other very talented racers for that prestige. And, I think that pressure might wear on some of the runners, especially as they kind of work through those nerves during the first outing.
Yeah, I think we're going to see that. And we saw that a lot yesterday, that during those initial races, like anything can happen and sometimes things settle in. Look at Slush Filter from yesterday. That's probably the best example. Slush had a really rough go of it in the first race, but like he flipped a switch after that first race was done and said, you know what, I'm here for fun. I'm going to go for it. And Slush killed it in race 2 and race 3 and did a really, really good job. I fully expect that to be a narrative again today for at least 1 or 2 of the racers here, where they're going to have a tough go of it to start, but then they're going to turn it on in race 2 and 3 and really come back. And you could that could actually be the deciding factor whether or not you're able to come back from that, and that's a skill in and of itself to have that resiliency.
Yeah, exactly. That's where I was going to go with that. That is a skill, you know, being able to bounce back from a performance like that, shaking off those nerves and just kind of, you know, gathering yourself and being able to say, okay, you know, I know this game, I know my game plan, and being able to stick to and execute that, you know, regardless of a previous performance.
Yeah, that's some mental fortitude just by itself there, Finn. Like just being able to overcome that and to be able to just kind of go, you know what, it's clean slate, reset, let's run it, and taking a critical look at what happened and being able to adjust and adapt like that. That's something you just kind of have to learn. You can't teach that. You just learn through doing.
Absolutely. And honestly, I would prefer that we just see everyone perform to the best of their abilities. But I think we are about to get started here.
Yeah, countdown is away. Again, shout outs to Fabricator General in the background there running the Race Time GG group, and we are off, friends, on the second day of NRL 2022 into stage 1. Not too much to really talk about here on this one, just some basic execution, but it could be death by paper cuts. I mean, we saw yesterday that a race between Spiker and Vigo, it was separated by literally a singular frame that this can come down to. So even small things can add up toward the end in surprising ways.
Absolutely. That's kind of the nature of speedrunning in general. And I think people kind of take that for granted when it comes to race strategies. People are concerned with being safe and, you know, trying to avoid deaths, things of that nature. But, you know, just like PB attempts, those little safeties that you take over the course of a run do start to add up. So it's, you know, it's interesting seeing the runners make those decisions between those different kind of strategies. You know, we saw some runners yesterday going for some more risky strategies. And you have to wonder, you know, at what point do you say, oh, I need this time save to stay competitive versus, you know, how much risk is associated with making a decision of that nature.
Right, you are, Finn. One thing I'm going to call out there, Fabricator General going for that kind of safety tempo. I like that strat a lot, where basically he grabs the fire wheel and actually jumps, slashes, and then also throws it and gets that tempo just in case he may miss some nimpo along the way to make sure he's in the good way. It really doesn't cost much time with that small input since you're already jumping in the air anyway. It's not too terrible, and I really like that approach there. It's always fun for me to see small things that runners do that are individual strats that you can kind of put in there.
Dusty was getting balled up by that first hammer brother there at the beginning of 2-2. I haven't really seen many runners do it yet this event. I think I saw Mighty Steiny do it yesterday, but you can actually keep spin slash on that screen to avoid that hammer bro RNG or kind of mitigate it. I'm surprised that more runners haven't opted for a strategy of that nature.
I think a lot of people just like to go with the windmill shuriken as best as possible, you know, aka the swag star, because you're not only just negating one enemy at that point if you throw it properly, you're negating all of the enemies that you have to worry about in that screen. So I think that's a good trade-off.
Sure.
But coming here to the end of 2-2, Bomberhead here going to be in front of us. I guess we'll take a quick moment here to mention the global timer. It's kind of what determines whether or not the hammer bows throw, the shrimp patterns. It's just the invisible enemy that we're all kind of fighting with, and the spirit of Ninja Gaiden in the background. You want to talk a little bit about how the global timer works and why we kind of start the way that we do?
Sure, yeah. There's a global timer that runs in the background of the game. I believe it works on 2-second intervals, and that global timer dictates things like enemy patterns, like you discussed, projectile patterns, things of that nature. And so when you're doing PB attempts, you get kind of in a rhythm, you know, based around your current skill level and strategies, and you become familiar with the global timer and the patterns that enemies are going to throw at you. The interesting thing about race scenarios is you don't get the luxury of resetting. So, you know, as things, you know, kind of go off script, you take a knockback here, knockback there, all of a sudden you're presented with new, you know, interesting, novel, never seen patterns that you kind of have to read and adapt to dynamically. And that's where a lot of the skill comes in racing this particular, this game, this speed run, is that global timer just throwing these, you know, new, never before seen patterns at you and learning to adapt to those on the fly.
Well said, Finn. Yeah, so that's the biggest thing. I think that in and of itself, improv is what you'll hear us mention a couple of times here, where someone has to kind of just improvise strats on the fly based on what they're being thrown and what they're having to dealing with. That's what you're going to see. I love seeing how people react in that moment when things do go off script, because muscle memory is a really deep thing in this game, where you've run a game hundreds, thousands, and in some cases tens of thousands of times, you kind of get set in your ways with something. But if something happens, yeah, you can't reset. You take a knockback, or you get a bad hammer, and you have to kind of read. We saw some really amazing adjustments yesterday, but that skill of being able to make those split-second decisions, that can be literally the threshold between winning and losing a race right here in the NRL.
Absolutely. Speaking of a race, this is pretty incredible. Everyone very, very close so far. Black Squall unfortunately missing the bat boost there. Takes a knockback. He's going to fall a little behind, but so far this is incredibly close.
Watching the first long ladder climbs there. Black Squall, very crispy climbs, and known for having those squall climbs as well.
Yeah, that's a very difficult skill, probably one of the hardest skills in the game, and that's the kind of stuff that separates those sub 12 runners from the rest of the pack. Being able to quick climb with that kind of speed and consistency. Dusty taking a death on that bat. Yeah, that's one of those enemies where there is a visual cue that you can you see nailed it there. You want to jump at a very specific spot there to manipulate that bat's spawn and flight pattern. And unfortunately, he just missed it that first time.
Yeah, that one's a scary one, and there are some safety strats you can do. There's a tempo in the lamp, literally right before that. You can just take spin slash and go through it, but you have to throw away a second or two in the process. The good news is for Dusty, that's not extremely terrible. Since you spawn right back there, you can pick up spin slash and carry that right through into 4-3.
Yeah, absolutely. That's probably one of the least consequential deaths you could take, honestly. I don't like to use the expression that's an optimal death, but it's the closest thing to it.
Anything's faster than dying unless you're playing low percent or pacifist.
Very true.
But that being said, yeah, this should be pointed out here for a first race overall, everyone's pretty much keeping together. However, Finn, we're on the cusp of that major uptick in difficulty with stage 5 and stage 6. Those are the great equalizers of a run where we see a lot of the drama kind of play out. Yeah,
absolutely. That's kind of something that's always talked about, in the Ninja Gaiden speedrunning community, is that the run doesn't really begin until Act 5. You'll see some of our runners here moving into Act 5, Stage 1. This is commonly known as the Rage stage. It's the longest screen in the game and one of the most difficult to execute consistently.
Yeah, this is very difficult and very challenging throughout, and this one can have some very punishing deaths as well, which we saw yesterday as well. One thing to point out, for instance, I did see some confusion in the chat here about who currently is in the lead and what we have here. So basically, we have 5 runners that have different stream delays and intervals. It's all best effort at this point. So what you may see here may look a little bit closer than what it actually is, or some runners may be further away than what they actually are at this point. We will give you guys the times at the end of this, and we'll have to watch a little more closely on the start of the next race to find out what those intervals roughly can be. We saw yesterday.
Ooh. Oh no, Fab froze. I thought he died.
Yeah, that was a little scary moment there. My heart skipped a beat too, just kind of seeing it. But yeah, we'll see what the intervals are. Yesterday we had about 5 seconds on some people, up to an upwards of 20-30 seconds, and for some races we actually had like a minute chunk that was different. So it's different for each group, but we'll try to keep tabs on it and keep you guys posted about roughly where we're at. If I had to estimate, I think Black Squall's probably out in front, just based on the climbs and consistency that he's had throughout this. But it's definitely a close race going into to 5-3.
Yeah, I think we're pretty close as far as delay is concerned. But like Retrophile said, we'll find out after this first race is over. As the runners move through the end of 5-2, one of the most difficult screens in the game. There's a really neat boost you do here at the end of the screen. We'll see Dusty and Axel move through. Approach this final bird boost. Oh, they both actually, yeah. That's fair. I think that's, there is a % chance that you can die there.
I mean, that Jana boost has killed people. It's rough, and also sometimes you want to conserve your health if you're kind of low and didn't opt to take the medicine beforehand.
Yeah, something we haven't really talked about yet is the birds in Ninja Gaiden are very strong. They do the most damage in the game. They do 3 bars of health.
So Dusty right there got double hammered, but was able to spin through it. He would have got knocked back in the pit there. So very good. He took that insurance spin.
Absolutely.
And Moth being down there on Black Squall. We're already on the final stage in this first opening race here. And I got to say, Jitters aside here, it seems like this group is super consistent and very calm, but we'll see what stage 6 has in store for them.
Yeah, Black Squall is cruising. I haven't really seen him make a mistake yet. And Fabricator also playing very well for how nervous he had communicated he was. So honestly, this is very close. Probably one of the closest races we've seen so far in this event. All the runners really at comparable positions in the game at this point.
Classy, they're getting caught up a little bit in 6-1. If you take back boosts here, it just seems like you get like just bodied by birds and gremlins and the Stallones and the soldiers and the cannons. Just everything is out to hurt you. Done optimally, you're gonna walk out of here unscathed and you can just hold left the entire time. But sometimes that's where that improv comes in, and the spawns can just be absolutely relentless.
Yeah, absolutely. 6-1, ton of enemies on that screen. Like you said, very easy to get balled up and take a lot of damage. And honestly, the most concerning part about that is you really need to preserve your health moving through the rest of Act 6. You do not want to take a death, especially like in or before Hell's Hallway and have to move through those screens low percent. If you don't know those strategies, it can be very difficult to navigate the rest of the act without Spin Slash.
All right, no eggs Benny there from Black Squall, but making it through 6-2, textbook, I may add. So we'll see how 6-3 goes. But I'm thinking Squall out in front on this one has not really made any mistakes at this point. Oh, having a difficult time with that boost, though, however. Instant curse of the commentator. Finn, why do they even let me talk?
He's okay. Like you said, he's still got plenty of health. He has the appropriate amount of Nimpo.
I'm not saying anything, but I'm just going to move on from that and just let him do his thing at this point, as we see Fab and Classy also in 6-3 as well. Dusty going into Hell Hallway. Axel Foley not too far behind as well from what we're seeing here, but we're going to be getting to that final 3 here momentarily. Trying to hold on to Spin Slash. But I guess what we should mention is that Spin Slash is only good for the Clown Nose. You're going to mash out Jackio and the Demon. B-Fob boost here from Black Squall, nicely done. And here we go into the final boss rush. Good luck to them.
Yeah, this is something that can make or break a runner's performance. Or these final 2 bosses, like you said, you do get your Spin Slash sub weapon removed. You can't take it into the Jackio and Demon fight, so it's just raw execution. You have to have a very, very good and consistent mash to deal damage to these bosses. As we see Black Squall set up for.
Wow, the plate he was going for there.
Yeah, center platform fight. Looks like I think it was a 4 cycle, so bad.
Yeah, not terrible. I mean, it's exciting to see he's going for that plate kill go. He's not just going for the safe left side strats. He's going for speed.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that really, speaks to the level of confidence he has right now.
All right, he's opting not to kill the tail here.
Oh,
he's
he got stuck in the heart.
Out.
That's okay. So Black Squall finishes in first for this group in the first race. Fabricator, Classy, and Dusty all right behind him as Axel finishes up the last screen of 6-3 here.
And once the results are in, folks, we'll give you guys the times as they're spit out from race time. Let's see here. Fabricator General now opting to kill the tail, taking it safe. Looks like the shrimp staying away until that one knocked him in the forehead. Oh, having to juke and jive, but the tail is done. Nice little read there. Uh-oh, one hit. Oh, we got it.
That was a little worrisome for a second there, but I think that's why you kill the tail, I suppose.
So it's kind of a risk versus reward in its own right, because you have to deal with the shrimp a little bit longer just to get rid of the tail. It takes some time, but yeah, you don't have to jump rope it. We've seen some people kind of do like that hokey pokey strat where you just kind of hop in and hop out and hope for the best there.
Yeah, absolutely. And Dusty finishing up in third. But yes, it is kind of a risk reward, like you said. It's also interesting to consider, whether or not the runners know where they are relative to the rest of the pack and if that impacts any of their decision making. But like you said, jump roping the tail can be incredibly difficult. But you aren't exposed to the shrimp for as long, so like you said, there's kind of a decision-making process that happens there. And if you get some aggressive shrimp patterns, sometimes, as we see with Classy right now, sometimes killing the tail can be just as risky.
Hey, congratulations on all of our runners surviving and making it through here. There's no demon deaths on the first race of the day, so I'd love to see that.
Yeah, it was incredibly tight, very close race. Everyone played well. I don't know that we had a death, did we? It was just very clean execution.
So we definitely. So
Dusty
did die.
before too. Yeah.
Yeah, that did happen here. So initial results here. I think we have our podium already sussed out here, looking like Black Squall with a 12:06, Fabricator General with a 1-2-3-4, 12:34, and Dusty taking the bronze with a 12:56. We'll see where Foley and Classy sort themselves out there. But looking like right now, Finn, it looks like the podium is actually based on the tiers, and the seeding is following that in this group so far.
Yeah, I feel like a bit of a liar here. You know, we discussed first race nerves and how cruel Ninja Gaiden can be and how anything can happen. And we saw a very kind of wrote by the book performance from all of our runners based on the data that we have available to us. So it was still very entertaining. Very glad to see everyone perform at the level that they're capable of. But yeah, it was very surprising to see that shake out so neatly.
Yeah, that's, you know what, again, this game is extremely difficult. A lot of these runners make it look very, very easy. The game is far from free. There's a lot that kind of goes into it, even a tiny nuance. Every enemy kill in the game is something that you have to practice and know how to handle and maneuver around and know those backups. And I think all of the runners did a really great job showing how clean this could be. Dusty had a small little hiccup there and still walks away with third, for the record, even with that death.
Yeah, very impressive to sub 13 with a death and nab that third place position. So we see Black Squall in first with a 12:06, 4 points. Fabricator General 12:34 with 3 points. Dusty 12:56, 2 points. Axel Foley 13:18, 1 point, and Classy rounding out the group with a 13:34.
Pretty good times across the board. They're all clean, all pretty well done. And again, falling in line that this is this tier 1 through 5 in the same slots here. But just because that happened on the first race doesn't mean that'll be what happens in the second and third. Again, anything can happen. And that's the most exciting part about this for me here, Finn. Just seeing how they adapt, what they can do with it. And I mean, that whole thing could have gone a little bit differently. Fab was 1 hit from death, but was able to pull it out there to get second place, because he would have went from second all the way to last. Because, well, in Ninja Gaiden, if you die to any of the bosses at the end, you go all the way back, not to the start of 6-3, but 6-1. And that's a main sticking point for a lot of people when they play the game casually. So if you're seeing this and you're like, oh, well, I lose Spin Slash after the Clown Nose, what you can do, and in a way a lot of people beat the game for the first time, is just go through Act 6 3 times. Just go up there, Spin Slash it, die to Jackio, go back, take Spin Slash, mess up Jackio, and then do the same thing for the demon, rinse and repeat, and you got yourself a Ninja Gaiden clear.
Yeah, absolutely. It does take an incredible amount of patience, though, to be willing to play Act 6 3 times. It is incredibly difficult, especially for a casual player. So I wouldn't hold it against somebody if they weren't willing to endure that and resorted to save states or something of that nature.
Agreed. This is one of those games, like, learning the speedrun does actually make it easier, oddly enough, because playing this game casually is just an absolute nightmare. And that's where a lot of people are like, oh yeah, it's one of the hardest games on the NES. The speedrun definitely bridges that gap. If you learn a couple of strategies, you know how things work and how the game flows. It flows really well when everything clicks and goes together and the global timer, isn't a jerk to you. It works out very, very nicely. But that being said, folks, we're setting up here for the second race in the set. 3 races per group. Right now, Black Squall and Fab sitting pretty in first and second, but it's not free. Anything can happen, but they got to maintain as best as possible if they want to get into that top 16 next weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're about to get started here with our second race, but we'll see if Black Squall and Fabricator General can hold on to their lead that they've established so far, or if one of the lower tiers can deliver an upset like we saw yesterday.
Hey, it definitely can happen, but I gotta say, Black Squall looking as clean and consistent and actually very well composed. I mean, Black Squall usually pretty vocal about being nervous about getting out there and being scared about it, but it just, the ninja focus is already in place, it looks like, and Black Squall showing why he's one of the top players of the game.
Yeah, I told him prior to the event that he was my pick to win it all this year, and I think that put some unneeded pressure on him. But I'd be interested to see if he can prove it true as we move into the second race here.
I want it to be that Dakota takes this. I want a tier 5 to win NRL, like just have the craziest circumstances possible for that to actually occur, and let Dakota be the people's champion that he deserves to be.
Oh, absolutely. I was really excited to catch his performance yesterday. It was really fun to watch. I love me a nice Cinderella story or a little underdog tale.
Oh, man, unreal, absolutely unreal. And for anyone curious about it, no, Dak is not mad at me in the slightest. Everything's okay. I may have cost him a 12-1X, but it's all right. Everything's okay. That being said, on to race 2, friends, underway. Did not catch the delays, but things looking pretty close. Like, we're all within stage 1. There's no major gaps between the runners at this point. Looks like that Classy might be a smidge ahead compared to everybody else, because I'm going to guess that pretty much everyone's running their normal pace for this one. Not too many noticeable hiccups across the board here, so things are pretty tight. If we're looking at where the sync is at this point, it looks like that Black Squall and Dusty are pretty tight together. Fab running a smidge behind, Classy running a bit ahead, and Axel kind of somewhere in the middle. So this is pretty close, but just kind of be mindful of Classy having that slight head start compared to the other ones there. Otherwise, everything seems to line up pretty nicely.
Yeah, I would agree. It looked like Fab and Axel were maybe just a hair behind, but the rest of the group's pretty close knit as the runners move into Act 2, Stage 1 here. This is known as the Kit Kat and Rice Cake stage.
You know what? I was wondering about the Kit Kats thing for the longest time, and then I stared at it. I'm like, oh, it's the girders. And for the record, man, those girders are massive. It's like the shrink ray got used on Ryu, man. Like, what kind of construction are they doing here, man? It's just I don't even know what they're trying to build.
I don't know. I'm not even sure if it's up to OSHA standards or not, to be honest.
This whole game is not up to OSHA standards, Finn. No
You're right.
cages around any of the ladders. The ninja can jump off of it. This whole game would be entirely different if all the ladders were caged in.
No helmets either.
I mean, Bomberhead's got a helmet.
That's true. We're going to see him shortly.
And Maul's got a shield, but they don't. The armor doesn't really protect much, it seems like.
No, except for when the sword turns to cottage cheese, which I'm sure we'll see an instance of here moving forward soon.
Yeah, we had mentioned that a little bit yesterday. Pensive Moose, I think, actually had kind of dug into what was going on with that one, where there's certain like loading seams that it just doesn't seem to work, or every couple of pixels at set distances. Mm-hmm. There are certain enemies that just seem like they can just phase right through the sword, and you get used to that the more and more you run the game. But it's still absolutely infuriating on top of everything else you have to deal with.
Right, and that's another. We discussed the global timer and how it pertains to race settings previously. That's another thing that's kind of interesting to think about is, like you said, typically when you're doing PB attempts, you're running into that loading seam, always at the same time. But in race scenarios, we're thinking, oh, did somebody take a death?
Dusty took a death there, unfortunately, in 2-2. That one kind of hurts a smidge. He's going to get his spin slash back there, but it seems like Dusty's kind of dealing with these paper cuts. Yeah,
you have to, unfortunately, you have to replay a rather long screen here, but you do get spin slash back, which is huge because it saves you a lot of time on the Bomberhead fight.
His Nimpo very low here. He's going to have to do things kind of... He's putting the Stanley slashes in. Very good. He's got it. So he's going to have to do a modified kill on Bomberhead.
Yeah, it's kind of like a bad bzzzt. It's a little slower, but honestly, it's frames. So, the death is a much bigger loss at this point. I would just be thankful I still had spin slash to kill the boss at all.
Agreed. I mean, as we saw, like, he took a death in the previous race compared to everyone else and still got third place. He'll still make the podium. So I definitely watch for him to battle back and try to leapfrog Axel and Classy here. Here we are into 3-2. I guess we should talk about the Bumble Stumble, the Bumble Tumble. We haven't really decided yet which one is the appropriate name. But I don't know if we saw too many going for it. Black Swell getting double bird boost, by the way. Very nice.
Yeah, the Bumble Stumble or Bumble Tumble, pretty new strat, honestly. Some runners really only learning it in the past week or two, but Black Squall, you see there taking it. You do a Stanley slash setup to keep a bird on the screen and manipulate its flight pattern to boost you over that gap. Really something we haven't seen much of until recently. I think it was discovered and popularized by Bumbledon, and it's turned out to be the most consistent and safest way to actually get across that gap.
Agreed. And that's the thing, though, like deaths at the end of 3-2, and as we saw yesterday, are massively punishing. And one of the biggest time losses in the game, because not only do you have to either decide to go get the firewheel back, or you have to go low percent massacre on top of it, and it's just a super long screen from start to finish. But glad to see everyone getting through it. That strat, though, definitely makes it a lot safer. The biggest thing you have to contend with then is just making sure that you can make it through those bazooka soldiers to make sure you can actually carry the bats and just hold right to get through it.
Mm-hmm. Yep, all the runners moving through 4-1 here. Dusty's still a little bit behind because of that death on the final screen of 2-2, but still pretty close. Still anybody's race.
Looks like Squall into 4-2. Fab taking a death in 4-1 on, it looks like either in the low route there. I think the bird may have gotten him. So Fab taking a death alongside Dusty. Dusty going to be leapfrogging Fab because of it.
Ooh, Fab's getting beat up again. Game's being a little mean. He took a hammer and a bird hit there. Thankfully, he doesn't really need the health to navigate the rest of Act 4, but...
Watch those bullets. Good, you got the good bat boost up top.
Yeah, Fab, that really set him back. He's going to have to work pretty hard to catch up after that sequence.
Yeah, right you are there, Finn. We'll see how things turn out for Fab, but that opens the door for Dusty at least. So if Dusty can battle back, we see Axel and Classy have already moved on to 4-3, so they're now in the podium hunt as well. You know, Squall right now just trucking, just running his race. I mean, all you can control is your own destiny in this one. You can't really do anything else. So if you play to the best of your ability and can adapt, you'll do just fine. But right now, Squall about to get to Kelbaros, taking a boost off that Stallone. Oh, missing the Nimpo. He's going to have to kill this. Yeah, he's going to grab that one.
Yeah, thankfully there's a 5-po there right before the boss because you really need it to use Spin Slash on these bosses. Otherwise, that fight can be a nightmare.
There we go. And Kelbros down into the rage stage. We see all the rest of our runners now all in 4-3. Fab loading in, doing a nice clip there in the beginning. Spin Slash here, jumping off the Tyson. A little flip-flop action. And... I like that double spin. That feels really good when you get that together, how it flows so nicely.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really clean. I think that's a newer strategy as well.
Dusty going to Kelbros. Axel taking Kelbros down. So Dusty closing the gap between him and Axel, even with that death.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that last race. Dusty took the death in, I believe, 4-1 or 4-2 rather, and still managed to finish third. So it'd be interesting to see what Fab can do with the death that he took, and see if he can continue to capitalize on his podium advantage from the last race.
Yeah, we'll see. We may have another leapfrog between those two there, but Black Squall not looking back, just charging ahead into 5-2. And Classy grabbing some health there at the end of 5-1. Axel having some difficulty there in that section. That hammer bro can be pretty evil. You can grab the bird boost off of that if you want to. There's some backup health there, but he'll be going into 5-2 as well.
Yeah, most of the runners finishing up 5-1, moving into 5-2 here. Black Squall out in front, a little low on health, but he picks up the backup up and over here, going for the Janet boost. Oh, he gets knocked back.
Whoa. Oh, man. Wow. He almost got hugged again, too. That was a very scary moment.
Yeah, it's good that he didn't, honestly, because his health is already pretty low. If he had taken an additional hit from the bird, he'd be down another 3 health, which would make the rest of 5-3 kind of precarious, especially with, needing that extra bar of health for SP boost.
And Hammer Bro actually gives him a parting gift on the way up there. Looks like he hit him in the ankle there with the hammer. Mm-hmm. Here he goes for the SP boost. Textbook, nice. Beautifully done. And not too far behind here. Classy, I know, is a smidge ahead on the restream, but looking really strong if we're taking a gainer at this. Also looks like Fab down to 0 lives. Must have taken another death somewhere that we may have missed during the broadcast here. So that he's got 2 deaths to his name in this one. That's going to be a little more difficult to come back.
He's a little hung up in the lemon drop as well. Actually respawns the bird. Oh, takes a hit. Okay.
And still opts for the boost.
I mean, I think he has to, right? He's so far behind at this point. I don't think there are any more safe strats. He kind of has to just, go all out at this point and skim off as much time as possible.
Yeah, the good thing for him though, he has that cushion. He had a really strong showing in the first race. They're getting that second to his name, but wants to try to keep that momentum going. A singular point can make the difference, as we've seen. Dusty getting the SP boost. Black Swall now already into 6-1. Axel having some difficulty here in 5-3 with those jetpack ninjas trying to conserve Ninpo for where he needs it. Oh my goodness gracious! the hammer sailing over his head there, but able to get out of the way. Classy into 6-1 as well. Fab just a few screens away from making the climb up to Malth. Dusty taking down Malth into 6-1 here. So we're grouping back up, and the paths are converging at the start of 6-1 here.
Yeah, Black Squall is absolutely zooming. I think he's on sub 12 pace. And honestly, Classy looking really good as well. You know, like we discussed, not a runner that I'm familiar with, and I don't think they participated in the NRL last year, but really, really solid performance so far. You can see Classy kind of taking very safe route here through the first screen of 6-2, but it's been working very well for them. You know, like we discussed, sometimes you take those safeties, take that time loss, but, you know, we haven't seen Classy take a death so far. We've seen them, you know, really, really cleanly move through these screens.
You know what there, Finn? Something I had mentioned yesterday, that the tier 5 heroism that we've had, Classy showing that tier 5 no slouch, don't count him out. Dusty, though, closing the gap, trying to get pretty close, but Classy right now has a potential for a silver in this race, no less. If Dusty has anything to say about it, though, that's the thing.
Yeah, it's something that we haven't really talked about is how when you know, you are like a, I guess, quote unquote tier 5 runner, you don't have that pressure associated with a performance expectation. You know, you don't carry any of that weight with you.
Yeah, I think just happy to be here, just running the race, and just feeling the hype and then the excitement. But again, regardless what tier you guys are, those that are running here, I'm just really thankful for every single person that came out that made this event even far larger than we had ever anticipated it was going to be. We had 23 runners last year. We had 40 plus this year. We had a qualifier to get in. We had what was it? The Resident Emil and Thumb Brothers were the ones that actually were able to qualify to make it into the respective groups to fill out those 40 slots that we had. So shout outs to them. Drapacious was also another one that we had out there. And I think, who else do we have? I think Say My Name maybe was one of them, possibly. I may be wrong.
So it looks like Axel unfortunately took a death, so he's going to fall behind to that 5th place position. Black Squall actually moving into the demon fight here, just absolutely cruising. Solid 3-jump demon head kill, opting not to go for a tail kill. 3 jumps, ooh, gets knocked into the heart, 4 jumps, and finishes it off for first place.
Dominant performance from Black Squall, but with all the experience that he has, that's kind of unsurprising. You're definitely worthy of that tier 1 ranking that he has. And here we are with Classy, just kind of going back and forth here with Jockio. You don't want to get hit by Jack. Jack does 3 damage. Those fireballs only do 1. So if it's a war of attrition, if you can't mash it out, don't take the hit off Jack if you can avoid it.
Yeah, you don't want to bump it. You don't want to give him a hug. The hugs hurt.
The hugs definitely hurt, that's for sure. Hey, speaking of Dusty, also in Jackio here. Jack is down for Classy. Fab in the boss room presently. So this is gonna be a pretty close race between 2nd, 3rd, and 4th.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like Classy probably going to be able to take down... Oh, opting for a tail kill, actually. This could change up the math depending on how Dusty approaches this demon fight. Classy with a really solid mash here so far, though. Nice.
That's a really clean demon kill. Dusty not too far behind. Now, I kind of wonder, though, we know that Classy had a couple seconds gap on the stream here, so this could be a close finish between Dusty and Classy right here.
Absolutely.
Looks like Axel taking another death, by the way. He was down to 1 health. Fab again with a nail biter. Finish on the demon.
Not the place you really want to cut it that close, but he was able to seal the deal and finish. And I believe what'll be a 4th place position. Axel, unfortunately, looks like the game overed, having to navigate 6-2 here. They do have Spin Slash this time to finish out Hell's Hallway and the appropriate amount of Nimpo, so hopefully we'll see them close this out before the 15-minute time limit. Ooh.
Okay, so get this here, Finn. Preliminary results. Squall with an 11:52. What a heater of a run. Classy taking 2nd place with a 12:52. That tier 5 magic, getting a silver for Classy. Fantastic. Now here's the story. Dusty and Fabricator General both listed with a 13 flat. That's going to have to go to a frame count.
Whew. Yeah, I mean, Fab really would like those points, I think, to cement his lead from the first race, but be interesting to see how that shakes out. It didn't look that close to me, but I guess, yeah, the way the delay shook out, be very, very close. Be interested to see the results of the frame count.
So that will be interesting to see how that turns out. So Axel going to be confirmed for 5th on this one at this point. But yeah, I'm very impressed with Classy being able to keep things consistent. We saw a few people kind of deal with some problems there, but Classy holding fast and definitely punching above their weight class.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been really, really fun to see some of these, quote unquote, tier 4, tier 5 runners, personalities that we're not really familiar with, and see them, come up clutch in these race scenarios. It's not, it's not easy. We discussed some of the stress and nerves that are associated with racing, especially in your first time. It's been really, really neat to see these racers, perform at this level. But yes, it looks like Fabricator and Dusty's times are so close that we're going to need to, I think, do some frame counting, just kind of confirming here on the back end whether or not we're going to be, moving forward with the next race or so. Just stand by here for a moment.
We're receiving word that we're going to go ahead and start moving on to the 3rd race. The frame counts will work during that time. And we'll get that stuff sorted out here. But Finn, it may have looked pretty rote on the first race, and things kind of lined up. But that second race shakeup now, that's going to change some psychology going into the 3rd race here. And with that ambiguous picture, we don't really know what's happening here with it. But right now, Squall looking to have clinched a bye to the next top 16 with those 2 dominant victories overall here. But right now, that midfield is shaken up a little bit. We don't really know what's going to happen between Fab and Dusty, and Classy, jumping in the fray as well, getting 3 points.
Yeah, honestly, it's really, really critical that Fab win this one. If you look at the points and how they shake out between round 1 and 2, if Dusty actually finishes ahead in the frame count, he's tied with Fab. He's right there. So Fab probably really, really hoping that the frame count falls in his favor, because I don't think he wants to be tied with Dusty moving into the final round.
Definitely the story to watch going into this, regardless how things are. Watching Fab versus Dusty on this one, I'm going to be very mindful of the starts. Now, as we've been seeing here, Fab has been dropping some frames, so things will kind of stutter here and there, and things may kind of go in out of sync, and that may have played into why that finish may have looked a little bit different than what it actually was and turned out to be. But we're gonna do the frame counts. We'll take a gander at that, and I'll take this moment here. A big shout out to those working behind the scenes here. That we have race admins that are assisting. We got Seamless Link here running the show, doing the restreaming work that you see here. So big shout outs to him. Perfect Finn here alongside me here in the booth. Fabricator General not only running, but also running Race Time GG administration, getting the room set up and handing stuff out. We got Ultra Minimalist, we got Dak, we got Huckleberry in the background. We got people. Black Skull was also assisting with doing frame counts yesterday, but currently running. So we have a whole staff of folks that are making this production possible for you fine folks. So again, big shout outs to them, and thank you for them volunteering their time and effort.
Absolutely. While we're kind of getting set up here, why don't I see a couple interesting questions in chat. Somebody asked, is it 2 to progress? You do want to finish in the top 2 to move on to the next round. There will be 4 pools of 4 runners, I believe, next Saturday.
That's correct. Yes. So the top 16 will be going into next Saturday. So you have to either get 1st or 2nd in your group to make it into those top 16 slots. And here's the other thing, Finn, is that it doesn't matter what your PB is beforehand. It all comes down to your performance here in the NRL. Your average finishing time, we're going to reseed the runners. We're going to basically re-tier them and then redistribute them into new groups for next week then. 4 different groups of 4. And then from there, we're going to get our grand finals tournament set up for the final Saturday of July based on that. But you get to another group stage effectively out of the winners. And so that average time, having that higher seating may help you out a little bit better here. So seeing like KB and Black Skull with these dominant performances, that's going to help carry them into next week.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like 60-second warning is out to our runners, so we'll be getting started here momentarily. I think we're still waiting on the frame count results of the last race, so I think that's definitely going to be, wearing a little heavy on the runners who it's relevant to, especially Fabricator General as we move into round 3 here of the Malth group.
Fab has had some real nail biters on the demon at this point, just keeping us on our edge of our seat with this one. But yeah, Fab versus Dusty, definitely one to keep an eye on. Keep an eye on what the distance is when they start, whenever that actually kicks off, and also seeing how things play out for both of them. But yeah, folks, hey, keep it here on the NRL. Where we have 4 full groups. This is just the beginning of the day, friends. We got some big names, some heavy hitters, and maybe some more Tier 5 magic to keep an eye out for today as well. So I'm very excited. A whole full day of races. Kick back, relax, enjoy, get yourself some snacks, get cozy and comfy, and enjoy the show.
Speaking of the show, I think we'll be getting started here momentarily. Looks like everyone is ready. And I think we're off.
Here we go. And looks like delay between Dusty and Fab is not terrible. Fab a smidge behind as it goes right now here. So definitely one to keep an eye on overall. Black Squall in a very comfy position with everyone kind of shuffling beneath him, having that gap. But second place still hangs in the balance. And it's a very precarious fight. It almost makes me wonder if Classy can pull out another great upset. Will we see another Tier 5 advance? Does the math work out in such a way that if Fab and Dusty have a rough go of it and Classy is able to capitalize, the math may work in their favor?
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, Black Squall kind of cruising at this point, has to feel really good with the advantage that he has moving into the third round of races. Any nerves I think he had previously are probably gone at this point. So I think he's just going to be, like we said, kind of zooming. But the rest of the runners, the card for second is very, very tight, very, very stressful. And I think almost all of them are in it at this point. So it'll be interesting to see, like you said, if we can see one of those upsets like we saw yesterday with runners like Dakota and Pistachio Daddy.
Yeah, retro are fair, and I think Axel may be the only one that may be out of the hunt on this one, just based on them having 1 point in the first race and then taking a DNF on the second. But we've got basically a 3-way shootout potentially on how things turn out for second. So that is definitely not spoken for, and that pressure is definitely gonna be weighing on their shoulders here going into this race. Black Squall though, yeah, feeling pretty comfy in the position that he's in, and hopefully just gonna go out there and have some fun with this race for us. But we'll see. Again, trying to keep that average time low as possible and hopefully join that perfect 12 club that we've been seeing, and getting those 3 victories in a row. We saw 3 of them yesterday. We saw Mr. Avis, KB, and Pensive Moose all having very impressive showings. It kind of makes me think here, looking ahead here, Finn, that the top 16 competition we're gonna have is going to be very fierce. Like, yeah, right now you can feel pretty comfy with the gaps that you have or what you're doing, but when you know who you're going up against have also done extremely well in the NRL, that's going to change the whole dynamic entirely.
Right. That's something we probably didn't put enough emphasis on. We discussed it a little bit, but how your average race time affects seeding. That could be a huge difference maker as we move into the next round of play next weekend. The difference between being matched up in a pool with somebody like, the retro runner versus somebody with, an above 12 time, that could be the difference in your whole tournament life. So, I think there's still pressure on runners like Black Squall to perform and just, lower their average as far as they can.
So something to point out here, it looks like Classy did take a death in 2-2 at some point, but doesn't seem like it slowed them down too much here as they're also going into stage 3. But just something to note, Classy in the hunt potentially for that second position there, has to try to stay as consistent as possible or hope for others to make mistakes to allow them to get that leg up.
Yeah, unfortunately I missed it. I would have been interested to see which death they took because they're still right there with Axel. Oh, and they take another death there.
That's
the bounce zone of 3-1. Yeah, that's a big death. They were basically through that entire screen, so I think they'll fall behind Axel at this point as Axel moves into 3-2.
Yeah, because what we've been seeing basically is that Classy's kind of had that on the stream, at least we're seeing that kind of head start versus. So if Axel's already out in front there, looking like Classy with those deaths gonna be in the 5th place position. But Fab and Dusty though, we're out here at Fab freezing every now and again. Dusty not going for the bumble stumble. Here we go at the cliff. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, opting for a little hesitation, boost over the clubber there and into the massacre fight. Let's see what kills they get.
Fab right there, Squall right there also. I think between those 3 right now, things are pretty tight and close. Oh, Axel getting a very, very lucky hang there. Was able to swing the sword when he jumped down and then hung onto the wall and had the wherewithal to either hold on and then get back up, but doesn't take a death. It was able to get through 3-2 and stay in the hunt.
Okay, so we've seen some runners take some deaths here in 4-1. I think Fab earlier took 2 deaths in 4-1, and we need to, be mindful of that as he navigates the screen and see if those demons come back to haunt him again.
Now, I'm kind of curious, will he go to the top route once again, or do you go to the bottom route and just spin the bat?
He's
going bottom route.
Yeah. Black Squall, really crispy climb.
Always a sight to behold there. I mean, I think there's even an emote out there that shows the Squall climb. Squall, Joker, and Pensive Moose all have fantastic climbs.
Yeah, probably the hardest skill to develop in this game. It requires both an incredible amount of like precision and consistency and speed, while being very hard on both your hands and your controller. So
I like that strat that Fab just did there. So that opening pit in 4-2, just a little hesitation, spawns the bat, waits, and then just jumps over. It doesn't even make it a factor at that point. That's a good thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Those are those things that we discussed where, oh, okay, I'll give up a few frames here to make sure I move through the section cleanly.
Anything's faster than dying. Look at this, though. Black Squall, Dusty, and Fab, very tight grouping going into 4-3. What a hell of a race here.
Yeah, very, very close. Everybody seems to be playing pretty well. Black Squall taking an unfortunate knockback there. Oh, gets
two of them.
He's
getting hung up now. Look at this.
Little commentator's curse coming into play there, and I think that allows Dusty to pull ahead.
That right there, that was the breaking of the script. I mean, you simply just I commented about in the first part that you just spin it twice and you're done with it. You just move on and hold right. But the moment that happens, you're like, oh, I got knocked back. Okay, well, we can readjust, and then you get knocked back again. Like that just like it breaks the mind a little bit. You have to kind of think on your feet, like, okay, look at what's happening, and things happen very quickly in Ninja Gaiden. There's not a lot of iframes. The spawns are hot and heavy. Like you have to deal with a lot. But yeah, look at this. We got three Kelbros kills within matter of seconds between them at this point on screen for us.
Yeah, all 3 runners moving into 5-1, the rage stage. Dusty gets the manip. Black Squall's unable to. Look like the Hammer Bro is throwing hammers. And Fab just looks like he's opting for a nice safe climb strategy.
Axel taking down Kelbros as well. Classy on their way. Ooh, unfortunate hammer from Fabricator. That Hammer Bro can be just an absolute jerk. I know some people opt just to throw the Windmill Star as soon as they get down there anyway, just to kind of negate that fact.
Yeah, I think we saw somebody actually die. Oh, speaking of dying, Dusty took a really unfortunate death there.
No, and that's really late in the stage too. That's a huge one.
Yeah, honestly, death in 5-1 is one of the most costly deaths in a race scenario. And I think that puts him, at the back of the pack, unfortunately. That's exactly the kind of death that Fabricator needed him to have.
Agreed. That opens the door here for Fab in a big way. And again, that's going to kind of call into question how things turned out in race 2. Now, that being said, Fab just running his race as best as possible, but able to slay those demons he was dealing with 4-1.
Yeah, it looks really solid so far. He's kind of nipping at Black Squall's heels here. Squall moving into what we've discussed, one of the hardest screens in the game, the end of 5-2, opting for the up and over, and let's see if he hits this final bird boost. Nice.
Very nice Janet boost there. His health
is low. Yeah. Fabricator, much cleaner lemon drop this time. Nice, good bird boost as well.
Very, very nice. Squall navigating the screen very well. Gonna spin, get that little insurance policy, and for good reason.
Moves into the SP boost. This is gonna take him down to 2 bars of health, so he really has to make sure he doesn't get hung up on the final screens of 5-3 here.
Yeah, clean execution. That gremlin and the bird can be a pain if things don't go well, but he's got more than enough Ninpo to make it through this.
He does have quite a bit of Ninpo. Should make this last screen here pretty cozy, and he gets a favorable hammer pattern from the final Hammer Bro.
And he burns the last bit of it. He's good to go there. Nicely done and excellently, expertly executed.
All right, so Black Squall finishing out the Moth fight. Going to be moving into 6-1. Fabricator closely behind him here.
and probably a lot closer than what we think, because he does have that slight delay compared to everyone else at this point here too. So he's definitely, the gap is closer than what we're seeing here.
Yeah, absolutely. Classy moving to SP boost. Oh, a little slow.
A little too far to the right there, but nice backup.
Yeah, very good backup. I think Classy is actually in third at this point, which is incredible because I'm pretty sure they've died twice.
They did, from what I understand. Yeah, because they're sitting on 0 lives right now, so they had to have died twice.
Sorry, I didn't realize that Dusty had caught up. Dusty appears to be cruising, but he took one less death than Classy, so that kind of tracks.
Axel having 2 deaths as well, having some difficulty. Looks like took a death at some point in 5-2 to 5-3. No longer has spin slash. Gonna have to low percent this.
Yeah, moving through 5-3 without spin slash is not particularly fun, but they seem to be
awful.
Yeah, they seem to be doing a good job of this, taking some safety strats here to finish it out.
Yeah, that's a good one to actually be able to go through it like that. But it honestly, to me, like 5-3 just feels like hell hallway, the stage, if you don't have spin slash to work through.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Black Squall, let's see if he sets up for the egg spinny boost here as he exits the final screen of 6-2. Takes it nice and safe.
Yeah, Squall out there doing a pretty good job. Fabricator General getting through Hell's Hallway. Looking like Dusty may have taken a death at some point here, possibly, but he's in 6-2, just trying to get there. Fab, though, in the spot where he needs to be.
Fab with a nice clean exit boost. Dusty getting a little hung up by that Hammer Brother as he approaches this final long ladder of 6-2. Throws in a couple quick climbs as he moves into Hell's Hallway.
Classic going for that jetpack boost off the Ninja at the end of 6-2. That one is a bit rough. Unfortunately, did not clip into the loading zone on the ladder. Kind of got stuck there and had to go back down.
Black Squall actually nailed the pickle boost, which is pretty new technology. I don't recall what runner discovered it, but it's actually been adopted recently. It helps you get through one of those final screens of 6-3. You actually save a few tenths of a second. It's interesting to see Black Squall kind of pulling out all those stops in this race setting.
Again, aiming for that low average time, trying to get that high seating as best as possible.
Absolutely.
All right, so Clown nose down. Fabricator General on his way to the room as well. Dusty trying to make his way up there. But it's looking like Fab at this point having a pretty good time with this. We'll see how it turns out.
Yeah, he just needs to continue to close out these demon fights. He has been very close to dying the past 2 races. So
I didn't even want to say it. Didn't even want to put it out in the universe, Finn.
Right.
I'm definitely gonna be holding my breath there. Black Squall going into the demon. 3 jump head on that one. A little juke and jive, a little peekaboo strats here, rather than trying to be in there. Getting bodied by the shrimp a smidge, but taking care of it. Black Squall gonna be a part of the perfect 12 club, rounding that one out with a very good average time, I'm sure.
Yep. So Fab moving into the demon fight. Dusty just bzzz the clown nose. Let's see. This is a really, really important kill here for Fabricator. Ops to kill the tail. I kind of like that.
Axel taking a game over in 6-2 at the very end. But Fab did it, buddy. He got himself that demon kill, and with a whole stack of health, it looks like. So he did a pretty good job.
Right. Yeah, that's huge. He really, really needed that, especially from a points position. As you know, we finish out this 3rd round. Dusty, similarly, you know, we want. Oh, wow, really impressive tail jump there. Nice clean demon kill. That was very good.
And looking at the results, it looks like I'm getting word that race 2, the frame counts. Dusty getting 3rd place with a 13 flat, Fab with a 13.03, so he got 4th in that race.
It'd be interesting to see 1 + 1 + 1 is 2 plus.
Yeah, we're gonna start doing some long division here to work with.
Mm-hmm. We'll get to the Axel taking an unfortunate death in Hell's Hallway there, but yeah, we'll get the math sussed out here in the results shortly. So we watch Classy and Axel finish up Act 6.
Nice Jackio kill from Classy on that one, and Axel into the final screen of 6-2, trying to meet that sub 15 cutoff time as best as possible here. Oh, unfortunately, getting another game over. That's probably going to be it. You're not going to be able to finish it in that amount of time at this point, unfortunately, with 3 bosses and 2 stages to get through.
Yeah, it's just too much game to surmount at this point.
And Classy closing it out there. Very, very solid performance from Classy across the board here. Very impressive.
Yeah, agreed. Like we discussed, some of these tier 4, tier 5 runners that some of us may not be super familiar with or didn't participate in the NRL last year, really showing up, but showing out.
Very, very nice. Okay, so that's going to wrap up this race, I believe. We got a couple seconds left for Axel. See if we can get through Hell's Hallway and conquer those demons at the end of 6-2. But it's right now. The question is going to be for second position. Will it be Fab or will it be Dusty? Fab did everything he could. He got second in this race. So he did what he could, but Dusty kept fighting back, and no matter what he was faced with, was it enough? Is the question.
Right, yeah, Dusty taking a death again, I believe, and still managing to finish in a top 3 podium position. I think that happened to him twice, so a really impressive performance, being able to kind of roll with those deaths, things that can be really, really tilting and make it difficult to continue performing.
And there it is. We hit the 15-minute mark here. Axel did make it to 6-3, so being able to get through that 6-2 hurdle on that side. But we're going to work on getting the next group ready and set up for that. Let's take a gander. Once we have the results posted. And we'll take a small break in between groups then, folks, for this one that we'll talk about here momentarily. But Finn, what a wonderful set to start the day with. I really enjoyed this one.
Yeah, it was tight. I was very surprised at the beginning, it finished so cleanly, but things definitely got spicy in rounds 2 and 3. Looking at the results here, Dusty finishing with a 13 flat in round 2, Fabricator with a 13.03, earning 2 and 1 point respectively. So looks like Fab's going to be moving on with a total of 7 points. Dusty with a total of 6. Very, very tight margin. Very, very fun and very, very interesting performance to watch from both runners.
Looks like there may be a incorrection here on the slide that shows Classy having 3 points. Classy actually got 4 out of this one with that second place finish and that fourth place finish here, it looks like.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and we'll have some words with Seamless Link after the event's over.
Just notice that while looking at it overall. So I'd say 4 points for a tier 5 runner, though. That's pretty fantastic either way. So big shouts to Classy. Axel had a pretty rough time of it. Dusty, a lot of perseverance and battling back from some unfortunate deaths. But Fabricator holding on, and we'll be moving along alongside Blackswell into the top 16. That's two of the 8 slots for today that have been filled on this one, friends. So Bloody Moth is in the books. Squall and Fab can now finally relax and continue helping out the NRL today. Like I said, they're part of the NRL staff doing their thing, but they'll be going on to next week for this one. Squall with a hell of a showing, though. All 3 of those runs were just absolute heaters. Going to be very, very high seeded going into the next week. But Finn, we're going to take a quick break here. But Finn, Mass Devil coming up. Oh boy, that's going to be a real treat. I know that's going to be a fan favorite going into this one, and a lot of people have been talking about this.
Yeah, absolutely. Don't go anywhere. Stick around. The one, the only, the man, Cowboy Arcus. He'll be here leading the Mass Devil, currently second place in the world, PB 1136. Can be very entertaining to watch.
Keep it here, folks. We'll be right back. Welcome back, friends. NRL 2022, day 2 of the group stages here. We're back after a very exciting opening round that we had, and we've got a real fan favorite one coming up here for this one. Finn, how are you feeling after that first round?
Good, man. It was very entertaining to watch. Quite the heater between Fabricator General and Blind Dusty. Really, really close between the round 2 frame count and that final third race. Dusty unfortunately taking a death, which sealed the deal for Fabricator General to move on to the next round next weekend. But yeah, moving into the Mass Devil group here, I think people are going to be excited.
Oh, I can only wonder as to why there, Finn. So let's kick things off with this one. Let's do it in reverse order this time, Finn. What's the tier 5 runner for this group?
Sure. So ZG, I think, is pretty new to running Ninja Gaiden. Actually, has a PB of 13:16, and that was 2 days ago. So very exciting to see somebody running and practicing so recently. Followed up by a runner named Snowman. PB of 12:33, also really recent, 1 week ago. Another runner, Sideswipe, 12:20 PB 3 weeks ago. So all three of those runners, while they might be lower tier or have a lower PB than some of their competition, all very, very recent PBs, very active currently in the game. Second position here, SSR, played in the NRL last year, finished 11th. PB 1204, but their last PB that they logged and submitted on SRC 4 years ago. So you have to wonder, how much they've been playing the game recently and if they've been adequately preparing for this event. And then first place in the Mass Devil group, the one, the only, the Cowboy Arcus, participated in NRL last year, finished in 4th, had a really, really awesome third place match against the Retro Runner. Retro Runner was able to take that down. Arcus has been grinding this game for quite a few months now, has a brand new PB, 11:35.883, second place in the world, only to the Retro Runner, and that PB was logged just 1 week ago.
Wow. Arcus. Did somebody say Ninja Gaiden, Finn? Because that's what we're here for. Yes, the one, the only Arcus, the fan favorite, one of the OGs. Definitely cannot understate the achievements that he's made. But we have 5 wonderful, talented runners, all off, and here we go, Finn. First race of the Mass Devil group. We'll see what we have to see here. So, will we see any more of that tier 5 magic on this one? Is the question. Will ZG surprise us and shock us and find some room on the podium?
Yeah, I think there's certainly a potential for that. Like I said, these bottom 3 runners of this Mass Devil group all seem to have been playing a lot recently, logging PBs as recently as 2 days ago. So be interesting to see how ZG, Sideswipe, and Snowman stack up against this really stiff competition between Arcus and SSR.
Yeah, I mean, you have to imagine anything like tier 2 through 4. You know who you're running against at this point. You're kind of thinking, well, Arcus being the odds-on favorite to take that first slot, it kind of reduces your chances of potentially moving on, because all you have to worry about is just getting that second position as best as you can. But Absolutely. Hey, this is Ninja Gaiden. Anything can happen. Literally anything can happen. No one is immune. Doesn't matter how many times you play the game. That global timer can throw things that you've never seen before. Mm-hmm.
So the runners moving into the beginning of Act 2 here, we saw them make quick work of the boss of Act 1. That was because they had a sub-weapon Spin Slash. Spin Slash infamously doing damage every frame that the hitbox is active. NES games running at roughly 60 frames per second. So Spin Slash really melts those bosses and enables the runners to make quick work of them.
Now we see people doing those double jumps. You want to talk about that, Finn? Why do we need 2 jumps to kill? Why do you think that 1 would be enough?
Right. So doing a double jump like that, Arcus calls it a good bzzzt. That enables you to just start hitting the enemy with the hitbox a little sooner, a little quicker, rather than walking up to them and starting the jump animation once you've reached the enemy. So spinning into them, getting a few hits off, and then doing another rising jump enables you to shave a few frames there.
Very good. We're going to have to be mindful in the second race what the delays are as far as how things are starting here. SSR and Arcus pretty close together from what it looks like. ZG working their way down as we go into 2-2 here. It looks like everyone's picking up the fire shield there, so not having to worry about those low percent strats. Those slashes can be extremely tight, so you can miss it.
Arcus with a really, really good reaction to a God Hammer there. Was so close to being knocked into the pit. Fortunately, he gets to keep moving through this final screen of 2-2, getting what I believe he would call good bleeps and bloops, but that was incredibly close.
You have to think that in his time and his experience, he's seen that exact hammer happen before and knew exactly how to react to it.
Speaking of deaths, unfortunately, it looks like ZG did take a death. We missed it. He does lose Spin Slash, but he's able to get it back here on the final screen of 2-2. Looks like he has enough Nimpo to finish out the screen without issue, but that is going to set ZG back a little bit.
Yeah, it's more of a moral hit than anything else at this point. That you're just got, you have to get it back. You can still Spin Slash bomber head, but it's tough to come out here after waiting to do the first race of the day, and then have to fight an uphill battle already.
Yeah, taking a death like that can be a little demoralizing, especially in the first race when you've got those nerves, you know.
Yeah, well, which oddly enough, we're not really on display in the former group. The first race went really well, then the second one just went way off the rails. So
right. I mean, that's Ninja Gaiden.
That is Ninja Gaiden, exactly. It's not only a game or a mindset, it's also a health condition, apparently. But that being said, let's move on here into 3-2. I'm fully expecting to see more Bumble, Stumble, Tumbles, Rumbles, whatever they might be at this point. Oh, actually, wow. Sideswipe just getting hit by all the hammers you can possibly get hit by there in the opening. So Global Timer not being kind to them. Yep,
Arcus taking a little bit of a knockback. SSR going for an old school boost strategy. Arcus looks like he's opting for the Bumble Tumble. Looks like Sideswipe also just going for an old school boost strategy here.
Nice Basker kill from SSR. I think that was a standard.
Arcus also with a nice standard. Yeah, different Massacre kill options being available to the runners there. Standard kind of being the default kill pattern, the easiest of the quick kills to execute, which is not easy by any means.
Oh wow, that's the overstatement. I never liked the name of that overall. That the standard kill sounds very mundane, but if you try it yourself, the execution is still extremely tight.
Yeah, absolutely. And a lot of runners get hung up on learning strategies like that. They think, oh, you know, I've seen the Retro Runner do this. I've seen Arcus do this. I need to learn that kill. And actually, you don't even really need a standard kill until you're probably sub 12, maybe even trying to shoot for like an 11-4. So, you know, don't get hung up on trying to execute some of these incredibly difficult strategies for the minor time saves.
I guess that also kind of leads into the conversation that a lot of people tend to focus on, well, you know, climbs and mashes and boss kills and stuff like that, but you can have a really low time without having climbs, without doing the standard kill, and without even knowing how to mash. Even if you know how to cancel a sword slice once and do 3 in a jump, you can get a very nice kill on Jackio and on the demon, no less, without having any mashing ability whatsoever.
Yeah, I think that's something that's kind of a little understated, is just how much time you can save through efficiently routing through, you know, just the stages themselves. While you can save an enormous amount of time learning proper mash style for the boss fights, you know, just having really clean stage routing can work wonders for your time.
SSR falling down there after the boost, and look at this, we got a sync here, Finn. Look at this.
Nice.
It's like watching a mirror between the two here. Very, very nicely done. Let's see how they handle this section though together. Oh man, you love to see it. Look at this. And the boost in sync.
Arcus actually saved a little bit of Nimpo here, and SSR going to be kind of rolling the dice on this hammer bro as to whether or not he gets a favorable pattern. He is able to sneak through without any issue.
And we're syncing the door frame for frame on the screen there on that one.
Snowman and Sideswipe also kind of neck and neck as they move through the last part of 4-3 here. Ooh, Sideswipe. Oh, they both eat hammers, kind of on the same global timer there.
A different kind of sync.
Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like Sideswipe. Oh no, Snowman actually taking a death. He just got so balled up by all the hammers and the, I believe what you call the Rambos, the Stallones.
Yeah, the Stallones, man, just going in there. So those Stallones, by the way, I think they do 2 damage per hit, so that they actually can do a lot of damage very quickly. And the way that their cycles work can be real rough.
I just realized this means Snowman doesn't have Spin Slash for Kerberos. There's nowhere to get it on that last screen. It's going to really set him back, unfortunately.
Yeah, not getting that damage that you want. If you can get 3 or 4 optimal jumps with major mashes, that you can get what we refer to as a pedestal kill, where Kelbros doesn't even move. But that's a lot of low percent expertise that you kind of need in some tight execution.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to come back from. Arcus and SSR are already moving into the first screen of 5-2 here as Sideswipe and ZG navigate what we call the Rage stage, one of the longest and most difficult screens in the game.
It's pretty incredible to see that Arcus and SSR are just kind of running their own race at this point and just going for it as best as possible. But you know, SSR overcoming and hanging in there with Arcus at this point and saying, hey, you know, I might be tier 2, but you're gonna have to work for this. Yeah,
that's something that I was about to say. Kind of really impressed by SSR so far. You know, like we discussed prior to the group starting, last PB was 4 years ago, which I haven't even been speedrunning for 4 years. So really impressive to see their performance thus far, kind of keeping pace with, you know, one of the GOATs.
Yeah, and you know that there has to be that additional nerves of like, hey, you know who you're going up against. There's no joke about it. But the fact that you can kind of hang at this point, at this level, on this stage, like, this is pretty impressive overall. So SSR putting in some serious work, definitely doing things. Nice spin there to take care of that hammer. Their nice insurance policy, and it paying off.
Marcus nails the SP boost. SSR gets a little hung up. See what his backup is. Just a second. Sorry. Gonna climb up the ladder. A little bit of a time loss there.
Yeah, this screen right here is deceptively also very scary. Those bazookas you have to kind of deal with as far as like spinning things go. Like if you're off by just a tiny little bit there, you can get knocked back very, very quickly. So that, especially with low percent, if you don't have spin slash to go through there, that could just be a complete nightmare.
Yeah, absolutely. We discussed it last round, but 5-3, like you said, is kind of like Hell's Hallway, the stage.
Effectively, yes. Speaking of here, hey, Arcus and SSR starting stage 6, and looks like Sideswipe not too far behind either at this point. So looking like that's your podium picture here, with ZG trying to make their way up to Malth. And unfortunately, Snowman taking a death there, but hey, at least they'll get spin slash back. But right now, looking like they're going to be contending for 5th.
Yeah, that was really late into 5-2. You can see them kind of just pausing in place here, wondering, do I want to finish this out, or should I just maybe take a bathroom break, collect myself, grab a snack?
Yeah, sometimes it's okay just to kind of compose yourself, just take that breath and just be like, you know what, I got 2 more races to get through. Look at Slush Filter again, like he DNF'd in the first race and still moved on in his respective group. So it's not impossible. It can happen.
Arcus with a nice, clean, crispy long ladder climb as he moves into Hell's Hallway. SSR hung up there before the ladder. Still right on Arcus's heels, though. Could just come down to the final boss fights, honestly. But Arcus has been so good and so consistent at both the Jackio and Demon fights. It'll be difficult to eke out any kind of advantage against him there.
And Arcus going into our final stretch, 6-3. SSR not too far behind, getting that boost off that Gremlin, looking real good. And good boost there for Arcus on 6-3. Looks like Snowman kind of throwing it in for this one, just waiting for the next race to start. ZG entering 6-2. Sideswipe kind of hung up here in the moment, but going into, not going for eggs Benning.
So chat raises an interesting point that I kind of forgot about from last year, and that's that Arcus pretty much always skips the tail in these race events, at least in the first couple group pairings. So if SSR goes for a more aggressive kill against Jack and the Demon, might be able to kind of, sneak out some advantage there.
Right, Arfin. That is a good point here. We'll see how things work out. I'm not sure what Arcus's race strats are for this year. We'll see how things play out. Obviously, a very consistent mash.
Ooh,
very fast.
With the death there.
Oh, unfortunate there in 6-2, so no spin slash for Sideswipe to go through. Wow, that's a lot of S's for Sideswipe going into the Clown Nose. Gonna have to mash that one out. Arcus going for the plate kill. Oh, almost had it, almost.
So it looks like SSR accidentally grabbed Firewheel there on the final screen of 6-3, so they had to mash out the Clown Nose, which is going to give Arcus a huge advantage in this final fight sequence.
SSR doing the left side Jackio fight. Here we go with the Demon on Arcus. 3-jump head.
Yep,
and killing the tail. Nice little dodge of the shrimp there.
Yep.
Adjusting and nicely executed. Arcus going to be taking the win here on race 1.
SSR moving into the demon fight. 3-jump head kill. Let's see. Yeah, he just opts for a nice jump rope. Kind of getting beat up here by the shrimp, though. Aggressive patterns. Really needs to.
Ooh.
He starts
Okay.
killing the tail.
Danger moment here. Whoa. Oh my god. Oh no. Whoa.
Oh no. You hate to see it.
And this is exactly why. I'm going to point this out right now. I'm sorry, Snowman. This is why you continue. That if you can
That's
do that
true.
and that happens, like, it's not over until it's over.
That's true. Yeah, giving away that free equity. Snowman could be sitting on a point moving into round 2, but you see start playing again. Oh, that's good. That's good
Oh
stuff.
my goodness. Wow. Well, that being said there, so SSR taking that, and guess what? Sideswipe right now, looking
Health
like going to be taking that silver.
Yeah, that was very, very fun to watch. I did not expect that at all. Sideswipe, close call there. Only 3 bars of health as they finish up the demon. Like we said, with Ninja Gaiden, especially these final bosses, anything can happen.
Well, I got to say that side swipe swiftly swiped the silver from this situation.
That's a tongue twister.
Yeah, I had to think about that one for a little bit. But anyway, nonetheless, here, congratulations to Sideswipe taking the silver on that one. Very, very well done. SSR having to make the climb back up there, but I think it's going to be too little too late. Tier 5 magic in full effect. Let's go, ZG. Getting the bronze on the podium. I was talking about it, and we got it. ZG, Tier 5 magic getting that bronze in this opening race.
Yeah, things are getting a little shook up here. I don't think the results that everyone is expecting to see. The beginning of the race was really shaking out by the book. We saw Arcus and SSR kind of nipping at each other's heels, kind of neck and neck through the entire event. And we get all the way to the final bosses, and SSR takes an unfortunate death, sending him all the way back to the beginning of Act 6. And like we said, Snowman opted to stop playing because they thought they were out of the running. And if they had continued on, they'd probably be sitting on an extra point here moving into round 2. So quite the shakeup for round 1. Not really, I think, the conclusion that anyone would have guessed happened, but here we are.
Yeah, I can understand the concept behind it. Again, the mental game is something that you can't really see at this point here because we don't have, not everyone's like mic'd up. We don't have all the audio coming through, but like there is some psychology that happens here with it where it's like, well, you know what? They're going to run their race. There's no way I can catch up. But this is Ninja Gaiden, and the demon is a truly great equalizer at the end. And that whole stage, that is the biggest deficit and time loss you can possibly have in the entire game, full stop.
SSR could die again. Snowman probably really kicking themselves.
Here's the problem, though, Finn. The 15 minutes have already happened.
Oh,
Both
you're
SSR
right.
and Snowman will be taking a DNF.
That's huge. That's really, really unfortunate for SSR. That's going to have such a huge impact in their standings moving into the rest of this.
Yeah, that
the rest of this
definitely hurts.
round.
Taking now again, I have to point out Slush Filter, not impossible to come back. SSR clearly has the ability to do so. So this is far from over.
Yeah, you have to wonder how that's going to impact their mentality moving forward into round 2. Some people struggle with nerves, some people struggle with frustration, and if you experience something like that, sometimes it can be difficult to regain composure. So hopefully they're able to shake that off, and I don't think that's a performance that's indicative of their skill level, and they can just kind of move forward, play their game.
Right, you are, Finn. So looking at the times here that are being reported, Arcus cutting the 12, even when cutting the tail, 11:58. Posting on that one, Sideswipe taking the silver with a 13:03, and ZG, the tier 5 magic in full effect on the podium, getting that bronze with a 13:46.
Yeah, Arcus is 11:58 with the tail kill. Really impressive. Tail kill, I think, is about 6 or 7 seconds. So that would kind of tie Arcus for, I think, the fastest performance we've seen so far. I think Pensive Moves yesterday put up an 11:51. So very, very solid first outing from Arcus. Going to be hard for everyone else to keep up with him.
You know, I was kind of concerned at a moment there where I was actually going to comment, like, you know, that if Arcus is going to cut the tail in all 3 races, yeah, that's a few seconds you're kind of leaving on the ground there for the averages for the seeding for next week. But showing me that even taking that additional time, like, he's still very much in the hunt for those top seeding positions for next week already. At this point, even just taking those consistent strats, the man just can't be stopped.
Yeah, I think that's something to be mindful of, something that we didn't really explore a lot last year, and we still probably aren't talking about enough this year, is how average race time does affect your seeding in the groups moving forward. And I think that, you know, that can be huge for some of these runners, like we discussed last round. It can be the difference between your tournament life, you know, getting seeded into a group with Arcus or the Retro runner versus being seeded in a group where the top seeded runner's time is, you know, above 12 minutes. That could make a huge difference. So Arcus really kind of, you know, saying, I'm confident in my ability to perform moving forward. I'm going to sacrifice a little bit of time here for safety, but I don't need it for seeding because I know, you know, I know how good I am and I know I can compete regardless of my seeding or my opponent's seeding.
Yeah, there's a level of confidence that kind of goes with that. As far as, you know, it doesn't really matter. You could be seated at the very bottom for next team or next group. You're just getting that buy-in to the top 16, just making sure that you qualify. That's the primary focus here from what it looks like.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's, you know, a good approach. You really want to be safe, and, you know, like we saw, you want to make sure you're advancing. You want to make sure you're living through those Act 6 boss fights, because deaths there can be incredibly costly. It can be the difference between, you know, finishing second or posting a DNF.
So the story here out of the gate is pretty impressive to me. Just the fact that we had ZG get on the podium there, Sideswipe stepping up and hitting above their weight class there and taking the silver, even though they're a tier 3 runner on this side. This is very exciting to me that we could have an interesting shakeup, but SSR definitely not going to be taking this lying down and be coming back here soon and in better form for race 2 and race 3, I have to imagine.
Yeah, like you indicated, you know, we saw Slush Filter start off with a similar performance yesterday, and Slush was able to clutch it out. We also did see, however, though, PGH Guitar Guy start off with a similar performance yesterday, and unfortunately, you know, he wasn't able to finish. So I'm assuming there's going to be some added stress for SSR, you know, with the DNF, with the 0 points, how that affects, you know, these final 2 rounds of the group.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of stress here on pretty much everybody at this point. That was a pretty stressful first round, but we're going to work on getting set up for the next one, friends. We'll see once the timer is away, and pay special attention to see what the gaps are looking like when they start.
Yeah, just working on the back end, getting the racers readied up. You know, some of them might need to take a bathroom break, things of that nature. But Retrophile, I want to talk for a second here, and I know it's because we're in the fan favorite group, this Arcus group, but we're over 500 viewers at the moment.
Wow! Hey,
yeah,
we knew it'd be a big day, that's for sure.
Thank you so much, everybody, for hanging out with us.
Agreed. Glad to have you all here. I mean, it's a wonderful celebration of the community and the game that we're all here and we love and enjoy. A lot of wonderful people involved on all sides here. The runners, the people working on the staff, the viewers, you guys here as well. It's just a lot of love across the board here. We're just here to have a fun time overall. The competition is here. It's fierce. It's bringing out the best in people, and we want to keep it that way for sure. So let's keep things loving and supporting across the board, and glad to have everyone here for a wonderful ride. Again, kick back, relax. Lots of racing to happen today. Not just this group. We got 2 more groups after this. We've done 1 race. We have 8 more races today, Finn. 8 more to go through, no less. Yeah,
a lot of content left in the day. So please stick around. Speaking of, we, I think, are about to get things underway. Should be starting here momentarily. 60-second warning was out to the racers. Should be kicking into gear here in just a second.
Yeah, many more surprises to come, that's for sure. So we're watching once the gun is away, watching the timer once that kicks off, and trying to track who resets when. Basically, the way it works is once that timer on their side gets down to like -3 or so, that's when they're allowed to reset and get into it. We'll see how things turn out on that side.
All right, here we go. Let's look for the delay and see how everybody's screens match up. Looks like SSR about to quite a bit of a head start here, probably a few seconds ahead, while Sideswipe looks to be a little delayed.
Yeah, pretty close across the board, but definitely a marked head start for SSR as far as the timing goes at this point. So I'll keep that one in our back pocket there. If Arcus and SSR are matched up pretty closely, that would mean that Arcus has the advantage.
Right, you are. So Retrofile, I kind of want to take things a step back here. We have, like we discussed, almost 600 viewers. I'm assuming that not everyone is familiar with, this game and this speed run. But Ninja Gaiden for the Nintendo Entertainment System, devved and published by Tecmo in 1989, action platformer with a sub-weapon ammo system. Not the first game to do it, but definitely one of the fastest, really snappy ninja-like movement. But one of the primary focuses of this speedrun is getting this spin slash sub-weapon that we discussed previously, deals damage on every frame. So you're going to see these runners trying to secure that weapon and get the necessary ammo to use it. And that's going to allow them to really route through some of these screens that are so enemy dense and so projectile dense, and allows them to also make quick work of these bosses. That is the primary focus of this speedrun, is securing spin slash, getting that ammo, and being able to kind of bob and weave and slice through all these enemies with spin slash.
So one thing I want to throw out there, Finn, real fast, while we were talking there, the SSR got stuck in the Tyson tornado there and basically equalized everything across the board. Got stuck there for a few seconds. Their health took a beating as they were just trying to get out of it as best as possible. They jumped over it, I guess. He hopped down and just started just beating on them at this point. But so SSR is gonna be a little flustered here going into 2-2.
Yeah, unfortunately, health is not a huge bottleneck for Act 2. You don't really see many runners die to damage in Act 2. If people are taking deaths in Act 2, it's typically going to be to falling in a pit. So, and actually, I forgot there's actually a health pickup there. So SSR back to full health as they navigate through this fire wheel screen of 2-2.
Arcus just running his race at this point, but everyone pretty much on the same section here in the opening, which is great to see. We're going to be coming in here to Bomberhead. There's that spin slash you were talking about, Finn, and we'll be seeing another double jump kind of entry into Bomberhead, as we saw with the Barbarian there in the opening. We don't really see that elsewhere, and I guess one thing we should note with the upcoming Stage 3, no spin slash to be found on that one.
Yeah, really interesting. The only stage in the game where spin slash isn't available is Act 3. So you're going to see the runners actually kind of making use of a variety of sub-weapons. Arcus, you'll see here, he's going to be picking up a shuriken that he's actually going to throw and get a power-up, which actually is called the Fire Wheel, which is great for the Act 3 boss fight. So there he throws a shuriken, Fire Wheel drops, picks up the Fire Wheel's enemies so he can progress up the ramp, and he's going to be using this Fire Wheel to kill the Act 3 boss.
I like that race safe strat that Arcus just used there. As soon as he picks up the Fire Wheel, he throws it to take care of two of those three people that are kind of in his way there before he gets to that staircase to take care of the final two there overall. So very nice and clean, doesn't really cost much time. Looks like he's going for a double bird boost here.
Yeah, I love double bird boost. Probably the swaggiest trick in the whole run, honestly. It looks so good. It's so unnecessary. I think it saves like 0.2, but man, does it feel good when you nail it.
At the cost of 6 health, no less. And if doing the Bumble Tumble on top of it, that's 9 health he's sacrificing to birds here.
Yeah, that's something we haven't really talked about, is if you are, using that double bird boost and the Bumble Tumble, like you said, where health isn't typically a concern in 3-2, all of a sudden it does become a realistic concern.
So small development here. ZG looks like accidentally picked up a power up and didn't mean to. Had to take the low route to get the backup fire wheel here in 3-2.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's going to lose him a little bit of time because you have to go a little out of the way to grab that backup. Oh, and he.
There we go. The cliff claiming a victim.
That's one of, if not the worst death, really, outside of the final bosses. It's either this or 5-1, the rage stage, but that's a huge death. He basically played the entire screen. Yeah,
that's unfortunate. That's a long slog, and then having to take the low route a second time if you don't want to do low percent massacre, which is by all means, that's not free.
Right,
that's a scary fight.
Yeah, I was surprised earlier when we saw a couple runners take a death at Butt Clinch Cliff and then opt for a low percent massacre fight. I would personally always go en route for the fire wheel, because that fight is incredibly difficult as it is.
So ZG coming up here again. Looks like ZG not opting for the bumble tumble, but getting the safety cliff the second time. Didn't really pause too much, just opting to just jump and slash and kill the bird there. But that's kind of scary. That's a tighter jump than what you might think.
Yeah. So it depends on kind of like the global timer and the clubber who spawns on the cliff edge. That kind of dictates their movement pattern and how they spawn and how they move. And there actually is a pattern that you can get that makes that boost impossible to do. It's incredibly rare. Like, I think in all of my PB attempts when I was running this game, I probably got it like once or twice. But I mean, when you're racing, you don't really want to bet it all on black like that. So that's why people have come up with so many of these different backup strategies.
So looking at the current standings here, Arcus way out in front from what we're seeing here, all within 4-3, but not an insurmountable gap at this point. Like, it's not something where if he makes a few mistakes, Sideswipe will be right there. We know SSR has a bit of a head start on this one, so I think actually right now Sideswipe looking to be in second position by a tiny margin over SSR, but Snowman also in the hunt, it looks like.
Yeah, I think Arcus and Sideswipe probably out in first and second, and then SSR and Snowman probably incredibly close for third place here, because like we said, SSR starting off with a little bit of an advantage, and I think Sideswipe was a little bit slow.
Yep, still anybody's race here as we come into the rage stage, stage 5, where the pain starts. Nice manip there, Finn. You want to talk about what that manip was we just saw Arcus do?
Yeah, so you can see when enemies load, they kind of load, as soon as they spawn on the right side of the screen. And what that manip does is you actually kind of, you stall in midair, and it manipulates where that Hammer Brother spawns. And he actually falls a little bit down the pillar. And since he spawns lower, you can actually jump and damage boost up into him and climb on top of that pillar, rather than having to do like a manual wall climb up the side of it. So I think it saves about 0.3. It's not too terribly difficult to do once you get a good feel for it, so it is a time save that's worth exploring, and it's certainly race safe.
Looks like ZG took another death. He's sitting on 0 lives right now and having some difficulties with 4-3, but still has Spin Slash. Hopefully can take it there to Kelberos, as we're seeing SSR and Sideswipe going into 5-2 on the same time here on the broadcast. We know SSR is a smidge ahead, so I think that Sideswipe looking like he's in second, but not by much.
Yeah, Arcus is cruising. I'm not really keeping track here, but I think he could potentially be on PB pace. I don't think he's on world record pace, just due to the nature of the strategy selection, but he's cruising.
Well, we know that the pace today is not on his mind. He wants to kill the tail, taking some safer strats, bumble tumble and such. He fell asleep on the wall there for about a half a second during the climb. So just small things at this point. Just looking to be consistent. Unfortunately, Sideswipe taking a death at the lemon drop there, having a little bit of trouble getting hung up. That's going to put SR now firmly in second position, and Snowman now having difficulty in the same spot. Back-to-back deaths by Sideswipe and Snowman. You hate to see it, and Sideswipe taking another death in that, now down to 0. Game over is a possibility. May want to take one at the start of 6-3 or 5-3 there, Finn.
Yeah, gonna get on my podium a little bit and say, guys, the up and over is right there, and it's basically free. The lemon drop kind of up there in the butt clench cliff and eggs Benny tier of strats that you don't really need for a race setting. Those deaths are kind of on you.
So Snowman and Sideswipe both with 0 lives, both opting to go to 5-3, not taking the game over here. That's a big risk, trying to do this whole stage, the Hell's Hallway, the stage, as we've said. 5-3 to make it all the way to the end, and Sideswipe having some difficulties with the Jetpack Ninjas. There's his game over.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate, because now he has to play the whole stage, low percent, all over again. And like we discussed, this is basically Hell's Hallway, the stage.
And Snowman as well, almost instinctively did the reset there on the pack, but opting to go back into it, just keeping within it. But right now, Arcus in 6-2, SSR are starting 6-1. ZG in 5-2, 0 lives as well at this point. So trying to kind of battle back. This is a rough go of it.
Hey, like we saw though, with SSR's death on the final bosses, keep playing. Keep playing.
Yeah. Don't give in. Never give up. Never surrender. Death before dishonor.
Exactly. Arcus with a nice crispy ladder climb moves into Hell's Hallway.
And well executed there from Arcus through Hell's Hallway. SSR on his way. Sideswipe going into Malth. Oh, Snowman taking a death in that terrible screen. That screen is absolutely awful and horrendous when you're trying to do things low percent. ZG trying to work their way up. Still has Spin Slash in tow.
This is actually big for ZG, especially because of his performance last round. You know, the more deaths that Sideswipe and Snowman rack up and allow ZG to kind of close the gap, you know, he could kind of sneak into a podium position here if he just keeps grinding and he's kind of, you know, just working for these points, but could end up working out in his favor.
That tier 5 diligence and magic at that point. And I have to remind you there, Finn, ZG took a death, one of the most costly ones you can at the end of 3-2, and it's still in the hunt.
Right.
All right, Arcus now.
Flip-flop.
Gonna be going through the final hallway, final 3, let's go.
He's got Spin Slash, 5 Nimpo, gonna be making quick work of the Clown Nose here as he moves into the Jakio fight. See if he can get a plate kill.
That might be the first one of the tournament if possible. We saw Squall going for it, but I don't think one connected.
Yeah, so plate kill, 1.5 cycle fight here on the Jack. It looks like he already missed some hits. Yeah, I think he got a little mash locked. 2 cycles. Every time Jakio touches the left wall is a cycle. 3 cycles, 3.5. Needs 1 more hit. 4 cycles. A 4.5 cycle fight. It's a little rough, but you know he's still alive, still in first.
And here's SSR entering the final 3 as well. And let's look at the situation. ZG in 6-2. Sideswipe starting 6-3.
ZG getting beat up. His health's a little precarious to finish out the rest of 6-2 and 6-3. He also somehow has the Shirk, and he's only got 2 bars of health. Okay, he picks up Spin Slash, but it's going to be difficult to finish out Act 6 cleanly with only 2 bars.
Right, you are, Finn. All right, so Jakio taking it very safe on SSR's side.
SSR really needs to finish out this fight. His health's getting low. There we go.
Hell hallway for ZG. Sideswipe cruising through 6-3. The demon now will be the deciding factor for SSR. Let's see.
Yeah, hopefully he can close this out and kind of look at this opting for the tail kill. It's like, I'm not messing around this time.
Yeah, that's definitely a good idea after the opening of the last time.
Nice.
Much better on that one. SSR getting the silver medal there, and Sideswipe not too far behind onto the demon. ZG taking a death, unfortunately. Actually, no, that's the beginning of 6-3. Not too bad. That's a good time to take one.
Yeah, absolutely. There's still a Spin Slash on the screen. I'm assuming he knows about it. We saw some runners skip it yesterday, which is an interesting choice to me. Yeah, he grabs it. You can actually climb up the right wall there, but he opts to go back and do a quick flip-flop.
Right, you are. All right, so Snowman on their way to the final door. ZG not too far behind. Here we go, Sideswipe into the demon.
It's a little mash locked, 4 jump demon kill. Opts for a tail kill.
Tail.
I like that choice. Just kind of want to lock down the points that you have available to you at this point. Nice.
And a very, very cozy demon. As cozy as it can be.
Yeah, exactly. The shrimp didn't really give you any headaches. No pressure, really.
All right, focus shifting over to Snowman now against Jakio. Staying on the left-hand side. Nice clean kill. Pretty much textbook for that one. That's a good way to do that. Off to the demon. ZG making their way to Jakio. Get a little hung up on the wall there.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because I was going to say, you're going to spawn some extra enemies here, but he knows he can just hold forward and has the health to damage boost through the rest of the screen.
Opting to kill the tail. We've seen that as a commonality here in this race.
Yeah, he's still taking 2 shrimp hits. He doesn't have much health to work with. He's a hit away from... Ooh.
Oh, that was very scary. He had those iframes. That shrimp went right through his body at that point. But Snowman closing things out there. So looking like it's going to be Arcus in first, SSR in second, Sideswipe third, rounding out your podium. Snowman getting on the board in fourth. And hopefully ZG closing this out. No DNFs across the board here. But we're at 14:30 right now for ZG. He's got to go. He's got to make quick work here.
Yeah, it's going to be very close. It's kind of just enough time, but he would need a very, very quick demon kill.
I'm not sure how good his mash is. Let's see.
Right. I haven't really seen how he's approaching this fight. If he kills the tail, it's certainly out of the question. Yeah,
and
unfortunately, he
opting
won't
to
be
do
able
so.
to.
That timer's going to tick down. So unfortunately, ZG going to be taking max time on this one. Will be a DNF, but still in fifth regardless. Won't be getting any points. Just a matter of pride, but he'll close it out.
Oh, so close.
There it is. Yeah, it was really close. They're just a few seconds behind, though. ZG had to come back through a lot of adversity on that one, and I commend him for doing so. But there we go. The second race in the books, Finn.
Yeah, ZG still able to kind of just squeak in there right around the DNF time. He had a lot of deaths. So, like I said, he's been really scrappy so far. Be interested to see how things shake out. Let's take a look at these times. Arcus putting up an 11:56. SSR 12:47. Sideswipe rounding out the podium positions with a 13:33. Snowman with a 14:17. ZG with a DNF. But Arcus, really solid, very consistent so far. Combined for 8 points, looking for that clean sweep. SSR finding redemption from the DNF in round 1, is able to grab that silver medal and those associated 3 points. And then Sideswipe kind of giving SSR a run for his money. We talked about some of these lower tier runners rising up. Sideswipe with a nice 5 points, putting the heat on SSR and pressure as we move into round 3.
Yeah, that's definitely the eyes on right now at this point. That Sideswipe has a chance of potentially qualifying above SSR because of that DNF on the first race. So we'll have to see where Sideswipe and SSR fall on this one. Looks like that's ZG getting some points though in the first race, kind of nice, but potentially out of the hunt alongside Snow at this point. So I'm going to be keeping an eye on SSR and Sideswipe. Arcus looking pretty comfy going into this one, but potentially could have 3 back-to-back sub 12s for us here. Just shows the consistency.
Arcus was cruising. I think he was like a 1.5 off of PB pace at one point, kind of like all the way to the very end. So Arcus really feeling himself, really playing well so far. It can be difficult for other runners to keep up with him.
Yeah, very, very impressive work from Arcus, as we expected would be the case. But we got one more race to go here in the Masked Devil, and then we got the Jackio group on deck for our next group. We got 2 other groups for here, so we got 7 races left for this afternoon. But it's been a wonderful day of races so far. We'll see how this one shakes out. SSR versus Sideswipe, Finn. Who you got? What, you think it's going to be the upset, or do you think the SSR is going to come back here and dial it in?
If SSR can avoid some insanely costly deaths, I think his skill ceiling's a little higher. Showed some more aggressive, more consistent strategies that I think are going to give him a considerable advantage against Sideswipe. But like we've discussed, it's Ninja Gaiden. Anything can happen, especially with that global timer throwing patterns that you've never seen before in a race scenario. So I like SSR moving forward, but I'm not counting my chickens before they hatch.
It's going to take some work on both sides. We'll see what happens here with it. And ZG also still has some potential tier 5 magic to be the spoiler and cause a bit of a shakeup there between the two. So there's a few things. We'll see what happens with this one. Arcus potentially getting another sub 12, even with those safer strats, but definitely on a heater pretty much every single time, and definitely setting the tone.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're looking at another clean sweep here, which is going to make it a comparable performance to what we saw from Black Squall in round 1. And I think we had a couple other clean sweeps yesterday as well. Pensive Moose, Knucklebuster, and I believe one other runner that's escaping me at the moment.
Mr. Avis was the other perfect 12 that we had yesterday, which is pretty impressive across the board. The fact that we've had that many, just tier 1 dominance that we've had throughout, but the Cinderella stories and all the other fun narratives that we've had so far are definitely on full display. And this could be a fun shakeup here. So we've had a tier 5 qualify, a tier 4 qualify. Sideswipe could be the first tier 3.
Yeah, it's certainly possible. I've liked what I've seen so far. Pretty consistent. He did, take some unfortunate deaths in the previous round, but If he can clean that up, kind of eliminate those extraneous deaths and keep playing the game that he's playing, he certainly has a chance as we move into round 3. Like we said, I think SSR, just due to the nature of the strategy selection, probably has a little bit of an innate advantage, at least on paper. But there's a lot of pressure as we move into this final round. Especially if you're doing the math on the fly, keeping track of the points. I mean, what's at stake.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. The mindset going into, I think Arcus can be a little more comfy about it, but I mean, honestly, the man is I almost want to say Zen incarnate, but that feels to me that's like kind of like how Edo is. Edo is kind of like the Zen master, and we'll be seeing him later today on this one. But obviously, Arcus keeps his cool under all circumstances, and I think that also really lends itself to racing in a competitive scene like this too.
For sure. Yeah, it's funny that you said that because I was thinking, literally in my head, I was thinking comfy incarnate. But yeah, it certainly puts you in an advantageous situation. A lot of people don't have that luxury. It can be very difficult, let alone a race scenario, but just doing PB attempts in the comfort of your own home can be really difficult to quell some of those nerves, especially when you're on a heater of a pace. So it certainly is a skill in its own, and certainly puts him at an advantage, being Zen-like, being kind of comfy when the pressure is on.
Agreed. And this game can be absolutely infuriating and soul crushing. So, but hey, final race underway. Let's go. Looks like ZG gonna have a bit of a gap here. Maybe something going on with the capture there on that side. We'll get that taken care of. Maybe a little late start for ZG for what we're seeing. But that said, we'll see what's going on. Arcus, SSR, Sideswipe, and Snowman are away. And we're very excited to see how this final race shakes out. I'm not seeing any lazy Tysons here, though. Everyone getting the boost that they need to get.
Yeah, so ZG on quite the delay here, over 30 seconds, so we'll have to keep that in mind. But Arcus, SSR, Sideswipe, and Snowman, all pretty comparable start times, so what you see on the screen should be pretty true.
Yeah, that did look like a pretty good start there. So we'll keep ZG in mind for that one. That it's a major gap. So they're not that far behind everyone else at this point. Just running their race, doing their thing, and no lazy Tyson for them either. As we have the remainder of the pack starting stage 2-1.
Yeah, so runners moving into stage 2. They're going to be maneuvering. Oh, Arcus kind of getting beat up by this. There's a pit.
Wow.
That was interesting, actually. It was like he walked away intentionally to manipulate that enemy off the edge so he wouldn't get hit again. I'm not sure if that was intentional, but if it was smart.
Yeah, the little Jedi mind trick there to be like, hey, and then he just throws himself in the pit. He just punches himself right into oblivion.
Yeah, Arcus was like, please get off me. Just.
Yeah, exactly. Right you are, Finn.
But runners moving into the first screen of 2-1. There is a Hammer Bro here that can be a little problematic as you're trying to set up this swag star. SSR makes quick work of him. Let's see if Hammer Bro cooperates for everyone else. It's like Arcus and Snowman making it through cleanly. Sideswipe stars him away, so nobody having any problems there.
That windmill shuriken is honestly, that's one of the most impressive looking or just visually appealing things, not only just in this run, but I think just in most NES speed runs in general. It just looks so nice.
Swag star. Yeah, I mean, there's a reason it's called the Swag Star. It is a very cool strategy. It looks cool, feels good to do. But yeah, very, very fun strategy. I love stuff like that's found like that in speedrunning, where it's very easy for the viewer to pick up on what's happening, but it still looks so incredibly cool and feels good for the runner to perform and execute.
Exactly, right there with you. Bomberhead down on SSR and Arcus's screen here. They're pretty close, but also looks like Sideswipe and Snowman right in the hunt there as well. ZG looking good, getting a nice bat boost there. Always nice to set that up. And getting God Hammer, but getting boosted the right way there. Getting very, very lucky on that one. The Hammer Gods, I don't want to say smiling, kind of just some scorn for ZG, just making sure that he's aware that they're still out there.
Yeah, I don't know if the Hammer Gods ever smile in Ninja Gaiden.
No, they're always grumpy, man. They're never happy.
So SSR, go ahead.
Go ahead, Finn.
I was just gonna say SSR a little bit ahead of here, moving into Act 3, but Arcus and Sideswipe kind of right on his tail, really, really close race, and Snowman just a few seconds behind. So really, really tight group here in the final round of the Mass Devil.
I was going to have a little bit of conjecture here about, what would be an appropriate tribute to the Hammer Gods? How do you actually make them happy? What do you have to sacrifice? Oh, wait, I just figured it out. You have to sacrifice time. That's what you have to do.
I was going to say your life. You need to get in the pit. I think that's the only way they'll be fully appeased.
Oh my goodness gracious. Here we go. Arcus, though, not setting up the Bumble Tumble. They're having to jump the cats on that one, taking it extra safe.
Yeah, so that's interesting to me. Really, all that tells me is like Arcus is, comfortable with the strategies he's developed so far, because I know he's really capable of learning the Bumble Tumble quickly. It's not a particularly difficult strategy, but he's got what he's got, and he likes it, and he's comfortable with it, so he's just sticking to it.
Well, here's the thing, though. He did do it in the first 2 races there, so I'm going to guess that either something happened with one of the Bazooka people and just didn't set it up. He's like, you know what?
Sure.
This is my backup to the backup. Let's go.
You're right. I think I missed that. He probably missed the setup with the Stanley Slash or took a knockback or something. That tracks. You're right, because we did see him do it in the previous round.
SSR with a couple of climbs there up the long ladder, trying to save fractions of a second, trying to hold on to that lead. SSR, if SSR can somehow win this and take one there from Arcus, he's definitely going to solidify himself in that second position and keeping away, sideswipe the tier 3 spoiler from trying to get in there.
Yeah, also would be an incredible mentality boost as he moves into the rounds next weekend. If you're going into those rounds, taking a game off of Arcus, that'd be incredible.
Well, you know who you're going up against, that even if he's taking the safe strats, it's still an extremely formidable opponent. Sideswipe taking a death there in 4-2, unfortunately.
Not the first death we've seen there, and you have to wonder if more racers should, start adopting that little fabricator general pause that we saw previously in round 2.
Oh, look, that the Hammer Gods, though, not pleased even with the sacrifice. Not good enough.
Oh, he's in a bad position. He's lost Spin Slash. He's short on Ninpo. He's getting beat up on the bridge. Sometimes it's going to happen in 4-2, and when it does, it feels incredibly bad.
Yeah, that area actually has a lot stranger spawn points than you might see. You can have up to 3 or 4 birds that's all swarming you at once if things go badly enough.
Right. Thankfully, he does know where the backup Spin Slash is located, and he picks that up as he moves in the first screen of 4-3. So hopefully that'll set him up for success for the rest of the act.
Agreed. SSR now going into Kelebros, and Arcus not too far behind, knocking at literally knocking at the door as they high five in the Kelebros room. And looks like Sideswipe going to be getting there sometime soonish as well. Snowman just a smidge behind. We got a battle here for third. ZG also in there. Oh, getting bullied though. Drop down, have to go back around.
Yeah, I think that this is unfortunate for Sideswipe, and I think this, he would need kind of a miracle, but we have seen SSR take a death on the Act 6 bosses previously, so, nothing is too certain at this point.
Now, one thing I'm going to call out, unless something got synced back up, remember ZG had that major head start, that he wasn't a major delay that he had.
Correct.
At that point, so
I think ZG probably, not quite tied up with Snowman, but kind of right there with him, a little bit behind.
We'll see how that shakes out there at this point, but Arcus through 5-1. Oh man, Hammer Brother being very, very rough on Sideswipe. And SSR did take a death.
I must have missed that, unfortunately.
We clearly need more eyes, Finn.
It's hard. Ninja Gaiden moves so fast, and there's 5 screens. It's something that we haven't really talked about. Is there are a lot of these action platformers for NES with this ammo-based sub-weapon system. Ninja Gaiden not the first to do it. If you think about titles like Castlevania came out in '88, but Ninja Gaiden certainly one of, if not the fastest to do it. Ryu is so much quicker than characters like Simon Belmont. It's such a fast-paced game, especially given the time.
Simon Belmont versus Ryu Hayabusa. Who wins in a fight?
Well, so Ryu definitely has the speed and movement advantage, but God, is the sword so bad. Simon's whip never misses. There's no cottage cheese whip, and the range is incredible. So I think it's a pretty close fight, honestly. Ryu's got the moves, but man, is the sword rough.
I'm gonna start. People are gonna start picking sides in chat now, and I'm sorry, friends, but let's get back to the action here. Arcus in 5-3, getting through here nice and clean throughout. SSR entering 5-3 as well, so Arcus has a very comfortable lead at this point to kind of just cruise.
It was a rough hammer that he took there, but he had a really, really quick read and reaction and had the extra nimpo to spin through it. That could have actually been a death. He was right next to that pit.
Okay, so
SSR also with a great spin there, reaction read to the hammer as he went up to the ladder.
one thing to note, ZG taking a death here. Will not have spin slash going into 5-3. Snowman also took a death, it looks like, and doesn't have spin slash either.
Yeah, we've talked about this a lot. 5-3, not really the stage where you don't want to have spin slash. It's going to be really, really difficult for these runners to close out the rest of the act without game overing, just because, like you said, there's so many places to die. It's not so much damage, but there's so many pits to fall into and so many hammers being thrown at you.
Yeah, as we're seeing with Snowman's side, having to do some juking and jiving to get through that one as well. ZG trying to do their thing with one life in tow. SSR starting 6-1? Yeah, starting 6-1 at this point as Arcus is cruising through 6-2. Sideswipe fighting Malth. So real close to Snowman there for fighting for that podium spot. SSR just trying to maintain second position as best as possible.
Yeah, Sideswipe kind of right on its heels though. ZG taking another death.
That cat can be really rough, but there is a strat that if you don't know it, you can just basically just go jump across there, just do a vertical jump or neutral jump and jump that cat as soon as you get there.
Right, and that's something we talked about previously is, race experience and experience with other categories like low percent, etc. I know ZG is newer to Ninja Gaiden, newer to running the game, so I think that's just the lack of experience showing there. Not necessarily any fault of the runner, just doesn't have as much time, as many reps, but Ninja Gaiden, unfortunately, very, very cruel. You see him take another death there, but yeah, very, very cruel when it comes to not having access to the appropriate power-ups to do the routing that you want to do.
Agreed. But I mean, Ninja Gaiden, the game is just too hard sometimes, and that's just how it happens. But hey, I commend ZG for still keeping going here. Again, anything can happen here at the very, very end, and all it takes is a singular death, and he's caught right back up.
Yeah, right, you are. Like we've seen that in the previous rounds, but Arcus with a very sizable lead over SSR and Sideswipe, probably going to be looking at the clean sweep unless something catastrophic happens. He has looked great today. It's going to be really difficult for other runners to keep up with it. Ooh, Sideswipe.
Oh, there's a death from Sideswipe there, having to go back to the beginning of 6-2. Snowman now leapfrogging in the process.
Oh, that's rough. It's a really rough death to take.
Will Arcus get 3 sub-12s in a row?
Ooh, Sideswipe getting balled up again. There's shurikens everywhere.
Those jetpack ninjas are just not kind. Nice little center kill there. Not a plates, but still very, very nice there from Arcus. Nice, quick, and snappy.
Ooh, ZG's getting beat up. Okay, resets, finds the center. Good damage.
Arcus killing the tail on the demon. Nice dodges on the shrimp. Knows those patterns very well. Takes one hit. But here comes the mash. And here comes the waterfall on top of it. Wow, there it is. Arcus closing it out. Looking like this will be another sub-12 fin.
Yeah, I think he, played really clean. I didn't really see any huge mistakes from Arcus. I think he probably took a knockback here or there, but overall, very, very clean runs from Arcus.
Very, very nice. Sideswipe getting the boost at the end there, getting into 6-3. SSR now up against Jackio, doing some the 5D, just dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge.
4 or 5Ds, but yes, if he's able to close out this demon fight without issue, I think this is going to cement his advancement in the NRL tournament. Opts for the tail kill. I like it. He's learned from round 1. Just says, I know that I'm capable of taking this down. I just want to be able to see it through. And he does.
And does. Very nicely done there from SSR. Another second place finish to carry him forward on that one. And it looks like Snowman going to be the next one to tackle the final 3.
Yeah, Snowman kind of damage boosting the rest of the way through, has spin slash and the appropriate amount of ammo to kind of bzzzt through that clown nose, move into the second phase of these final boss fights. Be facing Jackio, see what his Jackio kill looks like.
Sideswipe also in there, gonna buzzsaw the clown nose.
Snowman with a nice reset. I really like when runners reset in the Jakio fight. They start to get, beat up by the flames or they take a jack body hit. I really like, especially in race settings, when you see runners kind of like find their center. I think that's a sign of, like a skill, and it shows some experience that you don't get to see a lot of the time. You'll see sometimes runners start freaking out and there's flames flying everywhere and they don't know what to do. I think that's the sign of a good discipline to have for race scenario.
Speaking of which, right when you said that, Snowman had just a flurry, a literal blizzard of shrimp that was coming down upon them at that point. But taking care of it there, Snowman redemption, by the way. 3rd position for them, looking real good. Let's see. Sideswipe on the demon, cutting the tail.
Nice little bob and weave, dodges shrimp.
And the thumbs up to approve from Snowman. And Sideswipe taking it down there, but we'll be taking 4th place in this one. I don't think that's going to be good enough, Finn, to qualify. I think SSR snaked this one out.
Yeah, I believe SSR and Arcus are going to be moving forward, and unfortunately, I don't think ZG is going to have time to wrap this up.
Yeah, unfortunately. So SSR, once again, that tier 2, just like Slush, taking a DNF in round 1, but potentially moving forward. We'll see what the final tolls look like. But in my mental thoughts here, I think we're good. We should be good for SSR to be that 2nd place.
Yeah, I didn't major in math, but this one seems pretty cut and dry. But yeah, like you said, I think that's honestly one of the big difference makers that separates, those like tier 1, tier 2 runners from the rest of the pack is, when they're presented with a scenario where they take some unfortunate deaths and maybe, finish lower than anticipated or even not being able to finish, they're able to bounce back quickly, especially people like Slush who have a lot of race experience.
Is ZG going to be putting on the final show for us here to wrap up this group here before we move on to a little break, and then before we go on to Jackio? This is the next group right here, Jackio, right here.
Yeah, the Jackio group coming up. We're going to have the Retro Runner, current world record holder of Ninja Gaiden.
Along with another cast of characters and more stories to be told through this one. Going to be very, very interesting. A lot of eyes on this one for today. Arcus, the odds-on favorite, and showing just why, truly worthy of that tier 1 section. Again, lots of clean sweeps that we've had, but I can't imagine that narrative is going to continue moving into next week with the amount of talent that are being put into the top 16. Yeah,
it's going to be really interesting to see Retro Runner's performance in the next group and how it compares to what Arcus just displayed. I think there's a lot of pressure.
Nice job to ZG, by the way, closing that out. Hey, one thing I'm going to note here, Finn, we had 2 DNFs in race 1, 1 DNF in race 2, and 0 DNFs. Well, technically, everyone finished up in this one, but yeah, we'll have a DNF here with ZG not making it under the 15-minute time limit, but still really quality work across the board, and looking like the times have been posted, and that is indeed a sub 12 for Arcus on that one. SSR in 2nd, Snowman in 3rd. And looking at it, SSR did indeed get the bye on that one. And this comes down to the fact that SSR's times were lower average than Sideswipe at this point. So that's where it stands.
Yeah, Sideswipe and SSR both having 6 points, but SSR having a lower time average overall.
So pretty close. But it comes down to the average for the tiebreaker on that one, but SSR moving on. So far, Sideswipe tried to be the ruiner on this one, to be our tier 3 to get in. We followed the tiers for the top 16, and we're going to be looking at the Jackio group here coming up here momentarily. But before then, friends, we're going to go ahead and take a quick breather and kind of gather ourselves. Everyone, get yourself a snack, get extra cozy, grab another blanket if you want, turn up the AC, and we'll be back here again soon, folks, with more action right here for NRL 2022. Welcome back, friends. NRL 2022, day 2 of the group stages here. The first round that we have. We are now in the Jackio group, the group 3 of 4 for today, friends. So still another one to come after this one as well, but a new batch of racers on the board. Perfect Finn. What a wonderful couple of groups we've had so far today.
Yeah, the last group, incredibly impressive performance from Marcus. You love to see it. Clean sweep, incredibly consistent times. I think he put up an average probably somewhere around 11:57 or so. Really, really strong performance. SSR just sneaking in at second place over Sideswipe. Both of them accrued the same amount of points through all 3 rounds, but SSR with a 7-second better race time average over Sideswipe, able to take down that second place position.
Yeah, just a few seconds to edge that out there, but that's the first point tie that we've had. That came down to that as the tiebreaker there, but still excellent performances from both SSR and Sideswipe in all 3 of those races.
Yeah, absolutely. So moving into the Jackio round here, we have the Retro Runner. He's current world record holder, first in the world with an 11:34.1. He's held the world record for, I think, approaching a year now, or is it over a year? It's just starting to bleed together, but he is no noob to the NRL. He participated last year, finished 3rd with a win over Arcus, actually. So he's going to be the top seed in this Jackio group and definitely the one to beat. Second place seed is Nate 2K Hacks. Current PB is a 12:06. That was 3 months ago. 3rd seed Yelleth. Current PB 12:24. 5 months ago. 4th seed Bumbledon, 12:48. That was a year ago. Be interested to see how Bumbledon performs if he's adequately derusted. And then rounding out the Jackio group is Beard Strength, current PB 12:44. And I saw that one. That was a big PB. I think it was over 30 seconds. He put that up just 3 days ago. Beard Strength, also a well-versed low percent runner. And you have to think that that's going to give him an advantage moving here into this race setting.
I mean, Beard Strength, known for low percent, literally has an emote in his collection that says low percent for days. So having that backup knowledge also has really helped him excel as a talented any percent runner, since he's picked that up as well just for the NRL at this point. He's kind of kicked it into high gear. So as far as that tier 5 magic is concerned, don't count Beard out by any means. I fully expect him to take a podium at some point today.
Yep. So we are underway. Looks like everybody pretty adequately synced up. Beard Strength slightly behind here, so I'll have to keep that in mind moving forward. But yeah, eyes on Retro Runner, like we said, fastest to ever do it, man. Are you ready to shred some games?
Keep on shredding games, Finn. Let's do this. Well, I'm very excited to see how things turn out today on the big stage. Retro Runner was also part of the NRL last year. But that was a different story back then. He feels like a brand new runner this year, and has continued to excel and improve. I don't think, if memory serves, the timeline lined up where he actually broke the record in September following NRL last year, and has held on to it since then, and also put up the best marathon performance ever at SGDQ just recently.
Yeah, Retro has had quite the year. Yeah, I was trying to remember. It was September of last year. So, and I think he's improved it like 6 times. So, Retro, really committing all of himself to the game over these past few years. And I mean, it showed. He's paid dividends. He's currently the best to ever do it. He's the fastest time. Probably, I would assume, the most world record improvements. He's been playing incredibly consistently. I've watched him develop these, race or no reset strategies over the past few months as he was preparing for GDQ. And I've watched him put up 11 3x times with race strategies. I've watched him put up 11 5x times with deaths. So, I mean, he's just really, really been zooming recently, and I expect nothing different here in the NRL.
Agreed. Yeah, this is another giant uphill battle for everyone just across the board, regardless of what tier you're in at this point. But there's going to be some major competition. A lot of talent here between tiers 2 and 5, going for that second position. Yelleth, though, getting bodied by that soldier, the cottage cheese sword in full effect there. That enemy alone is always a pain to deal with.
Yeah, I hate that Bob Barker. That's one of those enemies that's right on one of those. Oh no!
Beard taking a death there.
Yeah, but like we discussed, Beard Strength, no stranger to low percent, so I have no doubts that he'll be able to recover
Actually,
quickly.
I think he's doing low percent. He actually didn't even slash at the at the
Fire wheel.
the fire wheel there at all. Like that's just, it's so ingrained in what he does.
Mm-hmm.
That's swag.
I guess that's kind of the opposite side of the coin, right? Is you have to wonder if he's ever going to make a routing decision like by accident, like accidentally fall back on a low percent strategy when he didn't need to, and it could cost him, you know.
Yeah, he's picking up spin slash, so not true low percent there, but he opted twice to just forego that fire shield there, and that's just showing that low percent knowledge overall and trying to flex it there for sure. But Retro Runner wrapping up 3-1 as the rest of them go in there. I mean, there's a whole song that goes into 3-1 for Retro Runner that I'm sure this is ingrained in everything he does.
Yeah, I mean, if you know it, go ahead and sing along. But Retro doing an expert job moving through 3-1 with a no-stop strategy. Doesn't even go for the safety fire wheel, just very confident in his ability to hit those visual cues and make sure he lines up all those hitboxes appropriately.
So no double bird here for Retro Runner, but Nate's setting up for it here, jumping that bird there. Nice job. Looks like he's going to get it. Here we go.
Nice.
Nicely done.
Retro setting up for the Bumble Tumble here. Boop. Or sorry, Bew.
Bew, yes, exactly.
Let's see what kind of basket. Oh, he missed a flame input, so a little short of a standard. We'll call it like a good enough kill. That'll do kill.
The attaboy.
Yeah, I think that's the GDQ Massacre kill.
Yeah. Shout outs to Aquas for the good enough kill.
Yeah.
It's fantastic commentary during that run as well, and definitely an OG in the community here.
So Beard Strength a little behind here as he moves into the Massacre fight. Everyone else kind of neck and neck here, moving through 4-1. Retro Runner gets a nice bird boost. Let's see if it works out for the rest of the runners.
Clean climbs here from Retro on that long ladder.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering how he's ahead, and honestly, I think it is mostly his movement at this point. You know, I'm watching the strategies, and the strategy selection looks pretty comparable for most of these runners, but I think his Massacre kill plus his wall climbs is just giving him that edge so far.
Well, lots of murdering and killing happening in 4-2 at this point, as we have a bunch of people going into that. They'll be up on the bridge momentarily. I like that from Nate there. A very kind of a variation on what Fab did. Just stood on the edge there, did a Stanley slash, then jumped over the bat.
Yeah, I don't think that bat should cause as many problems as it does, but we've definitely seen it create issues for some of our runners. So like we said, if you can take those marginal time losses to ensure that you don't die, like you said, anything is better than dying. So
agreed. Consistency is key throughout, especially for all you got to do is just put up 3 good races, and then you can take a breather. But that is far easier said than done, especially with this game.
Absolutely. Retro kind of maneuvering through 4-3, slightly out ahead of the rest of the pack, but Nate2K, Bumbledon, and Yelleth kind of all neck and neck as they move through the first couple screens of 4-3. Going to be really interesting to see how that pans out as we move forward.
And bullet boost from Retro Runner. He'll be going to Kelbros here soon. And Beard Strength will be entering 4-2 or 4-3 to enjoy or to join the rest of the crew here momentarily. Yelleth hopping over Bumbledon there, getting pretty close. Nice little almost we got a sinker.
Yeah, all hitting a great bullet boost. Honestly, a huge time save, probably right up there with SP boost as far as one of the biggest boost related time saves in the run. It's incredibly easy too. You just got to keep holding forward.
Yeah, far more easy and consistent to execute that. I know. I was one of the first strats I learned, and SP boost is still something that eludes me.
So Retro Runner couldn't get the manip. The Hammer Bro didn't cooperate. So small time loss there, but still a considerable lead over the next 3 runners. Looks like most of the runners missing them nip for various reasons. A couple of them opted not to go for it. I think one was an execution error and another one was due to the Hammer Bro actually throwing hammers, and he can't be manipped while he's actively throwing hammers.
Beard Strength taking down Kelbros on that side. I almost half wanted to see him do a low percent Kelbros just to display the ped kill, which I know he's definitely able to do with those the consistent mash on those jumps and having that low percent experience. But Retro Runner into 5-2 then. Other folks here kind of just trying to keep up. Nate's also on his tail here as well. So yeah. not free.
Yeah, Nate, Yelleth, and Bumbledon all opted not to go for the 5-1 double bird boost. Played it nice and safe, waited, manipulated the bat spawn so they could get cleanly through Act 5-1. And that makes sense. Like we've said, 5-1, one of the longest, if not the longest screen in the game, be a huge time loss to take a death there at the very end. So smart strategy choice by those runners.
Nice lemon drop there from TRR, not going for the up and over. Nate getting hung up there a little bit, taking it slow after the dragon cannons there, so extending the gap a smidge. Yelleth and Bumbledon, though, right behind.
Oh, Nate's getting beat up by these birds. He's running out of health. You got to move, make a decision.
Sometimes if you get hung up on that up and over, that can be a detriment.
Yeah, because you keep respawning that bird over and over. And like we said, the bird, 3 points of damage really quickly melt through your health.
So look at this now. We have some serious competition. Nate, Yelleth, and Bumbledon all in the hunt for second position.
Yeah, very, very close. Nate, like we've said, little low on health. Really got to be careful in his strategy selection here as he finishes out 5-3. Like we've discussed, deaths here can be very costly. Can be really difficult to maneuver through this act without spin slash.
Ooh, beer with the flip flop and drop there, but got tagged by the bird. Oh no!
Oof.
Died at the very end of that one. Yeah, he got hit a little extra bit by the bird there, a little tag and go, and it could not take the Janet boost at the end there. Unfortunately, that's a tough ladder to climb without avoiding Janet trying to do it as fast as possible and got tagged. The good thing is it's a short screen.
And I don't think there's another spin slash available to him, so he's going to have to play out 5-3 low percent. But, you know, like we said, if there's anybody who can navigate these screens low percent, it is going to be Beard.
Retro Runner moving on to 6-1, and Nate taking down Malth, Yelleth taking down Malth, and Bumbledon. We're all in there. Look at this. Look at these fade outs. We're going to have 3 fade outs here on screen.
Yeah, Nate really clutched it out there. He was super low on health. He also, I think, missed SP boot. Oh, Beard straight taking another unfortunate death there. But yeah, Nate really clutched it out. He was kind of back against the wall with his health and the number of enemies on screen, but managed to see it through.
TRR taking an uncharacteristic knockback there from the dog at the top of the pillar there in 6-2, but has quite a lead here. But a few friends here knocking at the door in 6-2.
Yeah, absolutely. And like we've seen, you know, anything can happen. That being said, Retro Runner does have probably the most consistent and best boss skills in the biz.
Crispy climbs there for the long ladder. Again, Pensive Moose and Joker are going to be proud of those. That's for sure.
Yeah, you know, can't really overstate it how difficult that is to do, especially consistently. Because the big thing is if you mess up wall climbs, like sometimes you're losing time, but sometimes you're just dying. You know, you can fall off the ladder, clip through the ladder, etc. So
yeah, that can especially happen like during the transitions if you're not holding a certain direction, or if you're holding left on accident, you're gonna just pull off the ladder, because the way that Ninja Gaiden spawns you in, you're not already on the ladder, it just kind of drops through just a little bit away from the ladder. Yeah,
it turns out games made in 1988, not, you know, really known for being the most robust coding.
I'm sure Slush Filter could talk our ears off about exactly all the nuances and things that are in this code from him taking a look at it as well.
Absolutely. So it looks like Bumbledon actually a little ahead of Nate here now. I'm not sure. I didn't see where Nate had the time loss, but he's getting to this bird boost just a little bit before him.
Okay, all eyes on Retro Runner here for this one, taking down the Clown Nose. Will we see the first plate kill of the NRL?
I believe. I'm a believer. 1.5 cycles. Let's go. He didn't get any hits. He made me a liar. Oh,
he did. No, he snaked him in there. That is a plate kill, friends. 1.5 and he says himself, this is something he's known for, and this is exactly why.
Yeah, he doesn't have the fastest mash in the biz, but he has a very consistent mash, which is, you know, arguably more important. Is he rich killing? Oh,
wow, he almost got a perfect pair. Wow, what a run.
Yeah, that was very, very impressive. He almost had
this 11-4X.
Yeah, it has to be the fastest time of the event. His boss kills were too good.
Unreal. Now, speaking of boss kills here, Jackio here for all 3 of us on the crew here. Look at this. Here we go. It's going to come down to this.
Wow,
Bumbledon the first one to take him down.
Yeah, Bumbledon and Nate are very, very close. This is going to be insane to watch.
Oh, man. I can't wait to see what the times are for this one. Yelleth also doing a pretty good performance here. Got to be careful of the health, though.
Is Bumbledon killing the tail first? I've never seen this. Interesting strategy selection. He's got to kill the head though. The shrimp pattern is unreal.
You know what? I think the reason why they're probably doing that is, well, you're trying to, like, you have that little leeway time before the shrimp start coming down to do those extra hits. But that's usually left for the head.
Yeah, that's interesting. I've never seen that strategy before. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for him. The shrimp patterns are a little too aggressive. I think he is going to be cementing a third place finish though.
Yeah, very nice job from Nate there. Bumbledon in third, and Yelleth wrapping up there in fourth potentially. And Beard Strength still got plenty of time before that 15 minutes here to wrap things up here on that side. So we'll see how that comes out.
But yeah, very, very cool to watch Retro putting up the fastest time of the event so far. Also our first Jakio plate kill, and damn near a perfect pair, almost a rich kill on the Demon. Really, really fun to watch. That's incredibly difficult to do, especially in this kind of setting.
Yeah, very impressive. Beard Strength here on the final screen of 6-3. Health a bit of a concern, potentially, but we'll see how he handles it. He does not have Spin Slash. He does not have Spin Slash.
Okay. Yeah, once you don't have Spin Slash, you kind of have some options there as far as strategy selection is concerned. Honestly, you could just, if you have enough health, you just hold forward and boost through.
I mean, that was a good consistent masher to take down the Clown Nose. I mean, the Masked Devil barely even took any steps.
Yeah, that screen, if you don't have a good mash, it can be actually difficult. If the Masked Devil starts, that force field of fireballs, can be really difficult to finish that out in a timely manner.
I forget who we saw. We had someone get stuck yesterday with that and had to kind of fight their way out. Nice. That was like a 2.5 cycle from Beard there. Very consistent, clean left side Jakio, and he went for the hunt kill there in the middle.
Yeah, mash looked good. That's a huge skill to have for this run. Makes such a difference. There's an incredible amount of time to save on both of these bosses if you have a good mash.
Beard cutting down the tail. And here's the jump for the hearts. Couple of shrimp, but still plenty of time. Closes it out. Beard will be making it in before that 15-minute cutoff, even with all the problems that he had to overcome. So definitely, I expect great things here for him in Game 2 and Game 3. But what a heck of a round to start things off with here.
Yeah, incredibly close. TRR, really killed it. Fastest time of the event, 11:45. And a Nate with a 12:28. Bumbledon 12:40, rounding out those top three positions, and Yelleth with a 12:47. So very, very close. I think Yelleth should get a point there for that performance, but
pretty good. All right, friends. So that's the first one in the books. Our first 11-4X of the event, the first plate kill of the event. So Retro Runner definitely living up to the hype and the expectations that I'm sure that people and himself have placed going into this here, but looking very strong right out of the gates. And it's going to be a big gap for anyone in this group here to try to overcome for what we're seeing here. I mean, that's between him and Nate definitely did a great job throughout there. Almost a 40-second difference, more than a 40-second difference, actually.
Yeah, and that's not saying anything about the other runner's skill level. That's really just a testament to how on another level the Retro Runner is currently.
Well, the number 1 seed going into this for this one overall, but Nate, no slouch. Bumbledon, though, doing a really good job in this one. I have to point this out that Bumbledon was able to dethrone Yelleth on this one, and Bumble was actually a tier 4 going into this. So seeing him on the podium there, that's very good, and he stayed with it, and definitely has a chance of possibly taking down Nate if he slips.
Yeah, 2 through 4 look incredibly close. And if Beard Strength can clean up his deaths, honestly, I think anybody could take it down over these next 2 rounds. Very, very impressive, very consistent performances. We saw Nate, Bumbledon, and Yelleth kind of all in the running for that second place finish. And I think, like I said, anybody could take it down moving forward.
Absolutely agreed. Yeah, I'm still believing that tier 5 magic, and I have high hopes for Beard to show it for us here as well.
Yeah, like we discussed, probably the most experience in the low percent category, which can pay dividends in these race scenarios.
And also as we saw, with low percent, you have to mash the Clown Nose because you can't pick anything else up. So that was just another day in the office for him.
Yeah, his mash looked really, really solid. And honestly, I'm kind of jealous watching all of these other racers. My time with Ninja Gaiden running it personally was pretty short. But God, you can save so much time on the boss fights if you learn the vertical controller grip and can really nail down a consistent mash. Some of these runners, they might lack some stage routing knowledge or stage routing decisions, but you can make up so much time at the on the boss fights. And we saw that with, Beard Strength being able to finish off those bosses so quickly.
Agreed. All right, friends. So getting things situated here for the next race. Again, it's 3 races per group, and we have a whole other group, the Demon, to close out the day today with our final batch of races after this. Looking forward to that. Looking at those names, that's a stacked group on that one. I was really hyped when that one got picked as well. Lots of good ones to watch, and anything can happen in that group too. So, but we got 2 more here in Jackio to focus on.
Yeah, it's kind of, a race for second at this point. Who can catch the Retro Runner? I'm expecting a clean sweep. It'd be interesting. Black Squall clean sweep, Arcus clean sweep. Expecting Retro to finish with that solid 12 points, but it'd be interesting to see how the rest of the group shakes out between Nate Yelth, Bumbledon, and Beard Strength. Just waiting for the last of the runners to ready up here so we can get this second round started.
Yeah, again, big shout outs to those working behind the scenes here, because every single one of these races requires creating a room, distributing the links, getting everyone in there, everyone readying up, and coordinating. And Fabricator General has done a fantastic job behind the scenes, assisting with that, as have all the race admins.
Yeah, everyone's been doing a great job so far. Event's been running really smoothly. We have been, a little behind here and there, but that's just kind of the nature of the beast. It's been a pleasure to be a part of. Everyone's been super supportive and, very wholesome community. I think that although Ninja Gaiden can get a bad rep at times due to the nature of how mean the game can be, it is one of, if not the most welcoming NES speedrunning community that I've been a part of. Full of sweethearts, very privileged to work with all these people.
And honestly, it's like you could talk to anyone in the community here and be like, hey, I'm having trouble with this thing, or how do you do this thing? And people will stop what they're doing to walk you through or to show you how things are doing. So if this is something where you've been on the fence about, hey, I either want to pick up a new run, or I want to try Ninja Gaiden as a speed run, or I want to just beat Ninja Gaiden for the first time of my life. There are people here that are willing to help you, and will help you in a deep way to show you strats that are safe or easy to pick up. Like, you don't have to come out here and do a plate kill to kill Jackio. There are some very, very safe strats, including a fun little one we won't see during the tournament, where you get boosted in the upper left corner and can literally jump off the screen and have the flames go upward, and you just can negate that problem entirely. I guess I should shout this out. Retro Runner has on his YouTube channel, no less, the deepest Jackio tutorial you possibly can find that goes through basically almost everything.
Yeah.
And we'll teach you, hey, if you've ever struggled with this boss, this is how you can do it.
Yeah, very, very, an insanely in-depth tutorial. It basically covers every iteration of the Jackio kill. It's interesting that you mentioned the getting stuck in the top left corner of the screen. That was the first way I learned to kill the boss, because that fight's so incredibly difficult, especially like from a casual perspective.
You know what there, Finn? Now that I mention it, I think that I would be remiss if I didn't mention this as well. We were just talking about tutorials and such. Obviously, Retro Runner has a bunch. Arcus has a super long tutorial that's out there, but I want to do a special shout out here to Shuri Bear. Shuri Bear has probably the best, most concise, well-organized tutorial that's out there. He's retired from speedrunning and from streaming and content creation, but an absolutely pivotal tutorial that's there that I know was the gateway for a lot of people and a great reference. So if you're looking to get into it, that would be my starting point for you. Go look up Shuri Bear's tutorial on YouTube. You will not be disappointed. He does a great job of running through it. Everything's there. You can review the strategies, and a lot of the stuff is super safe and accessible. So thank you, Shuri, for the work that you did.
Yeah. About to get underway here, but I want to mention, before we switch gears, we're mentioning a lot of these tutorials and things of that nature in the community. And if you're confused on where to find this information, go to speedrun.com, look up Ninja Gaiden in the search bar, and there should be a Discord link to join the Discord server. All the people in this community, the names you're seeing here, are going to be in that Discord, and they're going to be willing to help and point you to the appropriate resources to get you started in speedrunning this game.
Retro Finn. All right, we are away, and it looks like things are lined up a little bit closer this time from what we can see. Maybe a small delay on Beard Strength's side from what we're seeing, but all in all, we're still in stage 1, going down to the pub for a drink. The Barbarian. I mean, honestly, Finn, what's the story? Is the Barbarian like the bartender? Like the place is in disarray. Did he just show up and wrecking the joint? Like, what do you think happened?
No, I think he's been kicking people out. I think he's kind of taking out the garbage, so to speak. He's mad. He's having none of it.
Well, I mean, you know what? If you're hanging out in a pub and someone just comes in with a mask and an axe, starts swinging, like you're gonna get out of there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and then a ninja shows up.
Yeah, the Purple Axe pub, I think, is having none of it at this point.
Right, you are, Finn. All right, stage 2, Kit Kats for days. Going into the bounce house here on Retro Runner screen, as it's referred to. That is a deceptively difficult screen to optimize. Yeah,
we saw Nate 2K kind of slipped off the edge and had to take another look at it. Honestly, Ninja Gaiden runners kind of hate that screen. I've heard the discussions before, and people always say, "What if we just modded out the bounce house?" It's deceptively difficult. It can be an annoyance for sure.
Yeah. So I guess the biggest thing is why. It's just 4 jumps. Why is it that? What's the big deal behind it? It's the way that Ninja Gaiden handles jumping. You have to be turned a certain direction, because if you are going left and you hit jump and right, you won't do a full jump. You'll do kind of like that little half jump thing, like a backflip is what I think it was referred to as for a while.
Yeah, and it's slow.
Yeah, it's slow. You won't get the momentum that you need to actually make the jump, and if you're not lucky, you can just slam dunk yourself into that one pit where the ladder was.
Right. Yeah. People kind of call it like the funny jump or the funky jump. It's very annoying. You lose like basically all of your momentum, and your area mobility is decreased. It's really strange, but yeah, I think that's part of the reason there's so much frustration with the bounce house. You're trying to rush through there, and it's very easy to miss that input and get one of those weird jumps.
And that's something that's some of the lovable jank that this game has that you have to kind of deal with, and all the runners are fighting with every single second that they're playing the game.
Oh yeah. As popular as this game is, it's we've discussed some of the technical issues. Not really known for having the best hitboxes as far as the primary weapon is concerned, or the enemy hitboxes, some of the hit detection, things of that nature. So you're definitely fighting an uphill battle. Not only is the RNG incredibly mean, a lot of mean projectiles and a lot of pits you can fall into, but the game itself is a little mean at times.
Yeah, Bumbledon actually having some difficulty there and had to take like a little bullet boost at the end. Got a little tangled up after getting the fire wheel, looks like. So Yelleth closing the gap on that side. Beard Strength also in tow. Retro Runner just out there cruising, running his own race, and Nate's also trying to catch up as well here. But things are looking pretty good for all of our racers here so far.
Yeah, Retro, a little bit of a lead over Nate, but it looks like Nate just picked up the double bird boost, so kind of chipping away. Takes an unfortunate knockback. Commentator's curse, I suppose.
Looks like Retro Runner couldn't take the bumble tumble on that one here, and had to opt for the safety cliff. And he did a little bit of a pause, waited for that soldier at the bottom there, and had to kill the bird as he jumped forward.
I'm sure it was stressful. I've been watching him prepare for GDQ, and he was kind of struggling with a lot of that safety cliff backup strategies. So I'm sure missing the bumble tumble there probably put his heart in his throat for a second.
Yelleth and Beard Strength going into Massacre at the same time here. Nate and Bumbledon in tow, trying to catch the Retro Runner here into 4-1. Nice top boost there from the bats, and good kills from Beard Strength and Yelleth on Massacre as well. Look at this fade outs are gonna be very close together.
Bumbledon has the swag star? Question mark?
He must have spun something he didn't mean to, and has you got to do some improv on the fly on that one. You're kind of stuck with what you got.
Yeah, it's going to be annoying for him in 4-2. There is a backup spin slash, but it's not until the end of the stage. Be interested to see what kind of routing decisions he makes through this screen.
Incoming new Bumbledon swag star strat that we didn't know existed.
And maybe his own variation on the Retro Runner song as well.
Oh man, the big shakeups you're watching history here, folks, unfold in front of us.
That was a pretty cool swag star right there, actually.
I told you. All right, anyway. Moving on up. Retro Runner moving into 4-3, wrapping things up, but a whole mess of people right behind him here, just kind of biting at his heels.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of like watching, a swarm behind him, just everyone kind of cascading neck and neck. And Nate 2K and Bubbleton kind of synced up frame for frame right here. Of course I say that, Nate 2K gets knocked all the way back down, has to climb back up.
All right, Retro Runner going into the last screen of 4-3.
Kept that extra 5 Nimpo in his pocket for the safety spin. Clears the hammer, bro. Make sure he doesn't get trolled at all. I like it. Good strategy.
Yeah. That's a quick, easy burn there on the way down. You can just spin as you're on the way to the door. And Finn, I mentioned that. Why would we want to burn Nimpo? You have 10 going into it. Why would he want to go down to 5?
So it's not a huge deal. It's more relevant for PB attempts, but at the end, when you kill a boss, the screen actually counts down all of your extra ammo before it starts counting down the timer. So if you have a lot of ammo, especially like you'll see newer runners stockpile ammo in Act 3 before the Basker fight, that extra ammo, it gets count down at the end of the stage and can actually cause a time loss.
Yeah, very good. So it's just those small optimizations, things to kind of keep tracking that runners do, just to make sure that you're not taking that time loss. Nice little star there, taking it very, very safe for Retro Runner on that side.
Yeah, Retro looks good. We've seen in previous NRL events sometimes, you go a little too fast, kind of pop a tire, the wheels fall off, so to speak. But so far, he looks very, very clean and consistent. Just really, really executing on the plan that he's, set out for himself. And like I said, I think that kind of speaks to, the time and strategies he's been putting in over the past couple months, preparing for events like GDQ and events like this. So, props to him for being able to execute on that.
Bumbledon, Yelleth, and Nate's all into 5-2. Retro Runner trying to lengthen his stride as best as possible. Goes for a nice clean lemon drop on that side. And Beard Strength also no slouch here, also going into 5-2.
Yeah, Beard Strength actually ahead of Yelleth at this point. Yelleth taking an unfortunate death in 5-1. Trying to set up for that first bird, but that's a really, really big time loss. He was basically all the way at the end of the screen.
Now here's the crazy thing. Yelleth, that was a game over for Yelleth. So he took 2 other deaths that we didn't see during that whole thing. And you know what? Taking it there in 5-1, that's not as bad as taking it somewhere else and having to go all the way back to the beginning of that section. But still, hurts. That's a pretty big gap, but that's going to open the door for Beard Strength and to just continue onward here and lengthen his stride. He's going to be in the points now potentially.
Yeah, wow, very impressive that we missed not 1 but 2 deaths. Commentary team really asleep at the wheel over here. I apologize.
Yeah, so here we go into 5-3. Retro Runner at Malth
makes quick work with the spin slash. Bumbledon nails the SP boost. Nate doesn't even go for it.
6-1 for Retro Runner.
Beard Strength setting up for the SP boost. Nice.
Yeah, clean. That's textbook. 60% of the time works every time.
That's what I've been told.
Yellow's getting the health here on the lemon drop. Flip flop and drop. Oh no.
So that's why that flip flop lemon drop strategy is risky for race setting. I'm telling you guys, the up and over. It's right there for you.
Yeah, definitely more consistent, but still not, 100% by any means.
Oh,
there we go.
for
Yellow's
sure.
getting it.
For sure. Yeah, nothing is really quite 100% free in Ninja Gaiden, certainly.
Unfortunately so. The only thing that's free is death. All right, so current standings here as we're going into stage 6, it looks like Retro Runner with a pretty sizable lead in 6-2. Looking like Bumbledon and Nate's right now kind of jockeying for position here in 6-1, but Beard catching up.
Yeah, Bumbledon and Nate kind of giving us, a rerun of what happened last race. So close. If things keep panning out the way they are, it's definitely going to come down to those final bosses again.
There we go, sword swipe. Retro Runner getting through on to 6-3, the final stretch. Oh, look at this. Between Nate and Bumbledon. Long ladder together.
Almost synced up. You see Nate kind of picks up a little bit of an advantage there, throwing in those quick climbs on the ladder, just eking out every little advantage he can get.
Into the final room of 6-2. We'll see if they go for Eggs Benny or if they're going to go for the regular boost. Look like they're both going for the regular boost at this time. And stop and wait and go. And
nice.
they're together at this point. Yelith fighting Malth low percent down to 0 lives.
Took another death, unfortunately. All right, Retro moving into boss fights.
Taking down the Clown Nose Jockey. Will we see back-to-back plates? Here we go.
I'm a believer. Looks good so far. Got the 2 approach hits. Nice.
Automatic. My goodness gracious. 2 for 2 today.
Yeah, there is a faster kill available there, but it is so incredibly difficult. I don't think it's been done in either Arcus or Retro Runners like PBs, so I think it'll be a while before that's fully adopted. And he rich kills.
That's a perfect pair. There's a perfect rich kill on that.
Incredible. Like I said, that's basically the best you can do with current strategies. Incredible to see Retro Runner do it, live on the stage. So props to him. That'll certainly be the fastest time of the event so far.
I think
really solid
performance. Time in NRL history. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I would imagine so. I don't think we've seen faster than that. I think it was about 11:41. Really, really fast. Incredible.
Yeah, very, very low. We'll see what that turns out to be. Hey, Jackio down on Nate's side here, looking for that second position once again to have a good standing going into the third race, but Bumbledon right here as well.
Yeah, Nate just needs a really, really clean demon fight, and he's going to be able to take it down. Opting for a little bob and weave here. It takes one hit and then immediately opts for a tail kill. I think he had the health to keep going. I'm surprised by this.
Bumbledon going for that early tail kill once again, but now he has no health, and he hasn't even killed the head yet. Oh, that's a death. That's Beard Strength looking at a potential podium.
Yeah, that's really huge. That's terrible for Bumbledon.
He's got no health now. He's gonna mash it out. That shrimp is so close, and he cuts it. Beard with the third.
Whew. That shrimp was so incredibly close to taking out Beard Strength.
He sliced that in two, man. He made himself some dinner in the process.
Oh, Yell taking another death there as he's trying to finish out 6-3. But man, that's wild. That's so unfortunate for Bumbledon. I have to wonder if maybe trying to kill the tail before the head is really not working out for him, It seemed like, I don't, maybe he's just getting unlucky with his shrimp patterns, but...
You have to wonder if he's going to go ahead and modify the strategy on that one to see if it's going to be going anywhere different. But yeah, Bumbledon just kind of calling it at that one. So going to be taking a DNF after having some difficulty there. But the story of this one there, the tier 5 magic in full effect. Beard strength, beard clutch strength, I'm not sure. That was so close, literally pixels away from death.
Yeah. I really respect the gusto, honestly, because if I got hit and I was down to my last bars, I would probably play a little safer in that scenario and kind of like weave and wait and make sure my jump was safe. But nah, he just went for it. And I mean, it worked out. And sometimes, making a decision of that nature, that's what it comes down to. It didn't matter in that scenario. It was a little, more risky because he could have died. But sometimes you need to eke out every second you can. And I respect his decision to just get in there.
Absolutely agreed, and extremely entertaining to watch, that's for sure. Speaking about entertaining here, Yelith trying to play beat the clock. Jockio is down. Let's see what he does with the demon.
Should be able to do it. Just got plenty of time. Just needs a nice quick head kill. See if he goes for a tail kill or not.
Oh, we're trying to jump rope here.
Thankfully, he was able to damage race.
That's to beat the buzzer. Nice job, Yelith.
So that kind of shakes things up, Retrophile. I think we had a pretty clear picture of how things were going, but Beard Strength kind of muddying the waters a little bit. Bumbledon taking that unfortunate death on the final boss, and Beard Strength, I think, kind of back in the running.
It's pretty amazing to see here, Finn. Let's look at the times and see what we've got. So looking like Retro Runner getting that 1141, a low 11.4x with the perfect pair, pretty fantastic. Sitting very pretty there with the 8, trying to get that perfect 12. Nate with a 1237 in second position. Beard Strength rounding out the podium with 1252. Yelleth, as we just saw, finishing up with a 1444, and Bumbledon unfortunately taking that DNF due to the death to the demon. But Beard Strength getting some points to his name, getting 2 points from that one. So what do we have here as far as standings go? So Nate's got 6, and we have Retro with 8. So Nate's still in the hunt here, but so Nate's got to stay consistent. But is it possible? Is there anything that anyone could do to try to potentially catch up? 6 points is a pretty strong place to be in after 2 races. Nate looking really good.
Right. I think the other 3 runners would need to finish first, which I'm not going to say is impossible. But yes, I think Beard Strength, Yelleth, and Bumbledon are all tied with 2 points apiece. So they would need Nate to have a very poor outing in this last round, and they would also need to best the Retro Runner. So it'd be very, very difficult, very tall order, but not impossible, not out of the question.
No, not impossible, not out of reach. It's definitely a bit of a hike to get that one to work. But I'll have to say this though, Finn. Even though that it may only be for pride and for entertainment value, I'm actually kind of curious to see who gets the podium in this group, who actually is able to solidify that 3rd position. It seems highly likely then that I think TR has clinched it. He's going to be moving on based on how this is structured.
Right.
But Nate at this point trying to hold on and get that silver, but bronze right now has a big question mark with 3 potential runners still in the hunt for that. So I think for this one, trying to get on the podium in this extremely competitive group is still something to be very proud of.
That's true. And also, something that we, keep forgetting is we're also playing for seeds here. So it does matter. You do want to kind of try to, play to the best of your ability and execute on the totality of your strategies.
So that being said, right now is going to be the main focus kind of going into this is that even if TRR is clinched into going into next week and has that berth into the top 16, you got to think he's going for that top 1 seed as well. With the times he's been posting, and with Arcus taking more safer strats that we saw here, he's definitely in the running with putting up these amazing times. If he can do it again, absolutely will be the tier 1, number 1 seed going into the top 16.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we'll have to see how that one shakes out. Again, friends, doing some work here behind the scenes to get everyone set up on the final room, final race for this group. But we have a whole other group after this, Finn. I'm really looking forward to the Demon. There's some great names in there. I expect some amazing things to happen from this one too.
Yeah, I'm excited for the Demon. The Demon, I think, will be a little more like our first mouth group. The Masked Devil and Drakeo were a pleasure to watch because they have, the best in the world, incredibly talented runners in Arcus and the Retro Runner. But the Demon, very, very competitive group. A lot of runners who are very, very close together on the leaderboard. It'd be very interesting to see how that pans out.
Yeah, when that one got selected, I was popping off about it because I'm like, that is going to be one to watch. What a great one to have, and that the Demon was the appropriate naming for convention for that one too. Like it's going to be very exciting, and it very well could be the most consistent group across the board based on what we're seeing there, or we could still see more surprises. It depends what Ninja Gaiden's going to throw at it. But man, there's a lot to talk about with that group. We'll talk about it when we get to it. We still got one more race to see how this shakes out here. Again, Retro Runner looking really, really dominant in this one as expected. An odds-on and fan favorite. Second position, Nate doing a good job maintaining. He's had to work for it though, Finn. Like it hasn't been free for Nate.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw Yelleth and Bumbledon kind of nipping at his heels, but I've been super impressed by Nate. I said this, off stream before we got started with this group, but Nate 2K, honestly, a really underrated runner. He's been incredibly consistent so far. His times were, a 12.2x and a 12.3x, and I'd like to see him close that out and finish strong.
Well, speaking about closing it out here, Finn, we are underway. The final race for the Jackio group here. Who is your pick for third? That to me, I think is a great narrative to focus on here. That we have. That I think they're all tied up. It's a wild card here.
Yeah, I think so far from what I've seen, I would be inclined to pick Bumbledon. I think just, his strategy and experience with the game is kind of winning out a little bit. But I do, I'm not loving his strategy selection on the demon. I'm not sure about this early tail kill. It hasn't really been working out so far. So I think that's kind of, muddying the waters a little bit, and it's going to be hard to predict, who's going to grab that position. But I'm going to say Bumbledon, final answer.
All right. Bumbledon, final answer on that one.
Mm-hmm.
I expect, and this is just me thinking about it, that Beard's going to feel really good about how that turned out in the last race. He's going to try to carry that momentum, because momentum, I mean, it builds, man. It really does. Bumbledon's going to feel pretty rough after having that one here, so that you may have that mental baggage kind of weighing on you, like, okay, I may be out of the running here potentially for the top 16, but now you're playing for pride.
Sure.
I'm tied with 2 other people. There's still pressure there. And Yelleth, though, kind of the silent dark horse on this one. Definitely, it was the tier 3 going into this, so has the ability, has the skills, but just how sharp are they is the question.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they are already falling a little bit behind. They got hung up on what we call the giddy up, which is a little like platform manipulation. So falling a little bit behind on that trick, but still very close, still very early anyone's race at this point.
Are you team left side or team right side for the giddy up there, Finn?
Oh, right side, always right side.
I'm also team right side, that's for sure. That just makes the most sense.
Yeah, I'm gonna go as far to say that it's optimal.
Ooh, that'll be a fun. That's fighting words, man. But that being said, here we're into 2-2. Looks like Beard Strength doesn't have the fire shield again. Low percent strats. Here we go, and gets it. Nicely done.
Yeah, very, very aggressive strategy selection for a race scenario, but speaks to his comfort level with the game. And like I said, he's probably got the most low percent experience of anyone in this group. So who am I to question it?
I think it's also just a respect for the low percent in general, saying, hey, I can do this. This is what I can do. And I don't need a fire shield. You guys can have it. And I respect it.
Yeah, I was kind of expecting he might do this entire last race low percent just because, it doesn't matter too terribly much. But I also respect his ability to kind of, want to win it out for prestige.
Yeah, like I said, that third place is definitely within reach. Retro Runner and Nate starting 3-1 at roughly the same time. We're all pretty much in there at this point. They're all keeping together and consistent. Let's see how things go.
Yeah, everyone kind of neck and neck at this point. Retro Runner with his classic no stop 3-1, really, really smooth. Nate 2K looks like he also executed on the same strategy. No safety flame there.
And 3 and 4 of our runners now moving on to 3-2. All 5 on to 3-2. Keep eyes out and see who goes for the bumble tumble. You know what? I'm gonna say this. I like tumble better than stumble, just from a mouth feel situation.
All right.
It just rolls off the tongue better. That's my vote. Bumble tumble.
Bumble tumble. I'm on board. I like it.
Yeah, because you got to do the sound, and it just does not flow as naturally.
All right, bumble tumble it is. It's canon. It's been decided.
Yeah, that is we're calling it here, friends. No more.
Somebody in chat said stumble is when you miss it, which I like.
Yeah, I've heard that called the bumble fumble, though. However,
true. Richard Runner with a nice standard kill. Nate 2K problem.
Everybody coming into Massacre. Sometimes the good enough kill is all you need.
It's very true. All right, so this is kind of historically through the event when we've seen the deaths start kind of creeping in. We've had 4-1. It's kind of the unspoken run killer so far. People have had some unfortunate deaths here on this bat boost or getting hung up on a random cat or bullet. Be interested to see if anybody has any issues.
See Nate not even opting to go for the bat boost, just trying to take it as safe as possible, going with that low route.
Yeah,
you called it out, Finn. You called it out. Yellow's taken to death.
I don't know. Something about 4-1 this weekend. It's just been out to get people.
Yeah, it's weird with the Bumble Tumble being the strat that kind of neutralized the main threat at the end of 3-2. 4-1 now is like, well, what do we do now? Like this, there's a lot of little pitfalls that can happen where just things line up in such a bad way.
Yeah, I think people are kind of not really giving the 4-1 bat boost enough respect. It's not a terribly difficult trick, but the thing is, it's you can miss it, and if you do, there is a real percentage chance that you'll die. So
Agreed.
I think Nate was right in like, I'm not even gonna go for it. I don't need that. It's like a second. You don't need that in a race scenario.
Well, keep in mind that Nate also, like, even if they're in a good spot now to take that that second place in here, again, trying to get that higher seating position for the top 16 next week.
That's true. And Bumbledon is really nipping at his heels right now. They're basically frames apart. As I say that, yeah.
And Bumbledon struggled in this same spot in the previous run too. He had to kind of like loop back around, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, those jumps are deceptively tight. They're not, very, very tight, but there's a couple probably like 4-frame timings in there to do your jump and your spin slash. So it is easy to get kind of hung up there.
Agreed. All right, Kelbros down on the Retro Runner side, looking like Nate pretty close there. Beard entering the final screen. So right now, it's looking like Beard is in contention for third position.
Yeah, looks good. Just as you say that, of course, he takes a little bit of a knockback, but
yeah, he's ahead.
Yeah, he's ahead of Yeleth at this point. Yeleth took that unfortunate death, but he's kind of right there, neck and neck with the rest of the runners.
Yeah, Retro R Rage stage here, stage 5. With Retro Runner doing his work.
Yeah, so Retro's already taken a little bit of damage that he wouldn't typically like to take. These axe wheel ninjas, if you hit their axe, they do deal as much damage as the birds. They do a full 3 points of damage. So Retro's health already pretty low.
I actually did not know that did a full 3, no less. So that's actually interesting to point that out, Finn.
Yeah, the axe wheels can tear you up rather quickly.
Okay, here we go into 5-2. The long climb. This whole thing is just climbing up to Malth at the very top.
Yeah, that's so we don't really talk about the story very much. We don't get the opportunity to, but yeah, that's kind of that plays into the story of Ninja Gaiden as Ryu gets kind of sent back to the bottom of this fortress, and you're actually like battling your way vertically up the castle to Jackio and the demon. It actually ties into the actual story thematically, which is really cool.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, there's that iconic scene, but the transition between 4-1 to 4-2, where he takes a step back and just kind of admires before he hops down.
Right.
Just like you can see the long standing thing. Like, we see it crumble in the ending, but just kind of saying, hey, this is the climb that you have ahead of you.
Yeah, and that's something else that we don't really get an opportunity to talk about. Is Ninja Gaiden is like one of the first games to utilize cutscenes. I don't think it's the first. I think that was probably Golgo 13, but yeah, especially for the system and for 1988. Really incredible. It was really critically acclaimed at the time for its use of cutscenes to convey storytelling.
Yeah, and I think there's something to the tune of like if you let them all play out, it's like what, like 15 minutes of cutscenes on an NES game?
It's so much longer. Yeah, I think that's why honestly they had to cut some corners with hitboxes and loading seams, things of that nature, is because there's such a robust volume of cutscenes on the cartridge. Like if you do a full playthrough without skipping the cutscenes, it adds like another 15 minutes to the playthrough.
I know there's been a few people that have done, cutscene percent and done their things. I've also heard suggestions of having an alternate category, revenge percent, where you don't even do stage 6, where Ninja Gaiden is a tale of revenge, where you go and fight Malth, because Malth apparently, I don't know how this is possible, is the other ninja that kills. Spoiler, supposedly kills Ryu's father in the opening, and you're going there to complete the revenge, and that the run should end when you kill Malth. Yeah,
very interesting from a storytelling perspective. The whole story itself is kind of wild in that regard, but it's pretty neat. It is a little crazy, but it is fun. I think it's a fun story.
Talk about some wild story here. I'm going to throw this out that we missed while we were talking. Bumbledon took a death and has 1 life, and Beard Strength also took a death and had the low percent slash down Malth at the knees.
It kind of evens them out, though. They're all kind of, him, Bumbledon, Yeleth, and Beard Strength kind of all in a similar position in 6-1, and Nate really the only one kind of nipping at Retro Runner's heels. Wow, really good adjustments by Nate there. Had some unfavorable spawn and projectile patterns, but was able to react accordingly and navigate that really treacherous screen.
Very nice. So third place in definite contention. It's anybody's race on that one for sure. Retro Runner here getting through 6-2. Nice climbs from Nate on the long ladder. I want to call that out. Very, very nice.
Yeah, Retro Runner moving into 6-3, going to be approaching the final bosses soon. He's, locked up like we said. Nate 2K, I think, is also going to be locked up at this point, but interested to see how the battle for third place shakes out. Beard Strength, Yelleth, and Bubbledon kind of all neck and neck with each other.
Nate starting 6-3. See if Retro Runner goes for that spicy pickle boost potentially.
Oh!
Oh no! Wow, what a death that opens the door for Nate.
You have to wonder, is Lowbird a myth? Is it not a myth? I don't know anymore. I'm not sure what happened. I think he just jumped early.
Involved with that. I'm not even going to get involved with that.
I think he jumped early. It can happen. It's not free, but yeah. I mean, what's crazy is he's still ahead.
Yeah, Nate is right here though, and Nate's gonna have spin slash. He's gonna have to mash down the clown nose.
Yeah, I mean, generally, I think that would be a concern, but Retro Runner's mash is just so incredibly. Oh, he misses the B-Fob boost. Things are getting a little hairy.
Uh-oh.
Oh, dude.
Finn, I mean, you have a line for what was gonna happen there, but
well, I was just like getting very, very nervous. It's very easy to die there because all those gremlins, they do 2 points of damage, and once you start getting knocked up and kind of balled up by all those enemies, he could have very easily died.
About to mosh it up, boys. That's what we're gonna do.
Exactly. You got it. And what's crazy is he still maintains composure and gets the plate
Look
kill.
at this, the plate kill to leapfrog back into first place. Let's go down to the demon.
Let's see if Nate can steal this. Retro could get an aggressive shrimp pattern.
Also, I just want to point out 3 for 3 on the plate kill today.
Retro Runner able to take it down, coming back from that really unfortunate death and getting incredibly ate up by all those gremlins on the B-Fob boost. Able to take that first place and that full 12 points.
Okay, so Beard Strength taking down the Clown Nose, Yelleth, and Bumbledon into Jackio. The fight for third continues.
Yelleth a little bit ahead, just finishes up Jack. Bumbledon kind of nipping at his heels. Really want to see, I don't know, just a cleaner demon fight from Bumbledon here. He might be able to snake it away.
Nice 2-jump head from Yelleth. Very, very impressive mash.
Yelleth with a more aggressive strategy here. He's going to be able to take it down as long as these shrimp cooperate. Nice.
And does. Very, very nice. We'll see how the delays sync up for that because Yelleth and Bumbledon were pretty close. Bumbledon's going to finish this up, though. There it is.
That was a really, really tight race. That one was really, really fun to watch. I enjoyed that quite a bit, especially, Retro Runner taking the death, seeing him kind of face off with Nate there in the final bosses. And then the jockeying for third was also incredibly tight. GG's to all the runners.
Super clean demon from Beard Strength, by the way. Very, very nice. Didn't even take a scratch from that one. So here's the funny thing there, Finn, is that if things shake out as they did on stream here, I had Beard, you had Bumbledon, and Yelleth might be the one to take third.
Yeah, we were both wrong. That's, pretty standard. That tracks.
Amazing. Okay, so looking at the tentative standings here, it's looking like Retro Runner with a 12-11, Nate in second with a 12-22, third place going to Yelleth with a 12-56, Bumbledon with a 13-04, just 8 seconds separating those two right there, and Beard with a 13-10, just 6 seconds behind Bumbledon. So that was a heck of a fight for third, as we knew it would be.
Yeah, I don't have all of the run times available to me, but if I had to guess, I would think that had the smallest margins of any of the races so far.
Yeah,
everyone,
that was very, very close.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, all the runners put on one heck of a show there. So unfortunately, Retro Runner did not get the triple sub 12 there, but had some very low times that'll definitely help play into it. I'll be very interested to see what the averages turn out to be amongst the top runners here and see where the seating actually lies. Arcus had pretty consistent timing on that one, so that death, even though very, very punishing, Retro Runner still came on top.
Yeah, be interested to see how the seating shakes out. Retro, with a clean sweep, definitely the fastest times of the event so far, but I'll be interested to see how the 12-11 impacts his overall average, because I do think While Arcus, didn't put up the highs that Retro put up, he was a little more consistent overall. Didn't take any deaths, so be interesting to see how the seeding works out.
Agreed. All right, friends. Well, that is it for the Jackio group. We're gonna go ahead and take a little brief break before the final group of the day and of the weekend. The Demon is coming up, Finn. Keep it here, friends. NRL 2022 continues next. All right, friends, welcome back. The final round, the final group, I should say, of today's round of the NRL 2022. We are on to the group of the Demon. We have 5 new racers, 3 races remain. But the slate has been wiped clean. A new story to be told with this one. Perfect Finn, let's walk through. Who do we got in the Demon group?
Yeah, so the Demon group is pretty closely matched. Reminds me of shades of the Barbarian group from yesterday. But first seed is Edo87. He is really known for his wealth of experience in multiple categories, low percent and pacifist. He played in the NRL last year and actually finished 5th. So Edo is no slouch. His PB is 1155. That was 3 months ago. Second seed is J Riggs. His PB is 1205, and that was just 2 days ago. So J Riggs is hot off of a fresh PB, and you have to imagine that's doing something for his mentality. Third seed for the Demon group is Beta X Complainer, new to the NRL. PB is 1221. That was 3 weeks ago. So still, playing recently, still actively grinding. Fourth seed for the Demon group, played in the NRL last year. Neowin finished 21st. His PB is a 1233, and that was also just 3 weeks ago, right on the cusp of getting that ninja license, so to speak, that coveted sub 1230 time. And then our 5th seed, rounding out the Demon group, also participated in the NRL last year, finished 23rd. That's Deshauna, the 1243 PB, and that was also just 4 days ago. So, like I said, this group seems very closely matched. Kind of reminds me of that Barbarian group. All these runners with pretty recent PBs, very comparable times. Really excited to see this one because I think it could be pretty much anybody's game.
Well, the Barbarian group that you keep alluding to here really set the tone for the weekend and had some amazing moments throughout it. And I think the Demon is a great one to close us out on this one here today as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, I think Edo probably had a little bit of an advantage here, not so much due to, his skill ceiling, so to speak, but just having that, pacifist and low percent experience is going to pay dividends in these race scenarios where things don't always quite go according to plan.
Agreed. Well, we'll see how things shake up for them as we get into this. We're getting our racers set up, and this is going to be interesting. So at least I think we're underway here. Everyone resetting. Timer is off, and away we go. First race of this one. I think we just gotta have to highlight here really quick a few things. There's a few stories to talk about. Edo, the Zen Master, who I've mentioned a few times, has done amazing things that I don't think really got some of the credibility that it actually deserves, or the credit it deserves. The man has actually routed and completed a segmented run of Ninja Gaiden blindfolded. He didn't do it in one sitting, but he has routed every stage and has proven that it is possible to do every stage blindfolded. A man after my own heart for doing so, and that is absolutely incredible. Number 2, he was able to beat the game entirely, and I think he did it twice, if memory serves now, but I know he definitely did it once, on a DDR pad, just using his feet, was able to beat the whole game. Can you believe it, Finn?
No, I mean, that's crazy. It's hard enough to beat this game, being able to see the screen. I can't imagine, even segmented blindfolded is such an incredible achievement. That being said, if we've talked about how incredible Edo is as a player, I am going to be hypercritical. He Stanley slashed on stage 1, not once, but twice. So he is already behind moving into Act 2.
Right, you are. Also, again, Jay Riggs, we'll bring up Jay Riggs here, was also in the NRL. Massive improvement from last year. Good Lord, a tier 2 runner in this one, and just an absolute monster. During the draft stream, or the group reveal stream that we had initially last week, I said if there's anyone that has the chance of dethroning Edo here, even from a tier 1 perspective, it's going to be Jay Riggs. Yeah,
Jay Riggs, incredibly talented retro speedrunner, multi-game runner actually, which, not particular. Ooh, like that read and reaction to this Hammer Bro pattern from Jay Riggs. But yeah, that's kind of getting at what I was about to say, is that Jay Riggs, multi-game runner, has a wealth of experience in other really difficult NES games. And I think, like I said, it's not necessarily directly Ninja Gaiden experience, but it is, more experience in in the games. It is more experience in these race settings. It's just more experience overall reacting to patterns that you're not accustomed to. So I think that'll definitely be beneficial for J Riggs as he moves into this 3-round event.
Completely agreed, Finn. All right, so here we are at the end of 2-2. Everyone's got their spin slash now, kind of getting everything taken care of on their way to Bomberhead. Trying to be mindful of your Ninpo here. I think that's probably one of the biggest things that you kind of have to keep in mind of. That's kind of the silent thing for stage 2 is Ninpo routing and making sure that you have enough to kind of close out the screen, or if you have too much, knowing to dump the Ninpo before the door. Yeah,
most of the time in the earlier acts, it's not too big of a deal. I'd say it's probably most prevalent in Act 5. You can get a little choked for Ninpo in Act 5, especially because it's incredibly difficult to beat that act without, spin slash. But yes, it is, part of the routing. You see all these floating power-ups that the runners are slashing at, and those are dropping ammo for them. So a lot of the routing is, designed around not only making sure you secure spin slash, but you secure the requisite ammo, to be able to spin at the appropriate time so you don't lose any time slowing down.
Oh my goodness. Beta almost died there, fell on the bullets, but got boosted onto that one tile platform and lived.
You love to see it.
Oh man. But hey, talking about Beta though, someone that has just grinded this game and gotten really super consistent, has done a lot of races as well, has a lot of race practice coming into this, so definitely should be pretty prepared. So even some race 1 jitters might be at play here, but overall, knows the game, has great experience, and could be a silent killer here in Tier 3.
Yeah, it looks like I'm seeing a lot of what I would call beta enjoyers in chat. A lot of love pouring in for beta, so I'm excited to see how they perform in this event. There seems to be a lot of hype for them.
Bumble Tumble here coming into Massacre. Let's talk about NeoWin for a second. Do you think we're going to see it again? Will we have a ninja license happen during NRL?
I would love for NeoWin to get his license during NRL. That would be maybe my favorite part of the whole event.
It's truly deserved, but we'll see how things turn out. See how this Massacre kill goes. Pretty clean. There you go. All right, Retro, let's see if 4-1 can strike again. Beta already with a kind of precarious Stanley slash there right at the edge. This is like what? This is a very jungle stage here, kind of leading up there, just like the Grim Reaper's jungle, because just stacks of ninja bodies in some of these pitfalls here in the opening screen.
Absolutely. Edo with a nice crispy climb up that long ladder, though, kind of eking out every little bit of time you can get.
J Riggs and Beta right behind, though. This is gonna. I knew this would be super competitive. Deshana also there. NeoWin trying to keep pace, getting a nice boost. And some little crispy climbs there from NeoWin too. By the way, NeoWin just recently discovered their mash, and they're feeling really good about it. Started learning that vertical way of holding the controller and getting the mash down, and it looks fairly impressive.
Yeah, and that can't really be understated. What kind of time dividends you get from learning that vertical control grip, being able to get consistent 4-hit mashes out of your jumps on those final Act 6 bosses, it shaves off an incredible amount of time. So I think it's just a matter of time before NeoWin. Ooh, yeah, before NeoWin licenses. But yeah, Edo missing the little boost there at the end of 4-2.
Yeah, that was, he actually sailed over there on top of it, had to go back up there. So a small hiccup, but right now with everyone just vying for position as best as possible, those seconds are going to add up.
Yeah, for sure. And I've kind of noticed that, like we said, Edo definitely, the most well-versed runner in this group, but I don't know, a little hiccup there. I don't know if he's feeling himself or if he's a little nervous, but yeah, some uncharacteristic mistakes so far. Have to see if he can clean that up. Finish strong.
Yeah, but here's the thing: even with those small mistakes, you can't really shake Edo. It's just someone that I call him the Zen Master for a reason, because it's not going to bother him. He's just going to keep going anyway.
That's very true.
He can adapt with a very storied background and low percent and pacifist especially. I mean, he can beat this entire game without even swinging a sword outside of the boss rooms.
Very, very true. Pretty much all the runners moving into the Kelberos fight here, making quick work. That spin slash paying dividends, dealing damage on every frame.
Sad to say this, but it looks like Deshana may have taken a death at some point here. No longer has spin slash and down to 1 health, so gonna have to mash out Kelberos.
Yeah, it's a really, really bad time loss. Probably one of the worst I can think of, because killing Kelberos without spin slash just takes so long. Unless you have, like a retro runner.
Edo having difficulty climbing up that pillar, and look at this, Riggs right there.
I want to see how Edo approaches this 5-1 bird boost. Looks like he might be going for it. No, he stops and throws a safety star. I like that. I like that. J-Riggs actually goes for a little swag boost there at the end of 5-1.
Beta, Edo, and J-Riggs pretty much all tagging at the door there. Little ninja group hug.
Yeah, Deshauna unfortunately took another death at the very end of 4-3, so quite the deficit to overcome.
Yeah, dying to Kelbroth sends you all the way back, not just the checkpoint, and that one's a pretty rough deficit.
Yeah, and I still don't think there's another spin slash to be acquired, so it's a big uphill battle.
Yeah, you have to carry over the spin slash at the very end of 4-2 into 4-3, so that is an excessively punishing death.
Beta getting a little hung up on that ladder climb allows J-Riggs to squeak into second place. J-Riggs, though, having a little trouble on this last screen of 5-2. Can't seem to find out what he wants to do.
A little scary moment there. Here comes Neowin.
I love the up and over.
Up and over.
Saw a lot of runners struggle this weekend with that lemon flip-flop strategy. Really like the up and over strat selection.
It's a fairly consistent and clean strat. You can die doing that if you're not clean enough on your inputs. You can fall straight down just to the left of that platform. Unfortunately, that does happen.
Yes. See if Edo gets this SP boost. Nice, very clean.
Hey, every time, man. Every time.
Beta also J-Riggs. Nice. 1, 2, 3.
Look at this.
Give me SP boost.
This power game is far from decided.
So Neowin takes a little bit of a knockback there, but also nails the SP boost. 4 for 4 from those runners. Edo spawns the ghost of B-Fob. Little swag. There's a strange glitch, I guess, that we can talk about real quick. There's a certain pixel where if you do a funky backwards jump, you can actually spawn an enemy. He just appears out of nowhere.
Yeah, kind of like just some garbage sprite information that's there. And I have to point out that this is something I didn't mention during the commentary last night. Now, Knucklebuster took second place in last year's NRL, losing to B-Fob, unfortunately, in the grand finals. It was a hell of a run, too. And he spawned the ghost of B-Fob at the very end of his third race last night and then slashed it instantly after kind of like trying to conquer the demons, you know?
I think Retro Runner did that, too. We didn't get a chance to talk about it, but he also spawned B-Fob's ghost earlier, and he spin slashed through him because he had extra nimpo.
Yeah, it's a wonderful tribute, too. We would love to have B-Fob here with us as well, but... you know, a great ninja and someone that has done a lot of great work in the community as well. All right, here we are into 6-2, trying to see how this picture is going to kind of play out. Beta having some difficulty here with the jetpack boost, but J-Riggs and Edo within contention.
Yeah, Edo with a nice crispy climb up the final long ladder of the game, though. Moves through Hell's Hallway with Spin Slash, should be able to navigate it with ease.
Beta into Hell's Hallway as well. We see Neowin starting 6-2.
Edo with a nice standard exit boost. Beta and J-Riggs both moving into this exit boost. Nobody going for the egg spinny. I like it. Egg spinny, super, super risky, you know, unless you have, you know, a read on all the available gremlin patterns. I don't think that it's worth the time save.
No, not in this setting at least. I mean, you can go for it. I mean, we have seen it done. I think even Resident Emil went for Gates of Hell, which we haven't mentioned. We can bring that up later. That's around the lemon drop spot, and got that during his run last night. So some pretty wild strats that you can go for that normally you wouldn't see under normal circumstances under a race setting. Oh wow, Beta with a heck of a hammer there.
He's low on life. He has to be very careful here. Be interested to see if he picks up the health pickup on the next screen.
I think that's a good move.
He can't go for a beer full of belly boost, so he needs to be aware of his health situation. If he's not paying attention, he could easily die here. Okay.
Yeah, so he's not going for it though, but he's got the ninpo here to take the spins.
He's got to hit these precise spins, and he misses it.
He does it to Stallone.
Yeah, I think in that scenario you got to route in the health pickup. It's just there's too much risk associated with trying to navigate, because these last couple jumps you have to thread them kind of tight between these power up pickups and the enemies.
How about it? Edo here having some difficulty with Jacchio possibly, but taking him down. J-Riggs also in there, and Neowin not too far behind.
Yeah, everyone very, very close. Honestly, I'm, kind of throwing shade at beta strategy selection there, but it's really not as costly as a death as some of the other deaths that are available. So could honestly still
Nice
potentially
Meadow.
take it over Neowin if he's able to get a nice demon kill.
J-Rig slashing down the tail.
Oh, Neowin died on Jakio.
No, Neowin.
Oh, all the way back to 6-1.
Now look at this. Deshana has a chance. He's in Hull Hallway, and I think he may have enough time to clutch this out before the 15-minute cutoff.
Oh, Deshana can't take the boost here. Needs to be mindful of their health. Grabs the fire wheel. Nice. Very aware. I love the awareness. Only 2 health. Can't boost off the gremlin in that situation. You'll die.
Also with 0 lives at this point here, so maybe you want to take the early game over and just walk back. Oh, but he can't with the fire shield on.
Yeah, so it doesn't have spin slash because of it, but okay. I guess I would have tried to. Yeah, I would have tried to die a little sooner if possible, but it's okay.
And Beta taking down the demon, so our podium is decided at this point. But Neowin dying to Jakio, it breaks the heart.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but like we discussed previously, this is why you keep playing. Deshana had kind of a rough go of it this round, but you never know what can happen, and Deshana's going to end up squeezing out a point that probably was unexpected.
Yeah, that could be the case, but you have to play beat the clock here. You have to be there and be done by 15 minutes, and we're getting close to that cutoff.
Yeah, it is going to be incredibly close. The final boss pairings for most runners, I would say, take an average of about a minute, so it is going to be an incredibly close needle to thread here.
Oh, nice little double spin action there. Gonna have to pick up some extra info here possibly, or is he just gonna walk
hold
through?
forward?
Just hold
Yeah.
right, yeah.
Plenty of health to just damage boost through.
14 minutes on the clock. Gonna have to have a very speedy Jakio and Demon here to clutch this out.
Yeah, super doable. Like I said, it seems like every month that goes by, runners' mashes become more and more proficient. So, would not be surprised if they're able to close this out.
And actually, a very competent one on the left side here. Very clean mashes from Deshana can probably close this out here.
Yeah, I think
And
that was
does.
a 4 cycle. Nice solid 4 cycle.
All right, so into the Demon. Gonna have to be a speedy kill though. Opting to try to jump rope. Yeah, trying to kill the tail. Yeah, now it's
They're
not
run out of time.
Yeah, we're not gonna be able to make it under the wire, unfortunately. Taking the death. So double DNF here for Neowin and Deshana. So the podium exists on this one. Very nicely done though. Good race all the way throughout. A great one to open the set with.
Yeah, so Edo finishing first with a 12:18. J-Riggs coming in second with a 12:36. Beta X Complainer finishing in third, nabbing that bronze, 13:01. And then Neo and Deshana, like we discussed, both with the DNF, unfortunately. But really, really good first outing. And like we said, there for a while, everyone was kind of neck and neck. They're all kind of grouped together.
All right, you are, Finn. So we're going to see how this one shakes out. But Edo getting the win on this one, but had to work for it. Absolutely. With J-Riggs being so close and Beta taking some unfortunate damage and deaths on that side, I expect great things overall. Like, it's going to be definitely a dogfight, especially going into the second race.
Neowin taking a death, not able to finish out the demon fight, unfortunately. But yeah, I was interesting because Edo was making some uncharacteristic mistakes, but like you said, you're not really sure how much that matters, and I'm inclined to agree with you. Just kind of the Zen master has such a wealth of an experience both in race settings and also with other categories. So, although Edo might have looked a little shaky, still was able to take it down, and I have no doubts that he'll be able to do that in this next round.
Yeah, very respectable showing from Edo here, and truly worthy of that tier 1. And speaking of the times we're looking at here that were being reported, Edo with a 12:18 in first, J-Riggs in second with a 12:36. So not even Ninja license, and you could get second on that. So if we see Neowin do that, very, very possible he could take a silver. Beta with 13:01, and Neowin and Deshana taking DNFs on this one due to the 15-minute cutoff.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously it's still early. You know, anything can happen. It is Ninja Gaiden. We've seen people take some very unfortunate deaths, and especially if Edo isn't able to secure a first place finish in round 2, that really opens up the point standing for the other runners to strike and make moves. So if Edo can also finish first again here in round 2, it kind of puts a strangle on that position. But if Edo stumbles just a little bit, we saw how close everyone else was. Be very interested to see if anyone can capitalize on those kind of mistakes.
Agreed. Yeah, it's even with all the experience, Ninja Gaiden can do some funny things, and that we've seen that happen. Some very uncharacteristic deaths or mistakes or improv that may be a problem. But again, Edo has a wealth of knowledge and tons of backups. I mean, he's stratted out and routed it for a DDR pad. So clearly, just even small things, even those uncharacteristic mistakes, are only just a small setback for him. So this is a major mountain to climb for anyone in this group to try to get over Edo.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of the other runners talking about how the nerves affected them, how they affected their performance during their particular groups. And so, like we discussed, you know, racers like Arcus and Edo, it is, you know, it is people don't really talk about the intangibles, things like, you know, not really getting shook by mistakes or not being shook by nerves due to the pressure of the situation. But it does give you an innate advantage if you enter into these races, you know, not nervous. Some of these other runners are saying I could barely execute on my, you know, my go-to game plan or the strategies that I practiced just because I was so shaken up and ate up by my nerves.
It kind of goes without saying is that it's something that we can talk about for the entire duration of the broadcast, but it's something that you don't really know until you've actually tried to do this in a competitive setting. And I can say this for anything, any sort of speedrunning tournament or event, and performing in front of a group of people. It has its own level of nerves associated with it. That things that you've practiced hundreds, thousands of times, that you know you could do sometimes literally with your eyes closed, can still present problems unexpectedly just because of those nerves. Because sometimes, and especially in this game, if you have that lapse in concentration where something happens, or if you hesitate, even a single Stanley slash in this game, depending on where it is, if you're unfortunate enough, can throw off the muscle memory to the point where you could take an unintentional death out of nowhere. But hey, we're gonna be getting started here with the next race here momentarily, friends, and this will be race number 2 of 3 for the demon group.
Yeah, I think we're just waiting for the runners to ready up. Should be starting momentarily. Be interested to see if Edo can continue to exert his dominance over the rest of this group. You know, going back to what you were saying about nerves, I think, you know, that's not necessarily a bad thing. I kind of think it's really neat because it means that you care, right? It means you are passionate and invested in what you're doing. So I don't think, you know, being nervous or being shook is something to be ashamed of or, you know, shameful of. It means that you care, and it means you're invested in the hobby, which is, you know, not something that everyone can say.
Yeah, I also go out on a ledge here and say this without any hesitation, that the 40 people that you see that have signed up are 40 of some of the best people that play this game in the world. It's a very niche hobby that we have here and what we do, but it's still some of the best. Again, beating this game in any amount of time at any skill level is difficult, let alone going out here trying to do it with a timer running against 4 other people who are also just as passionate about this game. It's very difficult to get into, but hey, I'm very thankful for all of them taking the time out of their lives to join us and to put on a show and to provide this wonderful amount of entertainment and competition that we have here today.
Exactly. And speaking of nerves, once again, we see Edo making some strange mistakes in Act 1. He actually had to run back and grab Spin Slash. He almost forgot it.
Part of me kind of wants to see Edo. If Edo gets another win on this one, I kind of want to see. I know that the averages do matter for the seeding for next week. If he would regale us with some low percent or some pacifists. I've seen Edo do some pacifist runs. I believe I think RGL TV had an event where Edo actually did a pacifist run live, and just watching him do the pacifist in a marathon setting, the most unsafe category you can possibly see, and he nails basically everything, was truly incredible.
Yeah, I love watching pacifists. It's honestly, I don't know how to run it, but it's my favorite category to watch. I think it's super neat watching the the creative routing decisions that the runners have came up with.
So looking like J-Riggs, Beta, and Neowin. And actually Deshauna in there too, closing out 2-2 pretty quick. Bad hammers there from Beta, but the swag started doing its work.
Yeah, Neowin got a little hung up, getting a little beat up again. But yeah, Neowin got a little hung up there in Act 2, so falling a little bit behind. Also, video signal kind of dropped out there for it. There we go again. Hopefully that clears up.
Yeah, we'll see how that one turns out. Edo taking some more uncharacteristic kind of back boost, kind of giving a soldier a hug in the process. We'll see how that kind of shakes out here. But with the competition that we're seeing, unfortunately, J-Riggs taking a death there in 2-2. This one's not too bad. There are definitely worse things that could happen there, but I think he got hung up with either the cottage cheese sword or a hammer got him, and that was it. Yeah,
that clubber, it's one of those pretty common cottage cheese enemies, unfortunately. We discussed that previously, but just to kind of reiterate, there is every 16 frames, there's kind of like a loading seam as the game loads like the rest of the map tiles. And during that loading seam, I believe it's either the sword's hitbox or the enemy hitboxes don't load at all, which I assumed it was like a performance consideration to kind of save memory or processing power. But yeah, unfortunately, there are some enemies where that 16 frame loading scene, it's really common for your sword to go right through them. And I think that's exactly what happened to J-Riggs.
Very unfortunate, but we have a pretty close race here. Neowin, Beta, and Edo all kind of doing their thing here in 3-1. So pretty
Beta
exciting.
Just took a death there in 3-1, unfortunately.
Oh, that's unfortunate because he was on the singular platforms there as well. I didn't see what the cause of death was, but now that gives Edo some breathing room. But Neowin also kind of running out there too, alongside J-Riggs. Even though he took that death, he's right there.
Yeah, I think Beta was actually maybe out in front or kind of neck and neck with Edo at that point. So it is an unfortunate death to take, but still very close. Still, pretty much anybody's race at this point.
Looks like Neowin and Deshauna both took deaths as well here because they're sitting on one stack of lives also.
Everyone has died except for Edo. People are dropping like flies.
Wow. Yeah, some strange stuff. Look at this. A new strat there from Edo, just hanging out on the ledge, taking the hit and then hopping over. Super safe.
Yeah, let's kind of let the enemies do the work for you. Kind of similar to the Bumble Tumble in that regard.
I kind of have to think that might be a slight variation on a pacifist strategy.
Yeah, I would think you're right. That tracks with me.
It's all that stuff in his repertoire there. The strat book is pretty deep. He's got a couple of tricks up his sleeve in the playbook, and definitely on display here for us today.
Yeah, it's hard because if I knew how to do that stuff, it'd be so difficult to restrain.
Look at this.
You see what I mean?
The swag star. He took a different route entirely. What is going on with this run, man?
But that's what I was getting at. It's kind of hard to restrain yourself if you know all this cool, interesting strategies to choose from. It's hard to kind of reel yourself in when you're really feeling yourself.
I think honestly, Edo is just putting on a show now for all of us. Just cause seeing how he's doing some of this stuff, this is absolutely incredible.
Yeah, it's neat. I think a lot of runners kind of went to that Arcus/retro runner school of Ninja Gaiden, right? Kind of learned how to play the game by copying their PBs and seeing, what they were able to execute on. But
look at this.
Don't forget, there's other ways to play the game.
Oh my God! And look, just jumping it entirely. Yeah, he's putting on a show for us here, and you love to see the depth of strategy, the variation. Always a beautiful thing to see.
Right, and I guess it is worth mentioning that while these strategies are available and they are super cool looking, they're certainly harder. I mean, it's a lot easier to grab spin slash and just shred through everything.
I respect it. That's for sure. Edo being the natural showman here about it, and still doing the strats, but still out in front.
Yeah, absolutely. So Neowin took an unfortunate game over, and it looks like maybe they're just opting for a DNF at this point. We'll have to see if they continue racing.
See, I will echo this, is that anything can happen. The demon's the great equalizer. We've seen it multiple times. You got to keep going. Don't give up. There's still a chance to get yourself a point for it, even if it's for pride.
Right, I agree. You know, it's possible maybe the nerves are getting to them and they need a little bit of a break.
I completely understand that as well. It's you put a lot of pressure on yourself. I mean, everyone is their own worst critic and their own worst enemy sometimes. So having that moment to try to kind of gather yourself and pick up the pieces and try to, you know, continue onward can be difficult and very frustrating with this game.
Absolutely.
That being said, Kelbros down for J Riggs and Edo. Edo on to 5-1 here.
Yeah, no Hammer Bro manip, unfortunately. Be interested to see what he's got up his sleeve. 4-5-1, see if he's got any creative routing decisions.
All right, setting up for the bird boost there. Very nice.
Kind of a makeshift. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say it was a little delayed on the bird boost, so I didn't think the back half of it was gonna work out. And he also realized that and kind of made some adjustments on the fly. Went for a little safety star, clear things out.
Beta having a rough go of it here in the beginning of 5-1, getting boosted back and then having some Hammer Bro trouble as well. J Riggs gonna be wrapping up here, getting into 5-2. Deshauna still in the running here as well.
Yeah, I think, you know, based on what we've seen, kind of anybody's game between J Riggs, Shoshana, and Beta. And honestly, you know, if Edo takes a costly death, some of these more expensive deaths as far as time is concerned, they could easily get right back in it.
I gotta say, Finn, that strat with the dragon cannons that are there, where you have to kind of like jump through even as they're shooting, that always looks really impressive to me when it's pulled off, and it seems like it's fairly automatic for a lot of people because of the iframes that you get.
Yeah, it's actually free. I agree with you. It does look really cool, but it's one of the rare times in Ninja Gaiden where the iframes kind of shake out in your favor, because this game notorious or infamous for having so few frames of invulnerability. But yeah, that is one of the rare instances where you have just enough iframes to kind of sneak through.
Edo opting not even to deal with the Hammer Bro there, opting for the despawn.
Yeah, I think that's the first time we've seen that this weekend. Nice little tool to have in your pocket.
Yeah, that's super handy. That works really well if you end up in one of those situations where you have low percent. Speaking of, by the way, low percent, Beta's gonna have to deal with that, taking a death at the end with Janet, and getting hung up there with the birds and everything else, having to do like a lemon drop, went for the up and over, kind of got stuck, and this is gonna be kind of a scary climb here for Beta.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because now they're gonna have to finish the rest of 5-3 low percent, which is, like we've discussed a lot, a huge annoyance.
Looks like Deshauna taking a game over potentially intentionally because they got a fresh set of lives here and didn't have the swag star still from 5-1. Edo going into 6-1. Malth down for J Riggs.
I'd like to see if Edo, there's a couple really cool swag star strats you can see on this 6-1 screen. I hope he doesn't make me a liar. I'd like to see him throw one.
This one just feels good anyway, even if you're just jumping and slashing. If you can do this whole screen without holding, just holding left the entire time, it feels good. Yeah,
unfortunately we didn't see it there, but I'm a big fan of that swag star in 6-1. It's really safe and cozy. I think Aqua's popularized it. Oh, we see J Riggs doing it actually.
Look at that, very nice. We've had all the stars in this one here. And there's in 6-2, there's the Thong Star.
Ooh, Beta took a death, unfortunately. Game over in 5-3.
The Fabricator General Star also is a thing that's in there as well. So kind of some fun stuff that people kind of have their own stars that they do.
Yeah, absolutely. Like we discussed, there's getting Spin Slash is probably the safest and most consistent, but there are a wealth of options available to the player with just the nature of the sub-weapon based combat system.
Edo here getting it at the end of 6-2, going for Eggs Benny. Oh, does not get it.
It's just trying to swag a little too hard, but honestly, look, I mean, he's still ahead.
Yeah, his name is Swaggerous. He tried to swag too close to the sun.
I like that. So he actually had to do a wall climb there, allows J Riggs to squeak ahead. Be interested to see if Edo grabs Spin Slash here at the end of this first screen. I think he should, but it looks like he's... Oh, okay, he does drop down and grab the Spin Slash.
Oh, here's the alternate way of doing it up top. I like that a lot.
Yeah, it's really good. He does it over here too. Cool, cool.
Yep, he's showing the alternate. I love this. I actually really like the fact he's using this as a platform to show there are other ways to do this game.
Yeah, absolutely.
Deshauna in 6-1. Beta going up against Maul. Neowin warming up for the next race.
J-Rig's actually out ahead here.
Yeah, J-Rig's looking pretty good there.
This is what we were talking about previously before the round started. I was like, if Edo doesn't clinch first, it really opens up the podium for the rest of the runners.
And certainly does. Now we'll see what happens. He's going to go through here, but yeah, it was just the eggs Benny that was the main kind of turning of the tide here for both of them.
Yeah, I think it's on the NRL strat blacklist, unfortunately. But you know, sometimes people just they have to be true to themselves.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. Just trying to show all the things. Nice master from J-Riggs. Now center pillar strats here from Edo.
J-Riggs with a really nice Jackie kill.
It should also be known that Edo is someone that has also completed damage lists and can do the Jackie fight damage list also, which is pretty crazy. And that requires some level of mash to actually get through as well for the demon.
So J-Riggs opting for the tail kill. Let's see what Edo does here. Edo just jumping in. Might be able to steal this away from J-Riggs, actually. It's going to be super close.
It depends what the shrimp do. Look at this. Edo with the first kill on stream. Now, what's the time going to be?
Yeah, I mean, we'll need a frame count. It's going to be incredibly close. But yeah, you can see there that 6 or 7 seconds from the tail kill made the difference. Edo took a death going for eggs Benny. J-Riggs opted for a safer demon kill. And I think Edo might have been able to steal that one back.
We will see what the time is on that one, and we'll take it to a frame count if we have to. But Edo with a very swaggy run, having some difficulty there with the eggs Benny at the end, like really the only major blemish that happened, opened up the door for J-Riggs to go in there, but went full ham on the demon versus the tail kill. And just clutches it out by a mere moments here on the restream. Very exciting. We'll see what the times shake out to be.
Yeah.
As we have Deshana coming into the clown nose.
Very hard to blame J-Riggs there for going for the tail kill. I'm assuming he's not watching the broadcast, so he probably doesn't know. He's just playing his game. So it's hard to fault him, but dang, it's a heartbreaker to see Edo just kind of snatch that away like that.
Yeah, very close. But how about this here, Finn? If Deshana can pull this out here, tier 5 on the podium.
Yeah, and I mean, it wouldn't be the first time that we've seen it this weekend. Tier 4 and 5 runners have demonstrated, throughout the course of the event so far that they're nothing to be kind of sneezed at here, and I wouldn't be surprised if
Beta taking a death at the end of 6-3. Sorry to cut you off there.
No, you're good. I was just saying that, don't count any of our runners out.
Killing the tail. Nice and clean, got plenty of health to work with. Cutting down the shrimp, that's a very nice kill from Deshana, taking 3rd place on this one.
So I actually don't think Beta has the time on the clock to finish, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll let them go for it at this point as we get things sorted out in the back end. Let's see if we have any rulings here to talk about. Preliminary times that are being reported at this point has Edo with a 12:30, J-Riggs a 12:33. So Edo edging it out there at the very, very end. Deshana with a 14:07. Beta is going to have a DNF. And obviously Neowin DNF as well, unfortunately, is here. But so it looks like Edo was able to irk it out there at the very end.
That's crazy. It's like J-Riggs was right there.
Yeah, it came down to just the tail kill. That's, I mean, also because it takes a lot of slashes to take that tail down normally. Yeah, it makes it a lot safer, but that's the sacrifice there at the very, very end at the finish line, and Edo runs right by.
Yeah, it takes 16 slashes. Enemies have 16, or the bosses have 16 bars of health. So, like I said, it's about 6 or 7 seconds.
Oh, very good. All right, friends, one final race to do for today and this weekend to close things out. Here is your picture as of right now. Edo and J-Riggs holding fast in 1st and 2nd point-wise on this one here. Edo getting that magical 8. Thinks he's pretty much in the clear here to move on to the top 6. Deshana with some tier 5 magic, getting on the podium here. And unfortunately, Beta and Neowin taking the DNFs here. Double DNF in the 1st race and the 2nd race. That's how it goes.
Yeah, so this is looking to shake out very similar to the last group, actually, where Edo should pretty much be a lock. And for one of the non-J-Riggs runners to come back, they would need, a pretty large shakeup. They would basically need to win and have their opponents perform very poorly. It's not out of the question. It is possible, but like I said, it looks very similar to the Jakio group.
Yeah, we'll have to see how things work out for that and see who can get third on this next race here. So we had Beta, we had Deshana. Will Neowen get third on this one and just have it completely even split? We'll see.
I'm still rooting for Neowen to get the license. That's what I want to see.
That would be nice. Yeah, I agree with you wholeheartedly. And obviously, right now, it's gonna have that story. Cue the '80s montage here in between, just training to try to get that license here in the final race. We'll see. This is a perfect time for it to happen, and I know chat's behind him as well.
Yeah, absolutely. That's one of the great parts about, most of the speedrunning communities that I've been a part of is everyone's so incredibly supportive, because it's not, we are racing each other, we're trying to move up the leaderboard, but really we're racing ourselves and we're fighting against the game. And so, I'm sure he has the support of everyone, both in the community and in chat as well.
Agreed. We're here to build each other up rather than break each other down. What's the phrase that the rising tide lifts all ships, and that's what we're trying to do here. That being said, friends, one race to go. We're getting things set up here on the back end, and again, shout outs to those that are working for that to get the race time room set up, the links sent out to get the runs ready, queued up, everything, and we have one final race. It's been a wonderful day of Ninja Gaiden here, Finn. I've really enjoyed all of this thoroughly.
Yeah, it's been super fun. I loved watching all of these groups. It was really cool. I'm a little bit biased. It was really cool to see Black Squall sweep his group. Somebody who I've been kind of watching closely. I think we both started speedrunning about the same time, and it's just been really, really neat to watch someone who went from not even speedrunning, not even playing the game, to being literally one of the best in the world, and performing at this level on this kind of stage in just a matter of a couple years.
That's pretty incredible. I also, again, big respect for Edo for busting out some alternate strategies here to show us things that are out there, taking some alternate exits on some of the screens rather than the conventional way of doing things here. Showing that depth of knowledge, and also showing, hey, you can run this game your own way. If that's more consistent for you, or if you like how that one feels or looks comparatively, go for it. There's no one that says you have to run it just this way.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I think that the game gets a little bit of flack for that. The routing is kind of simplified in that it's like get spin slash, keep ammo, don't die, hold forward, buzz through the enemies. But like you said, it's not the only way to play the game. There's a lot of freedom left up to the player.
Indeed. Well, we'll see how the narrative shakes out here on the final race of the final group of the final day of this weekend. But friends, we have a whole new picture next week. We'll talk about that following this race here. We'll take a full look at the picture of what we've got. But we got one more race to run here, Finn, and we'll see how things turn out. Now, I have to wonder now, what more can Edo possibly bust out at this point? Like he knows he has a spot clinched. Is it going to be something complete off the wall, or are you going to try to get that low average time?
Nah, I think as much as he is kind of the swag lord, I do think he recognizes what's still at stake. So while I would love to see him just go like full pacifist or something, I think there's still time on the table that he needs to grind down.
Agreed. J Riggs also still very, very, it's just hunting there within 3 seconds of getting the upset there over Edo. Even with Edo kind of, I don't want to say showboating, but definitely showing some new strats and some things that we haven't seen in the NRL previously is pretty exciting. But J Riggs definitely trying to look to get those 4 points and just kind of get that little boost that they need.
Yeah, J Riggs has been super consistent. Honestly, reminds me a lot of Nate 2K Hacks from last group. They both have, I think, the same PB 12:06, and they both put up very comparable race times and were both super consistent. They both had like 12.3x's that were in a couple seconds of each other. So, I think that pays dividends in these race settings, just being super consistent like that.
Absolutely agreed.
We should be getting started here momentarily. Just waiting for the rest of the runners to ready up. It looks like we have Neowen stream back.
We've also gotten confirmation that the 60-second warning has been sent out at this point, so we'll be underway here soon, Finn. And wow, I can't wait to see what this one has in store. So many surprises. We've had a lot of deaths across the board. Literally everyone in this group has died. I don't know if we've had throughout the entire NRL. No, I don't think we have. None of the races in the group stage, all racers were deathless. We haven't had that happen yet.
Yeah, I don't think so. That would be, well, maybe last group when everybody had like 13s, or did Beard Strength die?
I think Beard Strength took a death that wasn't too terrible, but it's I don't recall from being in the commentary side of things. I don't think we've had a pristine race where all 5 were deathless, and that is a feat in and of itself, just to beat this game deathless.
Yeah, I mean, the game's mean. It's hard to not die. You know, we've seen 4-1, which is characteristically both a very short and simple stage, claim countless victims. So I'm interested to see if 4-1 is still going to be out for blood in this final race of the evening.
Agreed. I mean, if you do searches on Google for this, and hardest or top 10 or top 20 hardest NES games of all time, whatever you put in there, you're going to find this game on that list, and for good reason. So again, I have to reiterate, this game is not free, and seeing people being able to complete it in front of everyone on demand as fast as possible, that's just, it's almost otherworldly at times.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Edo with, I think, an uneventful Act 1. I think he's... Oh, I say that, he gets a Lazy Tyson, of course. Yeah, so sometimes that enemy just RNG doesn't give you quite the boost to get up onto the wall, unfortunately.
I'm not really sure what actually determines what the Lazy Tyson actually does there. It feels like it's positioning based. Like if I do things a certain way, it kind of seems like it's more prevalent than others. But just sometimes, like even watching people grind PB attempts, just Lazy Tyson just shows up.
Yeah, I mean, I don't get it too typically often when I was running the game. I'm not sure how much of it is like RNG global timer stuff, how much of it is like relative to reuse positioning. But I mean, I see it happen even to, I watch Retro Runner stream quite a bit, and I mean, it still happens to him. He resets from that, probably at least a couple times a stream. So it's, it's not a skill level. It's not a question of skill by any means.
Yeah, that might be something that might be a question I'll put a pin in for Slush to see if you can kind of elucidate what's actually going on with that one. But here we are, friends, into the Kit Kat stage for the final time today. 2-1 across the board. Let's see how things shake out for our friends here going into 2-2.
Yeah, so I didn't catch the delay, but J-Riggs and Neowin look to be out in front a little bit here.
That Lazy Tyson for Edo, I mean, that's something you have to adapt to, and that boost definitely saves a little bit of time, especially if you have to improv in that moment too.
Yeah, it's true. It does eliminate like an entire wall climb. Oh, so J-Riggs got a little hung up there on his swag star strategy. I think Edo did too, actually.
That one's not free either. Like, I mean, there are very specific ways that you have to jump with that one to make sure it goes through. It's a great defensive strategy, but sometimes you'll catch it and have to rethrow it in certain spots, or if it doesn't come out at all, you're kind of stuck otherwise. But
yeah,
Beta and Edo in sync.
Yeah, swags are actually more difficult than it looks, and that's something that Retro Runner I learned from him. He doesn't even go for the full swag star. He goes for like a half version, which actually isn't any slower. So I'm surprised that people still do the full swag star strategy. I know it looks cool and feels good, but it's really unnecessary.
I think the reason why people probably do is you're eliminating that first Hammer Brother at that point, and that you're just dispelling any doubt that there's going to be nothing to worry about there.
That's fair.
Well, Bomberhead down on everyone's group at this point. Looking like on our side again, I'm not sure about how the delay is. We got everyone pretty much loading in at the same time here into 3-1.
Yeah, J-Riggs with an unfortunate Stanley slash, Edo taking a knockback, so got some slop going on. Like to see the runners clean it up a little bit.
Perfect Finn, the hypercritical commentator trying to...
We're moving into the final of the weekend, and if you have these kind of stakes, we can't be Stanley slashing and getting knocked back by clubbers.
The relentless taskmaster, Perfect Finn, that's for sure. But here we go.
I want to see good clean hitboxes, Retrophile.
This is the wrong game for that, Finn.
You're right. You're so right.
Oh my goodness. All right, so let's take a look at the picture that we have here in front of us with 3-2.
Yeah, so it looks like nobody was able to get the double bird boost. We have a couple runners setting up for the Bumble Tumble. Neowin nails it. J Riggs. Edo going for some weird pacifist stuff that only he understands.
And we got a couple Basco kills there. Very nice.
Neowin kind of shredding games right now.
Beta had a little bit of a slow Basker kill there and opening the door for Deshauna to catch up. Unfortunately, it looks like Deshauna did take a death.
Yeah, so it'd be interested to see. Yeah, they're opting to go get the backup fire wheel here. I like that.
That is unfortunate. Well, here we are into the Reaper's jungle once again. 4-1. We'll see what we can do with this one. Oh, the cat taking care of Edo at the very end of that one.
4-1 demands blood. You will not get through without a sacrifice.
It just has been the number. I think you're right, Finn. The number one killer just out of the NRL in general.
So strange.
Well, it looks like Edo. He's going to go for that swag strat again with the star.
Yeah, I'd be interested if he even bothers with a boost. He does. Wow. Okay.
I completely understand his commitment at this point, but again, he's sitting pretty with those 2 victories here, knowing he's in a very comfy spot. And he's got that top 16 on lock.
That's true. You may as well pull out all the stops and try to push your average down as far as possible.
Agreed. Well, we got 3 people up on the bridge, not stopping for anyone. J Riggs, Neowin, and Beta. I mean, Neowin's in there, man.
Yeah, he's going to show us how to charge up the Bew here in just a second.
And does Bew. I love the star from Edo. This is
it's super
visually
cool.
appealing. So cool. All right, here we are into 4-2. Neowin looking real good. Actually, Neowin the first one to hit that transition. I don't know what the delays are here, but Neowin doing real good to keep pace with J Riggs.
Yeah, I think the delays are pretty even. So, like I said, I think Neowin's kind of just zooming here. Unfortunately, he didn't keep any safety nimpo, so we'll have to see if he gets trolled by this hammer bro here or not. It's a little hung up on the wall.
Yeah, I tried to jump that Stallone to get that boost up there. That's okay.
Yeah, it was
push back.
It could have gone way worse. Could have gone way worse.
Agreed. Here we are into Kelberos. J Riggs out in front. Neowin very close behind. Beta entering that room as well, and Deshauna entering 4-3 right now. Yeah,
so Edo still needs to perform. It's not totally free for him to move into next week's groups. He can't just fall asleep at the wheel here.
Also trying to keep that average low as best as possible. And taking down Kelberos will be moving into stage 5 here momentarily.
Yep, so everybody moving through 5-1. Deshauna finishing up 4-3. 5-1, notoriously known as the rage stage, longest screen in the game. Really difficult.
Little variation there on the double bird boost there from J Riggs. I had to kind of like, he realized that the bird was not in the right position. It actually popped up on the left side there, it looked like.
Yeah, I love when runners are able to kind of react like that on the fly. Really impressive.
Talk about reacting here. Beta and Neowin basically in sync here.
See what strategies they opt for as they move into these last couple screens of 5-2. Final screen of 5-2, kind of notoriously one of the most difficult in the game. There's a harsh sequence of enemies that you have to navigate, and then the associated lemon drop, which J Rig sets up for here, and then the final Janet bird boost. She nails both of them really clean, really impressive.
Oh, look at the variation in strategies there. We had Neowin with the up and over, Beta with the lemon drop. I will say that Beta in a better position here with Ninpo.
Yeah, Neowin a little low on Nimpo, but there are some slash cancels you can do as you maneuver through these first couple screens to kind of help mitigate that. Something that we haven't talked about a whole lot is when you have spin slash and you attack in the air, you spin slash, which uses ammo. But if you press down and B at the same time, you actually cancel out of spin slash and just do a normal attack, which conserves ammunition.
Right you are, Finn. J Riggs getting the SP boost. Beta setting up for it, getting it. Leapfrogging ahead of Neowin, who had to climb up on the left side there into a very, very dreadful screen, but having enough Nimpo to get through it. Very nicely done.
Yeah, Neowin unfortunately out of Nimpo here for the most part. Has to save these last 5 for the Maul fight.
A little hopscotch between there. Nice job with the cancel on that one. Off to Malth. Here we go.
Yeah, so J-Riggs in the lead, moving into 6-1, but Beta and Neowin right behind him, and they're also kind of just frames apart here as they both make quick work of Malth with Spin Slash.
Yeah, this is real close here. The podium here looking real tight, and Edo gaining ground, by the way. He's definitely not out of this.
Nope, not by any means. He looks like he goes for B-Fob's Ghost Spawn, misses it, and he gives us a quick little 1-2 on the ground to say, whoops.
Hey, he's out there having a fun time. You'll love to see it. Ooh, Deshauna getting hit back by the cat there, but didn't die, and did not get the SP boost there, but getting hugged by the bird.
Yeah, 2 bars of health, 3 bars of damage.
Yeah,
Birds are strong.
Yeah, that math is pretty easy to know that you're gonna die.
Oh, Beta, getting beat up here on this precarious screen of 6-2. Manages to pick up Spin Slash and get out of there.
He gets the jetpack boost there. Neowin getting hung up on the wall, whereas Beta's going around town for this one.
He's able to clean it up though, and honestly still on a heater of a pace here. I'd like to see him be able to take down that ninja license that we discussed previously.
What was Neowin just climbing up that long ladder? That was really nice looking, it looked like.
Yeah, it's something that, you know, we talked about a little bit previously, but Neowin kind of been slowly incorporating these wall climbs and this new vertical mash style into his gameplay recently. That's why I think he's just due for a big PB any day now.
And Neowin's going to level up real hard here soon. It may not be here today, potentially, but he's on a good pace and also has a chance at possibly getting a silver. Beta getting destroyed by that goblin, but gets a kindness and lands on the platform.
Yeah, that was very, very close. You're trying to set up that exit boost there, missed it, and then got kind of hung up in the gremlin enemies. It was really, really dicey for a second.
No spicy pickle here for J-Riggs, but we're going to be entering the final screen of 6-3 here momentarily. And look at this, Neowin right behind. Hammer's getting thrown, though. Slashes the hammer out of the sky along with the bird. Just not even gotten a stop there. Fantastic. You love to see that.
While that was going on, J-Riggs almost had himself in a pickle there. Oh, Beta died. He ran out of health. Actually, not the worst death to take. He is not going to have Spin Slash for the nose, but didn't lose it too terribly much time.
That's going to open the door for Edo here to potentially close the gap, because he's going to have Spin Slash if he finishes this out there. I don't know how Beta feels about mashing out the clown nose here, but that's going to be a great equalizer between the two. We already know that Edo can beat the demon without killing the tail.
All right, so J-Riggs in the Jakio fight here, and Neowin, I think, is on license pace here if he can have some good final boss fights.
Fingers crossed, Finn. Let's do this, Finn.
All right, J-Riggs finishing up Jakio. Neowin kind of moving to a more aggressive middle platform stance. Thinks better of it, backs up to the left platform.
Takes down Jakio.
J-Riggs
killing the tail.
All right, J-Riggs able to finish up the demon, take down that first place position.
Nice kill from Edo there, the center side, and we're killing the tail here on Neowin.
So yeah, the tail kill is going to cost him the ninja license, but I do respect it, and he finishes with a really strong mash and able to take that second place finish.
Very clean. What a run from Neowin.
Yeah, it's not going to be a PB for him, but it is very close.
I'll tell you what, though, that's going to be second place for him at this point. Edo right now on his last hit. Oh, and he dies!
No.
Beta possibly has a chance of getting on the podium here. Kills the tail. He's in there. And Della's, look at this podium. What a shakeup.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Now, here's the thing. With that death, Deshauna has a chance of getting fourth. Edo may get a fifth.
Yeah, I mean, Edo's got to replay all of Act 6, so if Deshaun is able to keep it together for these boss fights, should be able to snake it away, and it's really going to hurt Edo's seeding as far as his average finish is concerned, moving into moving to the rest of the rounds.
Deshaun taking the consistent left-hand approach here. Hey, he has time. All comes down to the demon.
Whoa, Edo. That was neat. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Edo's got tricks.
Yeah, he went for like a wall climb up and over rather than opting for the jetpack boost. Deshauna making
nice
quick
dodge
work.
of
Yeah.
Deshauna.
Able to snag that 4th place position. Edo, I don't think anybody expected that, but yeah, dies to the demon, ends up finishing 5th in our final round. And while I don't think it's going to affect his, advancement into our next pool play, it is certainly going to hurt his average in seeding.
Now here's something to think about there, Finn. The fact that he took 5th in this, even though he had 8 points on this, J-Riggs was second, first. J-Riggs wins this group.
J-Riggs is going to finish 1st seed with 9 points. Edo went 4-4-0, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, and this is what we talked about previously, where I think we were kind of underselling how important seeding was, because now Edo goes from, potentially being in a group where, I don't know, the best person is like him or J-Riggs or X-Christine, to where now he could maybe be in a group where the best runner's Arcus or the retro runner, like now he maybe just created a nightmare scenario for himself.
It's going to be difficult to see. I mean, he's definitely got the skills on this one here, but man, that demon was just super unkind. And unfortunately, we are at the 15, so this will actually be a DNF. I mean, it's really hard to run it back all the way through stage 6, even right back to the demon. But he's going to finish it out here for Pride. He's got Spin Slash.
I think that's the first time we got to see that this weekend.
It's a beautiful thing. You get to see that head pop from the Spin Slash. You get in there and just take out the heart right away.
Yeah, it feels really good, especially because at that point you're generally, I mean, Edo's probably not, but generally if you're anyone else, you're a little mad, so it feels nice.
All right. Well, here we are, friends. So it's looking like the times I'm having reported here, Riggs taking gold in this one, 12:24. Neo went with a 12:37, Beta with a 13:01, and Deshauna with a 14 flat in 4th. Edo obviously getting a DNF due to the 15-minute time limit.
Yeah, so I think like we discussed, it's going to shake things up a little bit. J-Riggs is going to finish first from the Demon group with 9 points, and Edo will be finishing second with 8. It's going to be interesting to see how it affects seeding moving into next weekend.
And Beta taking the bronze on this one. So actually, it looks like that this group probably turned out based on the tiering. No, wait, maybe no. Hold on here a second. So we have Neowin and Deshauna kind of tied there at the bottom. I'm not sure what the averages turned out to be, but Beta taking the bronze medal. But J-Riggs, the tier 2 flexing on that one. What a crazy way to end things off here, Finn.
Yeah, very neat to see. I think that's really the best performance that we've seen from a tier 2 runner so far. So props to J-Riggs for that finish. Really impressive.
I also want to point one other thing out here, Finn. I told you so. I called it during the draft reveal that if there was going to be anyone to possibly bop or take down Edo, it was J-Riggs, and it happened.
Yeah. I mean, it was an incredibly tight group, like we discussed. The Demon kind of comparable to that Barbarian group from yesterday. But yeah, I knew this was going to be a really, really close one going into it.
Agreed. So let's take a look at the full picture here, folks. We'll take a look and see what we had across the board from yesterday's action. What was absolutely insane with Pistachio Dario and Dakota just doing their things, being the tier 5 and tier 4 heroes. They'll be moving on here, but highlighted in white are your top 16 going into next weekend, my friends, and we'll take a look at their averages. We'll get that all taken care of in the interim. There'll be a reseeding done. The groups will be released into 4 different groups on that one, and we get to do this again next week to determine who are the top spots that go to that final tournament that we have the following week at the very end of July.
Yeah, looking forward to it. It's going to be next Saturday at what time do we say?
I'll take a look at the announcements channel here and see what we got going on. It looks like it's gonna be Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, same evening time that we had this past Saturday. Then we're gonna have that group action going at it and getting things seated for the tournament. The top 16 are coming to play, but friends, it has been a truly wonderful and historic weekend to kick things off here and to shake things up. And we owe a lot of thanks to a lot of people for all the work and contributing. It takes a village for this to happen. And Finn, it means the world that you were able to get better and join me here today. Always a pleasure to commentate you with your friend.
Absolutely. Thanks so much for having me. Had a lot of fun today, and I'm very, very much looking forward to next weekend. Super excited. Thank you so much to all the viewers, everybody in chat, hanging out. It was a hell of a show today, and I'm very, very excited to see how it pans out moving forward.
Yeah, this is only one chapter in the story. It's in the books here. We had out of 40 plus, we are now down to 16. So keep it here, folks. Next Saturday, 7 p.m. Eastern time. You're not going to want to miss this one. It's we're going to have the best of the best going at it there, and hopefully we're gonna see some pretty crazy races. But hey, I'm Retrophile TV. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Perfect Finn, a true pleasure hanging out with you as well, my friend.
Thanks so much. Keep on shredding games.
We'll see you guys again soon. Thank you so much. NRL 2022 hype continues next Saturday.